Bobby gives his presentation, we want to bring this profound poet before you to give a poetry reading. And this profound poet's name is Serial.Serious. So with a nice little
It's me. Got a couple poems. This is the romance poems. It's just been in that type of mood lately, so here we go. First one's called Black Woman. Traditional methods of customary love making won't ever enter the mind when we're together. This torture burn for you in every type of weather. Like ice cream on a hot day or a roaring fire on a cold night. Your body alone is what I yearn for at night. Cinematic adult dreams play extra large when I'm putting this mind frame, just because of the way your body bubbles like champagne. Exotic scents, erotic taste, there is no reason for haste. Put on some music, take off some clothes, please allow me to tap into your soul. Mother Goddess, Queen Earth, young lady, Miss Man, there is one word that describes you. Damn. Your stride is exquisite, your stance is supreme. It may have been used as a line, but you are the girl in my dreams. Love can be used to explain what I feel, but if I was to say that, you wouldn't think I was for real. I could show you every night if you like, but then you would just categorize me for moving so fast, right? I mean, calm your nerves, relax your black. The page that I'm writing goes way beyond the 6th or 9th act. Close your eyes, say no more. I've already memorized play number 4. Black woman, black woman. Black woman, black woman. Damn. The second's called Princess Royal, because that's what you are. Those eyes look at the world with hope of something sincere and honest, not fake smiles, weak lines, and empty promises. A walk as beautiful as the sunset dancing across the ocean. Your greatness should be bottled and sold as a potion. Lips and a smile that could ignite the flame in anyone's heart. A mind so sharp, capable of picking the lame one's game apart. Beauty and seduction. With you, the combination is magnetic. Like a junkie to a drug, the Jones for you is automatic. You are the lap of luxury, a poor man's dream. Let us build a friendship, because I want you to be my queen. This is one of my latest poems. I've just been starting off with a quote first, and then I give you the title. Romance is the dance of the lovers. Take and give and take. Once you get the basics, you can dance forever. All right, the name of this one's called Wide Open Nose. Or One for short, like you the one. You have my absolute attention the moment I see your silhouette. I'll salute you like a sergeant if you want that much respect. Riding on the wheels of destiny, controlled by the hands of fate. If it meant an eternity with you, I'd walk from state to state. Without a second to contemplate the moment in time when our hearts intertwine. This hug is from me to you, extra tight just so you know you still mine. A kiss with so much love, the energy is so damn near divine. Like the dance of 1,000 gypsies, you got me in your spell, knowing I'll always be there for you and forever treat you well. Hypnotized or not, passion and desire fills my chest. Like a protective shield to a soldier at war, your love will be my best. I asked a couple that's been together for 50 years how they could take it. And they quickly replied, hard work and determination is the only way to make it. So I've been thinking, let's not fake it. Let's make things binding and true. I know a promise is a promise, but I promise I'll always love you. inspired. Your beauty is divine. Your grace is supreme. Your walk commands the land like a queen. In my dreams, you're the only thing real. I want to feel the way you feel. I want to know the things you know. You know? Can I embrace your soul? Can I pamper your emotions? Can I give you what any woman would want? Devotion. Love. See, that's a real easy word to say. But lady, I don't play. Because it's one of the hardest things to do. So when I say I love, I really, truly love you. I would color the world and stay in between the lines. I'll wake up the sun and make sure he did his time. I'll help the birds fly. Help keep the moon in the sky. If the world stopped, it wouldn't matter as long as it was a you and I. To me, it's as clear as water from a natural spring. Sounds beautiful like when the baby birds sing. Innocent like the laughter of a child, but primal like a call from the wild. They say seduction begins at the eye contact and the smile. Don't leave it up to me, because I'll be here for a while. Hell, some folks say love's a roll of the dice. Well, forgive me for trying to make my point twice. It ain't no mystery. It's easy like a breeze. It's just simple mathematics. 360 degrees. What goes around comes around. What you give is what you give. So treat me bad and you won't get shit. Save your lives because they'll only hurt you in the end. True, some of them you may take into the light, but that don't make it right. So from tonight and until time run out, I only want the truth to come out your mouth. I didn't say that to be a dog. I said that to be honest. Because honestly, I promise, I don't want you to worry about nothing in life. I want you to live as my life. But keep in mind, I'm a man and I'm going to have to, by myself, walk through these sands. Don't worry, I'll follow my tracks back. I know where my love at. The unconditional shit. That's my only rule. Love me for me and we'll be cool. Don't compare me to no other man, because I'm a God with love and life on his hands. And the weight of the world on his back, and ain't nobody giving up no slack. Desire will burn for you always in my eyes. As long as you stay true, you keep it real, you keep it honest, you know the deal. I'll try not to lie. Please tell the truth. We don't need no pudding. The back-breaking love making is all the proof. You'll love the way my hands slide down your back and caress those thighs. Tell me you love me and don't be lying. Because if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be inspired. That's it. I ain't going to take up too much more of your time. Thanks a lot. And good night. Enjoy by Hemmitt.
Okay, we're back for the second day in the great city of Detroit, which is always a great city because, as you know, a lot of things happen here. And also, as far as a lot of spiritual people, you know, like I said, Honorable Elijah Muhammad started out here. I guess if you check the history, you find a whole lot of great activity, especially in the 20th century, that started out around this whole aspect. They said in actuality, there's a book, and I probably have to call back up and get the name of it. There's a guy wrote a book on how the white boy worked for the last 70 years to destabilize Detroit, because this was one of the few places where it was like a black Wall Street because of the car industry. The black people here did better than most of the country. So this whole thing based on black people being poor and all the ghetto and all the project stuff that you would later on know, you know, all the death and the killing and all this poverty shit you later on know Detroit to be was basically manufactured. The blacks here was probably just like the black Wall Street out in Oklahoma. They did a study in some of the richest blacks in the country, as far as not rich as far as millions, but as far as economic stability and structure, that the blacks here was doing better than most people in the country. And so therefore the reason why you would have later on all of this stuff that went down, let's say from the last, I don't know, you can tell me, last 30 years on in, is basically because the government literally used declared that the black Detroit was public enemy #1. And basically to destabilize to the point where as they could get most of the blacks out of the city so that the whites could take the city back. You know, so for that history alone, it goes to say also about the black people that is here. As far as I get the sense in certain cities that you don't have to convince a lot of black people here, as far as that we fucked up, you know, and you know, because I'm quite sure, you know, every so often we have a lot of black people that basically just forget that we actually went through hell. You know, you would think that they came from a planet alien somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And so I find that certain places where I go and on a conscious level, it's almost like the knowledge is more appreciated. I get that in New York, I get that here. Atlanta, we have a good, strong, conscious community, but it's the same old people. That is because it's a real commuter city, that a lot of people are going down there, so you're getting the riffraff from all over the country of idiot black people, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's going to this so-called utopia paradise and all, and they don't want to hear nothing about no struggle. Meanwhile, you're going to find out that you got a group of black people down in Georgia that is probably some of the worst black people ever put together in this particular aspect. Mainly in your South, you did pretty good. Everybody had a house, and the first thing they tell you, you know, it was always a place in refuge. They said, well, I'm sending you to your grandmama down south. Yeah. Virtually, the people did pretty good. Everybody was poor, but it's a different kind of poor because everybody had their own home. It was around a little bit of nature or whatever the deal was. So if you do have a black person down there that's down and out, that means that they got to be the dregs. You see what I'm saying? Because we're talking about a place where jobs was plentiful. You know what I'm saying? So if you do have a brother and sister that's somehow shut out, it's because some shit ain't really, something's really fucked up with them. So, believe it or not, because like you say, how is it that they tell you, you know, up north, well, I'm sending you home to your grandmama and stuff, and that was the safe haven. But what about them people where home is where you are and you still fucking up? So basically what you got here is you basically got the element of the slave mentality that Elijah Muhammad and different people talked about. A people that's right off the plantation, that this mind dead. Well, those particular people that was left behind in the South that didn't do well, where in actuality you can literally feed people and clothe people for damn near $75 a year. You know what I'm saying? In times. I'm not talking about now, I'm just talking about doing, you know, it didn't take much, you see, for a person to fall off the wagon in a somewhat paradise. Something is basically a people that was just not too much removed from slavery. And so although you have you have the richest black people in the country still down there. I mean, we got literally neighborhoods and neighborhoods by basically maybe 50 or 60 neighborhoods are just a prominent black people. Every other block in Atlanta. You don't find that any places. You know, you might have one or two neighborhoods, you know, and basically based on the certain things, you might have new neighborhoods popping up. The people got some money, but we're talking about the people benefited the most from the civil rights movement. They said when they shot Martin Luther King in the head, they said, well, at least pay the people off in his hometown, you see, and get them all set up, and we can fool the rest of the country by hooking these Negroes up.
Just like Braveheart. Just like Braveheart.
Yeah, you see, you know, and at least hook the people up around the whole civil rights seat. That is the seat of the civil rights, so those people benefited. But my point here is, on the other hand, you had a group of black people that's down there that's basically, that they just basically ignored them. And so what happened is after that, all of the so-called upward mobile people, once they finished college and they got out of high school, most of the people that was about something, they moved away from Atlanta. The people from Atlanta. Then you have a group of people, and I'm not talking about everybody that's in the projects or anything like that. I'm not talking about that as like an isolated thing that everybody down there poor ain't about shit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a government system, you see what I'm saying, to shut out certain people that did not get the next jump in evolution from the slave, from the damn slave quarters. You see what I'm saying? We talking about people that's been shut out not since the 1969, where you had all the stuff started, you know, they locked people into these ghettos in the 1950s. I'm talking about people that's been shut out since 1865. that basically got their own language now, where you can't even understand them. You see what I'm saying? Whereas basically, good common thought is alien to them. And you have this because what's happening is, the most of the people, because all of the other people, when they get out of high school, they move away if you're from Atlanta. And most of the people that's there are not from Atlanta. So they don't give a damn about the people that's the so-called locals. So therefore, these people are going to become more and more alienated, because it's one of the few places where you don't have the amount of black people as traditional neighborhood black people that's been there since the damn turn of the century. Most of the people move out. And the other ones that stayed there, they so up with mobile and hooked up until they totally separated from the so-called inner city. So therefore, you got a black person down there that's really shut out. On the other hand, you do have a large conscious community, but that's based on people from New York, people from other parts of the thing that, you know, that wanted to get into a certain consciousness that they learned in various places. And so there is a conscious community, has always been one, and was a real strong one in the early 90s. The point I'm trying to make here is, but when we talk about people that went through a real deal struggle, I'm talking about where, you know the man is on your ass all around you, and you didn't have this civil rights thing to dupe you into thinking everything is all right. You tend to get a people that appreciate things a little more. You see what I'm saying? And the people that's down there that I talk to, and believe me, we have a good conscious community, but they're from all over. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is, we are right in the hub of one of the wilderness. They talk about, and so it's very interesting. Now, it's interesting because it's just interesting how things go. When I was in Chicago, it's a little different. Chicago, although they have a consciousness, most of the blacks are part of certain groups. So you might have several different organizations sitting in the audience that would actually cover your audience. And so you got to break through the age-old traditions that they so-called boss or they so-called spiritual leader taught them to understand in actuality. We're talking about a figure 8 of knowledge, and we're talking about an 8, which is infinity. You don't have the end-all and be-all by just going to 1 or 2 lectures or by just going into one discipline. And that's why we always say that it's time to be students. And they basically outside of us trying to unearth thousands and millennia of information that's been hidden from us for at least the last 700 years. We could say at least from 1492. You see, when so-called Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and they ousted the Moors from Spain. You see, and where the knowledge of us became a conspiratorial thing, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, they started colonizing information also too. You see, and so I met another brother. He didn't know about the Afrocentric movement and a lot of things that we've been getting into in the resurgence of the Nation of Islam, the Afrocentric movement, different degrees and different various organizations that started coming back into consciousness, as it was actually prophesied by Nostradamus that the black people would come into their own consciousness again in the 1990s. And that did happen until the government broke it. We'll get into that in a few minutes. And we are the actual people that's left behind, which that's what it's supposed to be in the first place, because this is the priesthood. It's now separated the chunks from the monks, you see, and all. But we did get into that certain amount of consciousness, that certain amount of consciousness, but for the most part, they broke that consciousness for the rest of the country, that it didn't follow. You see, it didn't follow. So basically, we need to be more and more students, as well as because we have to fight hard against the government, who's gaining every day with the people's minds. And when we talk about that, and I'll give you an example. I think I talked about this yesterday. They noticed after a certain amount of consciousness died down, because a group of people, when we get into things, because it's a fad, because it is a fad, or it is basically fashionable to be in that, and we'll roll with it for about 2 or 3 years until we find something new. Well, so now the government has came in and reinvented a new fad, and basically that is to reinvest into these new black preachers. You know, they got on the new suits and shit, the 8 buttons and shit. Nigga got on an 8-button suit. He got on 3 buttons, he got on an 8 button. You know, and all this stuff here, they got on the note, and they dress all nice, and it's a new caliber black man. And basically, the government reinvested into a new person, you see, because Reverend Ike and them got old and shit, you know. And so basically, once they got that back to going and all, it's nothing but a government installation. A lot of the people who was the bad people that wanted to get into something new, they went back into the church. You see what I'm saying? And this is, so therefore, where like I said like yesterday, you only person who could pack a building with 100,000 people in 1991 or 92 was the Minister Louis Farrakhan. Now all of a sudden, it's T.D. Jakes and these damn idiots. You see what I'm saying? You know, and basically that is the worst kind of mind control we can have at this particular time. Some asshole telling you can't think. You see what I'm saying? So it hurts my heart. I would rather see somebody. I don't give a damn. I'd rather see somebody. I don't know anything that's conscious. I don't care shit. You can pull a diaper around your head. That's better than going back to that church. I mean, we know that that's total slavery. You know, we know that that is total slavery. So, the struggle continues. So I want to get into a few things. You know, I want to get into a few things and start things off. I want to get into a little bit of hard copy, as we always start things off. But I guess, do you want me to pull from this list here?
Oh, no. No, I just didn't move that, that's all.
Yeah, because I might have a little.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is that the guys? Yeah, well, hell, we might can try it, but.
No, you use your list, man. Use your list.
Well, you know, we'll see. I'll get another one and all. I'll leave I'll get,
Can I have a list from yesterday?
you got yours with you?
She got hers.
Yeah, give me that list, and what I'll do is, I don't have any.
This is the only one I have.
Yeah, that's it. Just give me that, and I'll give it right back to you. And if you want to, you can designate one person to do it, or Tiva can do it, however you want to do it, and you can Xerox this one, I guess. And you can get in touch with that one person if you want. You want to sell yours?
No. I'll be making some posters. Yeah, I'll be making some posters.
Posters, okay. In that case, we'll scan this and you can Xerox it and you can get back with him because they got to get back with you for the tape anyway.
Right.
So when you get back with him, you can also get the libation list also too. The libation list. The brother put this together. He just put it together off and listened to my tapes. And libation and stuff. We put this together from Indianapolis, so this is one we'll also use too. Okay. And then, you know, you can get with her or whatever, however you want to do it now. Okay. Let's say new, I say Hera, I say Sophia, I say Diana, I say Shun, I say Lilith, I say Lilitu, I say Amira, I say Amrita, I say Heru, I say Ewa, I say Samuel, I say Melchizedek, I say Satan, I say Sarah, I say Apollo, I say Stephen, I say Anunnaki, I say Shem, I say Dar, I say Yahweh, I say Miriam, I say Miriam, I say Zach, I say Bani, I say Demorato, I say Shun, I say Uri, I say Lepa, I say Ishi, I say Rizko, I say Oye, I say Imiya, I say Oshofi, I say Odu, I say Odu, I say Yakuba, I say Odelinga, I say, we just do that way, keep on going. Mars, I say Belda, I say Amitutu, I say Amitutu, I say Modobolita, Modobolita, I say Nabu, I say Iman, I say Tyre, I say Tahudi, I say Tyre, I say Tartarus, I say Alepa, I say Segment, I say Hosea, I say Lucifer, I say Sut, I say Anu, I say Megahotep, I say Olapu, I say Obatala, I say Zechia, I say Shama, I say Har, I say Tipore, I say Helios, I say Sengo, I say Vishnu, I say Marasha, I say Eka, I say Rhea, I say Abhi, I say Anu, I say Onitutu, I say Kofika, I say Kofiru, I say Mercury, I say Rahirukumu, I say Jupiter, I say Gas, I say Beth, I say Ani, I say Maya, I say Aset, I say Prometheus, I say Sutek, I say Melchizedek, I say Metatron, I say Meteron, I say Afu, I say Thulu, I say Heres, I say Hera, I say Aries, I say Oya, I say India, I say Tyre, I say Typhon, I say Sutnubit, I say Sutnubit, I say Sutneset, I say Bina, I say Dar, I say Nexed, I say Anpu, I say Watala, I say Magmeta, I say Markali, I say Bridget, I say Silk, I say Oku Pirelli, I say Oku Boalaki, I say Legba, I say Kofi Ka, I say Baba Waya, I say Baba Baba Waya, I say Kofi Kendala, I say Pop, I say Melon, a few more now, I say Asparos, I say Bass, I say Behutin, I say Simmeries, I say Kali, I say Majabo Balawedo, I say Ogogo, I say Rapi, I say Dionysus, I say Melusine, I say Lectos, I say Pan, I say Opas, I say Thunderdog, I say Thunderbird, I say Continental Unra, I say Supe, I say Tammuz, I say Osea, I say Aset, I say Heru, I say Raheru Kahudi, I say Mim, I say Memphis, I say Patar, I say Amin-Ra, I say Amin Nimpensar, I say Upbarit, I say Tomkineth, I say Sardis, I say Sahu, I say Adon, I say Ananaron, I say Azazel, I say Beelzebub, I say Gali, I say White Buffalo, I say Dagon, I say Dogon, I say Nomo, I say Kuntu, I say Dictatorial State, I say Demo Garden, I say Hette, I say Minna, I say Nomo, I say Siva, I say Pakawa, I say Shikan, I say Shikan, I say one more list now, one more row. Ba, I say Ka, I say Andana, I say Julian, I say Belzebub, I say Belmar, I say Shimna, I say Thunderdog, I say Dagon, I say Hilia, I say Kaki, I say Rudra, I say Siva, I say Valzepin, I say Shaki, I say Nana, I say Yalalin, I say Yalawang, I say Ramin, I say Nija, I say Lama Yin, I say to all gods known and unknown, I say all ancestors known and unknown, I say. All right. Okay. I wanted to get into a little discussion right now based on some things that happened. Some things that happened. What's your name?
Okay.
Huh? Nefa. Me and his sister Nefa was having a conversation about mothers and basically parents and all. And there's a good movie out called Mother with what's the guy's name? The guy, it's a movie out called Mother. What's the one? Debbie Reynolds is in the movie. And I can't think of the guy's name. And I know Debbie Reynolds is playing the mother in this particular movie. I think it came out like 97. And it's a good movie because the movie explained how this writer, I'll think of his name in a minute, was having problems writing. He's a well-known writer, and he figured it had something to do with psychologically with his mother. So he moved back in the house at like 40-something. He moved back in the house, and to go through a series of trying to get in touch with his mother to find out why he was writing bad. But he knew that his youngest brother, the mother, really kissed the ground he walked on. But him, they just basically, you know, they liked each other in the aspect of mother and son, but they was not close, and they knew that there was a void there. And so, if anybody can go in the kitchen and get me that lemon and that honey, I think it's on the table. They knew there was a void there. So he moved back in the house, and basically, in a nutshell, the movie he found out, you know, that there was he was a writer, and he was trying to find out why she did not really too much like him as the favorite or whatever, but just basically tolerated him until one day he was searching through the actual, searching through her belongings, and the box fell out with all her writings from the 50s before he was even born or something like that, or from the early 50s or whatever. And then he figured it out by him being a writer, and she was a writer, but she put her career on hold as the women did a lot in the 50s and the 40s for the husband. And by him being a writer, he represented that part of the career of that particular part that she never got to. And so that was the conflict. So it was a little bit of like a jealousy. You see, so in so many words, that's what kind of happened to my mother and my grandmother. It's the same thing. My mother's very outgoing. She's the quintessential modern woman. My grandmother, on the other hand, grew up at a time at the turn of the century. So I guess that I think she was grown by the 20s or something like that. She died in, well, I don't know, she died at 85 in 1990, so you do the math. So she grew up in an era where just that type of woman that we have today was not available to the people that preceded this type of woman now. You know, basically, another era. So my mother represented the woman that she probably couldn't be based on the area that she grew up in. And so in so many words, I think my grandmother really, in subconsciously, did not like my mother. You see what I'm saying? And we all knew this. But on the other hand, she had a baby daughter that she kissed the ground that she walked on. You see what I'm saying? Now, it was interesting because when she died in 1990, the daughter that she loved to death, when they went into the hospital room, she would go in and out of a coma. But when the daughter that she loved to death would go in the hospital room, she'd keep her eyes open and she would not come down or come into consciousness to see her. But yet, my older brother, which is a year older than me, he was the one that was down at the time when she died. He would come in the room and she would wake up because he represented my mother's older son. So in so many words, she was only dealing with my mother and only dealing with somebody related to my mother about the oldest son being an oldest son. She would wake up with that. But in so many words, she only would come out of consciousness, and she came out of consciousness only for my mother. And right after she came out of consciousness for my mother and looked in my mother's eyes, she decided she was going to die. So that was probably her way of saying, you know, I'm sorry or whatever. And so in so many words, we're talking about the metaphysical aspect of things. What really happened is by her going into losing consciousness, that means they put on an alternative plane. And she probably could see things of the life and things how they really were. So she probably realized that I was a fucking asshole. You know what I'm saying? You know. And basically, she only wanted to deal with my mother. Because at that particular time, sometimes it takes you to get out of the physical body to realize where you're separated from the ego. To realize that, hey, I can see things clearly, and I see that in actuality, I did not like my daughter. You see what I'm saying? I did not like my daughter. And we're not talking about the kind of thing where she's this big brute monster and all this kind of thing. I mean, it's just certain things are not extending a certain realm that you would extend to most of your other children. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, when she lost consciousness and went up on the astral plane, or went in that particular way station before leaving, she realized everything that was going down because she was back to her true senses again. You see what I'm saying? Because we have many lives, and that was just a role she was playing. So therefore, the only person that she would see was her mother, which in normal life is the least person she wanted to see. You see what I'm saying? It showed you some things on what conscious level she was on. So much until after she passed over, she figured she gonna come back to the house and live with her. And my mom like, no, you got to get the fuck out of here. You got to leave. You know, because she used to wake up in the morning and we can tell when my grandma was waking, she'd drag her feet. You see. So so clockwork, same time she wake up, she's dragging her feet. My mom up in the house by herself, you know, you got to get the hell on. You know. And anyway, so she left and she went up to Boston because my brother is a year younger than me. Damn, I'm sweating already. My brother, a year younger than me, lived up in Boston. And with his wife, so she was chilling up there. So he thought it was cool. She'd come in and cut on the damn TV and stuff, you know, cut on the music and stuff. Just like the movie Beloved. And he thought it was cool, but his wife was like, no, I'm tired of this shit. After about a month or so, you know, her family big in roots. So she goes and gets the stuff to sit on her waist. So my brother wake up one day, he all mad because his wife done got on out of the house. Because she was just chilling up there with him. But to set things right, her soul still was not at rest. So as a result, what she had to do was, basically when my oldest brother, which is a year older than me, when his first daughter was born, or the second daughter, because he had a daughter 2 years before that. He had a daughter in '91, and it was born with a half a heart. So I did this ritual, and I think I talked about it on the radio, on the other videos. When they got it up to Philadelphia that Monday, it had a whole heart. So the baby was, the ancestors healed the baby. So the doctor thinking, hell, research, these are fucking niggas, man. I can get rich if I can find out the damn secret to this shit. So he convinced them to go inside and look around. And still thinking about this doctor is God. They let him take the baby. As soon as they put it on the operating table and put the tried to open it up, the ancestors took the baby because they was mad.
Right.
So the second daughter that came, my grandmama, to make things right, she came back as the second daughter.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? And we knew that it was the second daughter, first of all, when my wife basically went on the mounds and got hooked up when she went to the Indian reservation and could hook up psychically, we was trying to find out where was everybody. I'm like, well, where's Irene Shaw, my grandmother? Said, oh, she's Austin now. As soon as she said that, we started seeing things in the baby daughter that was actually characteristic of my grandmother. And right after that, for some reason, because she entered back into a body, she didn't like my mama. The little baby didn't like her. It was funny. But what happened is, to make things right, the little baby, you know, as you grow on and grow into your own, develop into your own person, certain things get suppressed or weeded out. And so basically that was her way of doing some stuff she had to work on with her own spirit. And when she entered back into that body and hit back with that ego, she started doing the same old practices. So the little baby didn't like my mama for a little while, but then as she developed into her own self, she's about 6 or 7 now, that disappeared when I think she got like 4 or 5 or something. That stuff started disappearing when her own personality started dealing with it. And that is the way to make up for that particular part that actually went on. And I just tell this story because although it's just a regular story of my family, it has a metaphysical things on the way it turned out. So it's almost the same thing with me and my mother now. We're not really close. Not the same thing when I say close, you know, we talk to each other. Like if I call my mama 3 months, that's good. Because she couldn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? You know, hey Bobby, hey whatever. And it's not like, see, the cycle probably could have continued with this because you get abused in that particular thing. And she was never physically abused, but she knew her mother didn't like her, you know what I'm saying? Compared to the favoritism with the other. But that cycle would have continued had my mother had some girls, but she had 3 boys. So by males being unlike the females, it couldn't continue in the same fashion. So by me being the middle child, like she was a middle child, I mean, she had her baby, that's her baby, and she had her oldest one, that's the oldest. So some of this little thing had to work itself out on one of the children. And because I was so much like her, she was an artist, so I was an artist. See, I'm representing even a generation of what I'm able to do, what she couldn't do in the 50s. So on one thing and all, but the good part about it is it worked out in a way that is cool because I'm a male. You see what I'm saying? Because I was so talented, I really didn't need her affection. Like my mama hugged me for the first time when we was going off to college. And I was oh God, I want to throw the fuck up. And I know she was saying the same thing. But then again, I'm like, oh yeah, I said, oh Lord. But I understood what she was trying to do. Now, but the point is, because she had 3 guys, and because my grandmother, essentially my grandmother was a disciplinarian. They would get her to go into high schools and schools and stuff like that, and she'd like, give me that curtain rod up there. She'd beat them off her ass and what she could find. Fan belts, curtain rods. You know how niggas used to whip that ass? She was tag team on them. And stuff. So they used her expertise. Like a Harriet Tubman and shit. She would go in there and tear somebody's ass up and stuff, you see, and beat them to the submission of learning. You know, I'm telling you, this, you know, except when she met, the only people she couldn't conquer she disciplined a whole town. People say right here, you Miss Shaw family. You Miss Shaw grandson, ain't you? Because my mother's the whole family is school teachers. You Miss Shaw grandson. That's the first thing they says. You Miss Shaw grandson. I said, yeah. That motherfucker beat my ass. It's like clockwork, and she taught close to when she retired. She was like 70.
Wow.
And she was like 70, so I mean she had like generations of discipline on people. So I was meeting people, when I was in high school, I was meeting people in their 50s like, yeah, you Miss Shaw grandson. She beat my ass. You see? And it was almost metaphysical. Even when she got old, she could remember every last student. One day some nigga came from Florida with dust. I mean, this nigga had dust. He was on the back of a watermelon truck. And looked like somebody dug his ass up out of the ground. I mean, he was covered in damn dust. He said, Miss Shaw. She said, is that you, Palmer? Now, first of all, she taught this guy like he was in the 6th grade. This guy was in his 30s. And she could remember her students. You see what I'm saying? She could remember her student. But she just moved. She met a match when she got with her only weak part was her 3 grandchildren. That's when the shit backfired on her. Was her 3 grandchildren, because we tore up the devil. You see what I'm saying? But it's a different kind of bad, because like I said, we used to do this type of stuff when my mom and them were on the way, we would tear up the devil. But when we was in the presence of grown people, you behave yourself. You know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. So it's a different kind of bad than what you got now. You see what I'm saying? But you see, but also going back to this, my mother, we're not the same type of close. It's not like she doesn't love me or something like that, or she don't like me or something like that. It's just that you can tell that some of this thing, it had to come out on one of the sons because we are so much alike. You know what I'm saying? We're so much alike. Real loud, I mean real loud. Talk. You know, talk and you know, and so in so many words, this stuff did not come because I was a male. But right now, like I said, if I call her once every 2 months or 3 months, it's cool. It's cool with her, it's cool with me. You see what I'm saying? It's that type of relationship. But then again, on the other hand, by me being so outgoing, I never really needed her. Because one brother told me when I was like in college, he said, I bet you never really needed her for anything. I said, no, because I was my own person. He said, so things kind of work themselves out. You see what I'm saying? So things kind of work themselves out. If I was one of the type of person that I really needed my mama, it would probably be devastating that she couldn't give me the attention that she was going to give the other one, because I think that because Brother C. Freeman said you either incarnate for one reason. You either incarnate to help your parents or to get help from your parents. So in so many words, I think that I incarnated to help her. You see what I'm saying? To help her. And my other 2 brothers, they incarnated to get help. And so she dispatched the actual help to the ones that needed it the most. For me, I never really needed her for anything. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, things have a way of working out. These are metaphysical things you got to understand on how things actually work out. You see what I'm saying? That how things actually work out. And Jesus said, and the reason why I said that, because I'm saying it's a classic case study on what we are on these particular things, on how things actually go down, that we based on not having any knowledge. And having the white boy teach us psychology now, they giving motherfuckers Prozac for shit that we need to be trying to figure out spiritually. And in so many, you get the gist that somewhere around the turn of the century, before we became educated, we used to work these things out as a black family, and the black mother and the black family unit is mainly headed by the black mother. They could work things out. You get that sense with certain things that old people say that just seem to fit. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have no education, but they might just say the right damn thing. You know? That kind of thing. You see what I'm saying? But we lost all of that. You see? We lost all of that. So I wanted to give you an example of that particular, of that type of thing, because the sister reminded me, I said, yeah, I need to talk about that. There's the movie Mother that's out that talks about that same thing. So it also goes to say that there's no such thing as a functional family in America, period. You know what I'm saying? We all have problems. A lot of times problems don't have nothing to do with poverty or whether you got a lot of money and stuff. What's that?
Is that video? Is that on video or there?
It's on video. It's on the video. It's on video. I'll think of the guy's name in a minute. The guy that's the actor that actually, I think he wrote the actual video also too. So let's see a few things we want to get into right now. It's interesting because I was talking to a sister up in Philadelphia, and she's real close in the Nation of Islam, and she was high up, and she was trying to give me some information and an understanding on what the Nation of Islam is going on. First of all, there's news that he mentioned back in April that he was poisoned, based on the whole thing. Well, The news inside of the nation was that it was somebody close to it.
Right.
They tried to poison it. So I said, let me give Farrakhan a break. Let me try to understand what was going on here. And the sister kind of basically told me what's the real politics in the nation at the particular time. And that is that he realizes after he steps down that by his not being any utopia and them having a leader like Farrakhan, a lot of people are not going to want to follow a lot of people that remain. So they're going to, so in so many words, if it stepped down based on niggitude, or niggery, niggerology, the shit might crumble. So his thing is when he became a dignitary the last couple of years and basically becoming political, and you see him on the world scene, is he's trying to merge the Nation of Islam with the rest of the Muslim world to somehow get a leverage and a background that they will have something like, you know, more of a greater platform, so when he does step down, they can be hooked up in a position that they don't crumble based on some nigger shit, you see what I'm saying, that happens to deal with certain organizations after certain leaders leave, like it crumbled the last time. And so, plus I think also too, he got tired of black Uncle Toms and black people that don't have no backbone. When they're on TV, they use him as the butt of all what's evil. Well, I'm not like Farrakhan, you know, and that kind of stuff like that and all. So in so many words, they say you have to look at a person and a person who's got a whole wide body of people that he's leading. That's one of the best ways to do it, to try to put them on into a certain Muslim structure. But it doesn't necessarily mean you have to get rid of the teachings, but also give them something like a platform that they can be on. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't be one of those things where it went the last time, you know, with the sun and tearing up the place and stuff. And so the sister gave me that type of insight on that, as well as you know, Khaled has started up the Young Black Panther Party, or the new Black Panther Party. He's got like a chapter in most major cities. You see what I'm saying? In most major cities. So I was trying to find, this sister is like second in command in the new Black Panther Party. She left the nation and she's like second in command in this thing up in Philly. And I was sure, well, what is the goals and the objectives? And she said, well, look, we understand that we can't take on the government, you know, based on army-wise, military-wise, but the whole key is whenever things go down and niggas get cracked over the head, we also need some type of military structure or something to voice opinion other than some old damn preacher running around. You see what I'm saying? So there's nothing really wrong with that to call out our guard. You see what I'm saying? Because psychologically this does things. We need to show black children that everybody ain't no punk. Because basically this is what made the whole gang warfare become popular in the first place. Because we got all these Uncle Tom Negroes with no backbone. So psychologically, even though we know that you can't take on the whole world and overthrow the government on that level, that's going to take some spiritual stuff. It's still, when you look at the different levels, you still need to see somebody back there with some damn machine guns and shit. You know what I'm saying? And somebody sticking it to these crackers' ass. You see what I'm saying? Based on therapeutic levels, because psychologically, you see what I'm saying, we should never let him be the end-all and be-all to military structure. Right. You see what I'm saying? When we got policemen, we got highway patrolmen, we got sheriffs, we got soldiers, and also we need one aspect of that so I can respect that. Where, you know what I'm saying, where you need some type of military branch. Even if it's not ready to go fight the war, it's just in spirit alone. Unarmed guard for your cause. Yes, right. You see, so I can understand what they're doing, even in the appearance of it. Whereas if somebody get beat down, you need somebody other than some old bull-jive politician coming to the table for you. You need somebody to come and stir up some hell, even if you scare some crackers. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes they say, we don't need the fucking aggravation. You see what I'm saying? You never know. And basically it's the same thing with the same policy in which riots in the 60s got for us also too. Right. You see what I'm saying? The place I'm from, Mullins, South Carolina, is a real racist state. But what happened is it's the only town in the history of South Carolina that ever have a riot. So as a result, on the heels of that, I grew up in a town where white people respected and loved us because they were scared of us. Because in '69, the only damn town in the whole state of, and if you go to the history books, the only place in the state of South Carolina to have a riot was a place called Mullins. I think I talked about died in '86. You see what I'm saying? Where he, he went to a restaurant and they tried to throw him out. They tried to throw his boy out. And the boy went and got some people, and Johnny seized the opportunity and said, now is my time to be the revolutionary. And they say, no, we're going to turn this shit into a riot. And seized the town and stuff, and had the crackers so scared when they locked him up. He said, damn, I got to get out of here, but I got to start the riot. Just pulled out one match. Ain't had no box or nothing. I think he found a match on the damn floor. He said, I got this one match. One match. And I'll burn this damn town down. And them crackers were shaking in their boots, and they let this nigga go. With one match. He had one match. He got out there. They let him go, and then he went and started the damn riot. So, you gotta understand spiritually, I was able to grow up in a town where I didn't have no problem with no crackers. You see what I'm saying? Because they was all scared. You see, so I'm saying some things work out those types of ways when you deal with that type of thing also too. It's interesting because see what they're doing down in Atlanta, they're doing all over the country. They'll get a white person, he'll go crazy, he'll be out there, ain't washing a year, scratching his ass and all hair all matted down. He might stay out on the street about a month or two, and then the white people come and get him, take him to the crazy house. Whereas black people, they put them out there indefinitely. So they might be out there 3-4 years, same old crazy ass nigga. That's policy. And the reason why they do that is because they want to build this policy for tourists and people from around the world. When they come into the cities, they need to have a certain thing to fill the stereotype. Although we fit the stereotype now also too. But they will take these crazy people because it's policy, because they need to show people from Nigeria, from Japan, and all these types of things that these people are savage. So they'll take a crazy person who does not represent us because he's crazy, and they will put him out there and keep him out there indefinitely. And because you don't see no white people, you see psychologically, they can paint the picture of all us being crazy. So this is policy now. Any black person go crazy, leave them out in the streets. And most crazy people, for some reason, they tend to go downtown where areas where people usually be eating and shit. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? They tend to gravitate towards the food and outside of the neighborhoods and stuff where they can, in commercial settings, where they can get the scraps or whatever, beg for cigarettes or whatever, want for money. So therefore, this is policy that they do all over the country now, whereas they don't give them no help. You see what I'm saying? Where the white people, they might be out there maybe a month, and then the people in the white jacket come and get their ass. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? But whereas this is policy that they're doing all over the country. You see what I'm saying? Based on this same mind control that they're putting out as far as still trying to make us this savage type deal. But then again, on the other hand, they got BET for that shit too. You see what I'm saying also too, with that crazy stuff that's going on. You see, so these are just things that they're actually doing also too. So you had your eclipse that went down on August the 11th, and also any type of eclipse is also the meeting of the moon and the sun. You need to go check out this movie. Name of this movie. The name of this movie is Lady Hawk.
Yeah.
Lady Hawk. Did I talk about that the last time?
No, me and you talked about it.
Yeah, Lady Hawk. This is the movie you need to check out because that is the meeting place to the moon and the sun. Now in this particular movie, remember, there were two lovers and the guy got jealous and he did a magical ritual and he separated them, whereas she turned into a hawk in the daytime and he turned into a wolf at night. And and so she, in the daytime she's a hawk and at night he's a wolf. So in the daytime he was a man taking care of her, and at nighttime she was a woman taking care of him. But they could only meet, and the spell will only be broken at the meeting place of the moon and the sun. When day and night coincides together. Basically an eclipse. So on the other hand, the eclipse also represents that type of energy that is separated from us from the time when we were pre-spiritual beings and was trapped down here. That those eclipses represents the reunion of those types of energies, and that's why in the 90s alone we've had 4 eclipses. In the 80s and the 70s you only had one comet, Hertog.
Right.
In the 70s, in the 80s you had Halley's that didn't do, but here you've already had 2 comets and a 3rd one on the way by November.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So in the 90s we've already had 4 eclipses, 2 comets. The Shoemaker-Levy 9, where this thing crashed into Jupiter on the 16th of July. This comet hit Jupiter. Shoemaker-Levy 9 in July the 16th of 1994. You had your white buffalo being born on the Indian reservation, which was a 1 in a million chance. And they said another one was born about 2 years after that. You had your red heifer, which is that's the white buffalo is the Native American spiritual manifestation of the end. The Hebrew, ancient black Hebrew, was the red heifer. Yeah. That red heifer was born in February of 1997, and like I told you the last time, the cracker gonna go and clone him one in because it ain't, you know, go and clone him one in Kentucky. Said the other one, the real one that was born natural, wasn't the real one. The day clone one was the real one, because here they go again by being the fake Jews, always faking history. So you had your red heifer being born. You had your Grand Cross that you just that formed a configuration based on the eclipse on the 11th of this year. You also had your 5-pointed star configuration, 6-pointed star configuration that aligned on February the 23rd of 1997. You had your Dogon Sigi ceremony on July 23rd of 1994. Same time you had the Freaknik going on the same damn day. Yep. And that right after that, in Atlanta, and after that they started attacking them to kill them. To kill the whole thing because of the implication that it fell on the same day of the city ceremony. And that's the real reason why they started attacking this whole Freaknik thing, because the Freaknik thing was going on since 1983. Right. You see. So you had that, trying to think, several other things, 4 eclipse, some cycle, a Kali Yuga cycle that hit in 1990. In so many words, what we talk about, the 90s have been a fulfillment of hundreds and hundreds of things that went down. We can't even count them because there's stuff that's going on every day and we just don't know about it. You see what I'm saying? So the 1990s have been, whereas the 2 decades before that, you hardly had anything. Now the 60s, interesting enough, had a lot of stuff to go down. You see what I'm saying? So this is also talking about a certain fulfillment also too. A certain fulfillment too that also went down. Now the sister has a book back here. I just want to show that book you got there. Yeah, I wanted to show something because also, yeah, I want to show the back of that particular book because as you can see, this is another symbol of the Great Mother that I was talking about yesterday. But as you see with the 2 hands up, that also represents the whole reproductive system of the sister too. And this is a good representation of the same thing, the 2 ovaries, you know, and the fallopian tube and all of that too. Also, like I said, they had the pots that they used to have in ancient Kemet and also in Greece that also represented this same structure. As well as this particular Baphomet goat, or the Sabbatic goat, later on used as the devil with the 2 horns. But also you'll find those 2 horns was also in ancient Kemet as Amun-Ra, the goddess Hathor, and the horns also, when you see those horns, they also represent that that aspect of the reproductive system of the sister. You know what I'm saying? And as I think Dr. Ben and all explained too, how the whole marriage thing is backwards. The woman goes up the aisle, which is the reproductive system. How the hell a woman gonna fertilize her own damn self? It's supposed to be the man coming down the aisle. You see, so the whole thing is backwards and stuff. You see, the whole thing is also backwards also. That's also a part of everything, like I'm saying, everything being turned around. I'm gonna talk about Lilith today also too, to give you some more insight on the whole Lilith thing also, as we get into some things. So I just want to get through some of this hard copy stuff. They got this drug called TP20, which is supposed to regrow brain cells based on in stroke victims. That drug in TP20 is supposed to regrow brain cells. In actuality, is also a melanin-based drug. So any of this stuff that's dealing with neuroscience is melanin-based. So this whole thing that based on these cells and regrowing all that stuff is based on it's a melanin-based type drug in some type of way also too. It's a melanin-based drug, and they have tons of this stuff. I'm saying most of the technology or most of the stuff that is that's being breakthroughs, that is breakthroughs in medical science now, is most of that stuff is all based on melanin now, and the synthesizing of the melanin over the last 30 years. You see what I'm saying? That's what all that stuff is. The movie, I don't know if this movie is still in the movies. It should be. If it's not, I don't know. You have Dollar Flicks down here?
Yep.
Because just be on the lookout if it comes to the Dollar Flick, because I don't know how long it's going to take to come to video. Usually if it doesn't do good in the movie, it comes to video faster. The movie Eyes Wide Shut.
Right.
Now that particular movie, a lot of people couldn't understand what was going on because they threw a whole lot of sexual things up in there so to throw you off. But the real deal on the movie is based on the Illuminati.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Homeboy, Tom Cruise was a doctor in the movie. But by him being a doctor, it meant also too, he had a little bit of money, but he wasn't big enough. He didn't have the kind of money to be connected, or the kind of old age breeding, or what you call a family connection to be connected to either the old money or the old family structure to be connected to the secret societies. So what happened was when he got a tip to go to this particular party that starts at 2 o'clock, and everybody was dressed in masks and dressed in a black cape and all this stuff in a mask. He didn't know that he had entered into a Illuminati ceremony, a secret society ceremony. And it was a sexual tantra ceremony because they had all these naked women around this circle along with the men with the masks, and these women, these prostitutes or whatever, they were doing these particular sexual ritual, and after that ritual go on, you go and do the whole sex act. But anyway, it was an elaborate ritual going on. And he didn't understand what it was, and as a result, when they found out that he was up in there, because this nigga gonna take a cab to the fucking place. When they found out that he was up in there, although he had a lot of money, he was a doctor, the only way he got out was with his life was that this woman vowed to take his place. She said, well, I will be responsible for his sins, and that was, he was able to leave. And so she ended up dead.
That was a ritual right there, right?
Yeah, she ended up dead because she took his place. So she ended up dead, and so the guy that smoothed things over, come to find out that the guy that he initially went to the party with, that had one of the parties for the low-level regular doctors and stuff, was one of the chief people that was in the ritual. And said, man, what the hell was you doing up in there? Are you crazy? But in so many words, and he tried to lie and say, you know, she just OD'd, we didn't kill her and all this kind of thing. But basically, the movie was showing, basically, Stanley Kubrick was showing, right before he died, he was showing that in actuality, we are being used by a system that don't have shit to do with no law and no government. This thing is an elite group of people that do what they will. You see what I'm saying? And everybody's even puppets, even crackers. You see what I'm saying? That's how they keep you down, by making them dumb too. So when you meet them in everyday life, they don't know shit. So you think everything is normal. You see what I'm saying? And this movie, when you really check this movie out and show, and they show you how this shit is done, it's really kind of scary when you go behind the whole thing. And see that these people literally rule this shit, and it's all about ritual and secret society ownership. What's that?
They say that Stanley Kubrick is killed.
Well, see, he could very well been by putting this movie out.
Because he was also, he had something to do with trying to get them to understand these books. And one of them I remember was, I think, The Golden Bowl.
Okay, yeah, go James G. Frazier's book.
Yeah, and he was trying to tell him that that was real. He was passing those kinds of materials out.
You see, and basically the one that woke up. Remember in the movie, what's the movie? Dark City. Every now and then one of us wakes up. An accident. So basically, so it's also, if you woke at this particular time with shit going on with mind control, you can consider yourself precious. You see what I'm saying? And literally better than motherfuckers at this particular time. You see what I'm saying? But this movie is showing the structure of things. You see? Now go back and get the movie They Live again, and listen to it real close, and listen to the conversations that's going on, because there's a lot of stuff going on how we are all being put to sleep by an artificial consciousness that resembles sleep. And most everybody is asleep. That's why in the movie Dark City they were saying sleep. Everybody is asleep. You see what I'm saying? And when you saw some subliminal signs in the movie They Live, when he put on the black shades and it represented consciousness, John Carpenter's They Live, that's a movie everybody must have, or must get, or must see. And when this thing that represented consciousness, it was like the subliminal messages behind the books and everything else. You look the road signs and all was don't question authorities, reproduce, consume. This is your God had the money on there. You know, this is your God, consume. It was different things based on mind control. You see, obey, submit. You see, and this is the science that is filtered through this whole thing to keep people asleep. You see what I'm saying? So you got to go back and get that particular movie. But eyes wide shut, you need to see that particular movie. Also, what's that?
Hey, Bobby, do they actually say that for melatonin, I don't want to take up the subject, but I just saw something today. Do they actually say for the making of melatonin that they use raw pineapple?
Yeah, did you see that? Did I give you?
You got the label.
Did I pass the label out? Oh, did anybody still have the label?
Yeah, I want a copy of that label.
Now, who still has the label? I might have one in my bag in a few minutes. It says that pineal melatonin is produced by it says the constituent. It is.
It's supposed to be additional. That's what the way they.
No, the early labels say it is produced by the constituent of pineal tissue. Now, they even had earlier labels say that melatonin is crushed pineal tissues.
Well, that's what growth hormone is.
Yeah, growth hormone, that whole growth hormone and all that stuff is based on that same stuff. So it literally says that. Now what you have is they will come and cover it up. But the earlier labels did say that. And the majority of the actual science of the melatonin project was in Atlanta, the CDC, as well as Lilly Pharmaceutical in Indianapolis, Indiana. Indianapolis, Indiana is Lilly Pharmaceutical. And like I said, they had a black woman that worked on the melatonin project. And then, and she became, I guess she tapped into some consciousness and became more conscious of it, and then she quit, but they say she's sick now. You see what I'm saying? She probably killed her, she's probably dead now. You see what I'm saying? So it was a big project in Lilly Pharmaceutical as well as Atlanta, Georgia, the CDC, because they have Grady Memorial down there in Atlanta, and every city in America that has a major influx of black people, they have a major hospital and a major college connected to guinea pig research. In Chicago, it's the University of Chicago, right there in the ghetto. And in Philadelphia, it's Temple University. In Atlanta, it's Emory and Georgia Tech. You see, in New York, it's Columbia University next to Harlem. So the best case study programs of any type of guinea pig research is in America because of the black people here. And Wayne State, it's in. You see, so basically, that's how they even came up with the actual research. It did say that on the original melatonin bottles. Huh? They said it today. What did they say?
Who said it today?
On what? Oh.
It said raw pineal gland. Raw pineal.
Who said that?
Yeah, you saw it.
I saw it on the label.
On the label, see?
Oh.
They're coming out with it. Now see?
It wasn't on the label. It was on the label, but it was written on the stand where they were holding the product.
Right, see, my point is, you got to be careful. See, first of all, the pineal gland is only as big as a grain of corn. So that means for them to produce melatonin, that means they had to substitute an entire race to do it. And with cloning, they can literally substitute an entire race where they kill off an entire race of people.
They say it takes 50 dead people to make an ounce of growth hormone.
50 dead people to make an ounce of growth hormone.
But isn't that connected, that growth hormone connected with the pituitary gland?
All it is, pituitary gland it is the one that regulates the amount of melanin that goes to the pineal gland.
Yeah, but isn't that serotonin though, the one that's...
Well, serotonin and melatonin together represents melanin. You see, serotonin in the daytime, melatonin at night. Put together, you got melanin. So the growth hormone is just basically still melanin. You see what I'm saying? And basically, that's the new shit with rich people, or people that go get the growth hormone. We talked about that the last time. They can see better, all types of things. But basically, all research now. So now this is what I'm trying to make. And this is stuff that is coming full circle. In the summer of '97, the Spirit told me, look, most of the people you see is dead. Those are the replacements. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, those are the replacements. So I went to a conference, and I told the people this in Columbia, South Carolina, me, Dr. Delbert Blair, Brother Reverend Valentine, Leola Africa was there, Leola Africa there, and some local people and all. And I told them that, and Dr. Delbert Blair begged witness also. And I said, listen, I want you to try to understand what I am saying to you. The majority of the people that you know that used to be commonly known as the black race in America, they killed off between 1975 and 1995 and replaced them with duplicates. You see. Now, the night I went to go see the movie Fallen, the Azazel character came to visit me that same night. Cause see, cause all it is my girl, she a fucking damn telephone. She just like the goddamn orc or something. So, but it's interesting, the more conscious that she get, she don't even get mundane things about if your husband cheating on you or nothing like that. She only gets stuff from specialized old ancient deities. So he came and had a conversation and all, and he said, look, man, we told you this summer, you see, because it come to me another way, that there ain't that many black people down here left. As far as the ancient souls, those are duplicates. Now, it kind of makes sense if the pineal gland, because they say they got enough pineal. Now, the brother Juju, this is let me just say this while it's on my mind. The brother Juju, which is a real spiritual brother, he told me in '96 he started laughing. He said, man, he started looking up in the sky. He said, yeah, man, they got enough melatonin pills backed up to the year 2030.
Let me tell you something.
You see.
I never heard of Juju before in my life, but Juju ran across my floor about 7 years ago in Petersburg, Virginia, in a house that was built in 1840, and that's why I'm here today. I'm still pieces as to what I don't know.
Okay, well, we're gonna get it. I gotta hold that thought right there. I want you to repeat that to me in a few minutes. Now, okay, repeat that in a few minutes. Cause okay, and so, cause I want to hear this, but
We all do.
and so, he said they got enough back up to 2030, and basically whatever he say, usually it comes basically right on the money. So it makes sense if the pineal gland is as big as a piece of corn, for them to have enough melatonin to outfit not just every drugstore, every supermarket is selling melatonin now. Every drugstore, every health food store, every place where you can go and buy a damn aspirin, you can go buy melatonin. They got melatonin teas. They got other melatonin type supplement pills, everything. Plus, what we have found out that all of the health food stuff, a lot of that stuff in the health food stores are all melanin based. That's how white people got to take to survive.
And coffee.
The coffee, all that. That's why your Starbucks things and stuff started popping up all over. And they got the coffee shops everywhere. All that stuff. The key is this. The point I'm trying to make is, if they got enough melatonin to outfit the world, and the pineal tissue nature, or the pineal gland is only as big as a grain of corn, that means in order for them to put it in, to supply the whole world, that means they had to literally take out that many humans for every pill you see. You see where I'm coming from? So this proves what Azazel said, that in actuality, there ain't that many people down here. That's what I was telling the brother. There ain't that many souls down here, and that's what in the movie highlighting it says. We, the ones that's conscious now, we have to be around until there's only a few of us left.
I was saying that because I saw an advertisement in the Detroit Medical Center connected with Wayne State University that asked about menopausal women coming in to be experimented on if you do not have hot flashes, if you do not have headaches. And I considered that was probably tapping into the pituitary gland. Serotonin.
I don't put that past nothing.
You don't have those hormones being lost.
You see, yeah, I don't put that past anything. Yeah, I don't put that past anything for them to make 3 Invasion of the Body Snatcher movies. 56, 78, and the last one in 93, Body Snatchers, they show all these black people throughout the whole movie, and they end up in Atlanta with the CDC, which is home of niggas. You know that it's basically, that's what it is. But you got to realize, we cannot afford not to believe certain realities of the earth because you got a history of the white man doing this shit.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? You got a history. See, that's the point about it. It's not such a spooky idea when we have a history. Like Malcolm said, history is the best reward for our research. So because he's already done it, it shouldn't be something that I got to grapple with the rest of my life. Is this motherfucker the devil? In the aspect of what we saying, our devil. You see what I'm saying? And your enemy has the right to do anything to your ass if you don't know that this motherfucker is your enemy. You see, and let's face it, 98% of our people love white people. You see, so that's, you know, this whole thing also, now what was that, sister? A Juju or...
Okay, it's a story, and I don't want to stop you, but I have seen you.
The person I talk about.
I don't know who he is, but he ran across my living room floor, across my fireplace.
Tell the story, we want to hear.
Tell anybody about it except for her, simply because I don't know what it is.
Now, why would you think it's Juju, the one I'm talking about?
Because it was a dog, and I named for no
Okay, yeah.
I named the dog Juju.
Oh, okay,
No idea
yeah.
where it came from.
Okay, so you actually saw, yeah, you actually saw which is the Vodun word for Juju. The good part about it is, I don't know whether to say that you should be afraid of it or you should be.
I have not. I've been afraid to tell anybody.
Okay, glad of it.
It's crazy.
Okay, good. Now, let me explain what this thing is. I think you should look at that as a blessing. I think you should look at that as a blessing. Now, I'll give you the story that I think I said it on the other thing, but I'll give you the story again because it's fitting for this time. I had a friend that called me, a brother called me from Detroit, no, from Chicago, and he said that he was born with a veil over his eyes, you know, but that's what they called it back in the day. He basically psychic. And that he had these 3 beings that used to follow him since he was a little boy. And he tried everything to get rid of them. He'd gone to gurus, he'd gone to sheikhs, and he'd gone to all types of people, and they would give him all this stuff to try to get rid of him, but they wouldn't seem to go away. And so when he called me in the fall of 1995, I said, fall of 94, I said, those were not jinns, as you would put it, because he was in the Islamic faith for years. I say those were your friends. Those are some people you need to get with and embrace them. I'll tell you, embrace them. And so he embraced them, and once he embraced them, they literally came to him and said, and you've heard the story before, some of the people, that we all used to hang out together in other lifetimes, and we decided that we didn't want to, so for some reason they didn't reincarnate back into the physical body. They had been with him all previous lifetimes up until now, because they were talking about thousands of years ago. And when he came back psychically hooked up this time, they decided to get in touch with him. But by him being in Islam or whatever, he thought they were evil. So as a result, he was trying to get them off of them, but you know, they were literally saying we was your boys and we trying to hang out with you or whatever. We the motherfuckers had your back. You see, and so in so many words, what I'm trying to say is and this is one of the keys on why I've been dealing with the dark side for the last year, focusing on this stuff, because this is the actual power that we need to align with. Is the very same power that we have been taught to be afraid of. Right. So anything that you see is wicked and evil, that's the motherfucking shit to run to.
I also have seen the star when I was about 3 years old.
Yeah, you see, so basically in so many words, these things, they will become commonplace once you accept the reality of it. And basically it's no more than who we are. It might not be nothing but a reflection of your own self. You see, it's like one brother, he was getting his PhD in political science, but he's all into the social revolution, black power struggle, the Pan-Africanist, this and that. But this brother cannot perceive anything spiritually because his mind has been programmed for every political, social, economical struggle. So when I was talking to him, he was like, I'm having problems perceiving what you're talking about. I said, because you got to change your program. I said, you program for logical, rational, hard case, white man's mind. I said, so the more and more you start dealing with things that's far out, crazy, weird, the more and more these things will become commonplace. And so when you hear these things, they won't mean no more than just like turning on the water. It's normal. So what you got here is the normal function of what spirit really is. You see what I'm saying? That you have been trained away from to be evil. And that's what we're going to really get into today also, is that particular aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of the death, I shall fear no evil. Job is only dealing with his own damn demons, which in actuality is his true nature. So Job is actually the Christ story too. You see, the Christ story too. So on one hand, we got to stop thinking like a damn human.
Yes, sir. That's right.
And we are in the authority to understand that everything that's been fucked up with us around here, the least thing I got to worry about is a damn spook. Bring that shit on. It might be a good damn high, some good herb to put on my goddamn spaghetti. But please, what the hell you catching in goddamn Motor City, this damn bitch? That should align your ass and say, hey, any shit that's spooky, hey, I'm down with it. You see, but see, you must understand that based on the slave mentality, and not talking about you, but based on one of the main things of the Willie Lynch laws of let us make a slave is number one, let us make a child. That's basically what it is. And a child has fears. And basically, let us make us be afraid of everything. So that whole thing about niggas get scared, the big eyes and all that shit, and they keep showing you that in the movies because that's what the Willie Lynch laws is. First of all, the Willie Lynch thing is not no one person. Willie Lynch is a spokesman for the main secret society. He's the person that's bringing the address under the behest of the secret society. So this is policy for the United States government in its slave production program. You see what I'm saying? For 300 years. You see what I'm coming from? So one of the things of a slave's mind is fear. That's it. That's it. That's the difference between even when we talk about some people say, well, why don't you get on a bigger business scale? You know what I'm saying? Why don't you do some shit miraculous? I'm talking about, you got enough money, why don't you take that money and say, fuck it. See, first of all, if a black person got $100 million or got $10 million, he's in a position to lose the bitch and still be normal the next day. Because everybody around him poor. What you got to lose? I can take this $10 million and invest the bitch. And if I lose it tomorrow, shit, what? I'm just gonna get me a Coca-Cola. Be the same nigga I always was. But because of the fear that's put in us, we don't take no chances. This is on basic mundane business. We only gonna do it so much, and I got my money, I'm gonna hold on to it, and nobody else can't get nothing. All because we don't take no chances. You see what I'm saying? And the chance means, if I'm broke, you got more than somebody else. If you broke tomorrow, so what? Every nigga broke. You see what I'm saying? But so my point is that what we're talking about, that's what has happened with us is the fear. And the fear is put into us also too, because it's not only just the white boy, it's the gods too, because it's in the actual mythology. The fear is so you don't never really look at yourself and find out what you are. The Damians or the demons is who we are. We'll get into that closer today so you'll understand. We're not talking about anything spooky. It's just that you far removed from what this stuff originally meant. You see what I'm saying? And that's one of the things we're talking about, that fear. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about that fear. But as we go on, we'll deal with that type of thing. Just in case in point, this T.D. Jakes thing, they're using this nigga as a big ritual. Because when he came to Atlanta and had all them black people to bow down and say that they loose and arrest and all that shit that goes into this Christianity and all, you see what I'm saying? That was a big ritual because it went along around the same time that the Kennedy thing went down in Atlanta. With this thing with the Kennedy. So all this stuff here is a big elaborate ritual on what is being put down. That's very key. Now you got your boy Imam Esau, or Dr. York, down in Atlanta. Another thing too, this is another thing. Quit goddamn praying. Fuck the dumb shit. That's another damn thing. Quit fucking praying. That ain't shit but begging. Because when you pray, you goddamn giving your energy to some other shit. And you are recognizing a power higher than you, and you the highest power. So all that goddamn praying and shit ain't nothing but fuck them niggas up there. Fuck them. First of all, the original prayer was affirmation. You trying to doggone get something into your subconscious mind and make it a reality. But this shit done been blown out of hand and we praying and all that shit. Fuck them, they ain't doing shit. And especially this shit, you know damn all the hell we done caught that if anything don't work, it's prayer.
I know that's right. Work by now.
You see what I'm saying? Now what has happened if you've had something to manifest is because you put it in your subconscious enough until it manifested. And that's how it is, it's affirmation. But it ain't no pray to no bitch up there, no whore up there, no nigga up there. Fuck them. We are the gods, and the only one gonna raise you up if you don't understand that. So that's one thing too. I don't pray to nobody. You see what I'm saying? I command. I told Azazel and all the rest of them, the ones that's on our side, I said, look, my goddamn rent better be paid next month. I want to hear that goddamn shit. So sure enough, the nigga stepped off a plane. I went to the damn airport to pick up a brother. Brother stepped off the plane. He said, oh, by the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I said, I don't even need to ask. No. Oh, are you sure? I said, I don't need to even ask, goddammit. You done came with what I said. Because don't be hell to pay if I don't get this goddamn rent. You see what I'm saying? But I took like 2 months off to do some more research. And all, I said, no, my shit gonna be paid, it's gonna be hell to pay. And that's what we talking about. We're talking about lining up the energies in you and stuff, and you got to curse these bastards out. Why? Because you the one that went through the hell down this motherfucker to deserve the right to get ass in the universe. So fuck every motherfucker who ain't on the side. Yeah, they entities and shit, but you got to curse them out. That's what James Hillman is saying in his book, Dreams in the Underworld. When you get the dreams, he talks about how Hercules, which is the physical body, when he goes to the underworld, which he's meeting up with our entities on our side, he's got to get mad. Because they done been dormant so long until they still want to sleep. So he got to get mad and say, damn that shit. So now, if something go wrong, the first thing I get mad, and I say, look, y'all motherfuckers, I ain't having this shit. Just like your mama used to go, look, I ain't having this shit. You see what I'm saying? You talk to them. Look, I don't want to hear the damn, I don't want to hear. This is no negotiation. I done prayed to your ass too damn much. Now, I'm running the damn show because they're the one that's trapped. Our energy is trapped and they need us to damn get us out. So fuck it, I ain't having it. And that's how this thing has got to be. You see what I'm saying? That's how this thing has got to be. It can't be no bullshit. Oh, please. And I ain't talking about no, oh, a leg bar, I need this. No, I ain't having it. I ain't having it. Because I tell you what, when I do get to the point where I see your ass, go be hell to pay. Me and you. So I don't want to hear no shit. And that's how you get response. That's how you get response. That's the key. That's the key. See, the key is when you go to the Greek mythology, the Egyptian mythology, the Christ up in there is Horus, a Hercules, a Perseus, a Dionysus. You'll find out one thing they do. From the time they enter the scene, the only thing they do is they go and they kick ass. Anybody come in their way, they're going to slay somebody. Now what does this mean? This means that they are in the position now because that energy is stored up. They got to go up in there and they got to subdue this shit and break it down so this energy can do its will. You are the master. You see what I'm saying? You are the master. So that's the key with the dragon slayer on the journey. He has to go, and this particular old age energy that's been stored so long, which is our energy, it has to be bust up and synthesized, and we can use that energy. And you do that type of thing by commanding. Now the other system is, oh, peace and quiet. That's to get up on the astral realm. That's a different realm. And ultimately, that's not our realm because we are underworld deities, because we have a subconscious and we have a soul, and the soul that we have is coming from another dimension. Those gods don't have no damn souls. That's what you get in the movie, the movie Prophecy. Gabriel and them didn't have what the man had. You see that all in the Bible. They don't have what you got. You see what I'm saying? So we'll get deeper into that as we go on. Let me just get through this particular stuff that's going down. You got your boy Dr. York and Raboni, that's the brother down in Eatonton, Georgia, building the pyramids and stuff. You know, and all that. See, but they got him on C-SPAN and a couple of other things where they're showing it. Anytime they start showing you on national news, that means that they're getting ready to do some stuff. So they've already hinted around based on the Jim Jones thing, because he got people living on the land, so gonna be some shit gonna go down, because they don't take nothing but a couple of agents to pull something off. You see what I'm saying? So that's what's getting ready to happen to this thing. They're gonna set it all up, and then the next thing you know, somebody either gonna get killed on a mass level or some stuff, because the government don't report stuff because you're down there. The simple fact, the reason why I know that is because you had the Afrocentric movement, Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Leonard Jeffries. You had just tons of people that you never even heard of on the news. You see what I'm saying? They've never even talked about me on the news, and somebody got me on Manhattan Cable up there every damn Wednesday night at 1 o'clock in Manhattan. And they say the Jews watch the shit religiously. You see what I'm saying? Well, I know who the sister did it, and but she did it 2 years before I even knew it. I told her, don't put me on the damn TV. But she went and did shit anyway. She told me I'll put your ass on the TV the damn next week. But anyway, it didn't matter. I didn't willingly go. So it's just a video, but I'm on that. But my point is that they know about me. But you ain't heard no shit like that. There's a crazy nigga running around here talking about the devil and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because they understand based on the real deal. Number one, I say, no, look, I'm giving the people a whole bunch of bibliography to read also too. So therefore a person can make up their own mind, because they don't want to introduce a certain amount of people to a certain amount of knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So they can attack Farrakhan and stuff because he don't give out a bibliography and another dimension of knowledge that a person can go and use their own brain. So Raboni, Dr. York, they can attack him because all his books, basically, they don't have a bibliography to them. So it'll just look like a crazy man. So the point is, what I'm trying to make is, whenever they do this, they're trying to set somebody up so they can do some things on a mass level. And so if you ever seen any pictures of him or things on the TV and you up here, that means in actuality they're trying to set this shit up this way. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't, what's that?
I don't know what I've seen about 3 weeks ago, they had them on like extra or something like that.
Extra.
You talking about the guy with the pyramid?
Yeah, see? Extra, C-SPAN, they don't put you on the TV, they got white people, like I said, they got white boys. They got a white boy in Chicago, nobody don't even know he exists. This guy, he wrote this book here. It's out of print. Vodun Gnostic Workbook. This is a white boy that family was into the whole Vodun thing and stuff like this. They don't even mention this cracker name.
Berkeyats.
Yeah, they don't even mention his name. And stuff. You know, they got several ones they don't even mention their name. So that's how you know when they mention their name, they get ready to set somebody up. You know, they're gonna sit. So they give you somebody, and it's just like the David Koresh thing and all the other shit. You see what I'm saying? You knew about him a couple of months before they killed his ass or whatever. So that's very key. They got this. You know, it's interesting because they got this satellite that they shot up in the air. I think in April of something called Deep Impact. And basically, they're supposed to go up there. It's a missile. And I think it's a bomb or something. And basically, it's supposed to go to this comet and stuff, you see what I'm saying? And do basically what the movie did. It's either going to explode the comet or it's supposed to land on the comet and bring back all this information or whatever. And they said, well, you know, we didn't get it from the movie. Come on, man, please. The movie is it's a package deal. They coincide with each other. So the movie and stuff, they announced it a year before they even launched the whole thing with the Deep Impact thing, you see. Showing you how to do it. Now, there's another thing based on CD technology. What happened with CD technology is, for the first time, they were able to produce a music with it that doesn't enter into the inner melanin realm. It's like a reverse dog whistle. You can hear the sound, but your inner melanin cannot hear the sound. Because remember, music comes from the word muse. A muse is a Greek goddess, Greek fairies that inspire, and basically muse is nothing but a component of melanin. It is the part of the melanin that responds to music. So they call it muse, and they named the word music after the word muse. They got a movie out about Muse. What's the girl? Sharon Stone is playing it in this particular movie. And she's inspiring these people, and then come to find at the end of the movie she escaped from the crazy house, and everybody thinks she was a Greek goddess. And so they were literally, their careers started getting better, and she kept saying, I just inspire. So when it come to find out she was a fake, basically they had tapped into an area of their own originality and their own genius that made them do better. You see what I'm saying? But basically the CD technology they have now is, I don't believe there's, when they switched everything over to CDs in 1990, that's the last time you heard music. You see what I'm saying? And you do that when you go back and get you some albums and stuff and listen to them. You see what I'm saying? So basically it doesn't get into the inner realm of the melanin. And they had to do that now because they understood that if music is muse is a component of melanin, then they understood that that was going to be a faction or a factor to raise you to another level in the 1990s, which it was prophesied that would happen. So they had to cut out those particular things, and that digital sound, basically, they can literally take something and you hear it as music, but you don't really hear it. When the last time you really got off on a song where it really got next to you? You see what I'm saying? And we ain't talking about no gospel. We just talking about just some good damn, some real deal good Al Green on your ass. Where you say, man, this is some shit. So basically they can actually take the technology, whereas they'll give you the music, but it's not the same as the music that you were listening to, you see what I'm saying, when it was really tapping into that energy. You see what I'm saying? Really tapping into that energy. You know that when you go to something live. It don't really, you see some people live that you really didn't like on the album, but because they live, you be like, oh, this shit here is getting down. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just showing you the reason why they do this is because they had to shut down a certain amount of energy which you were going to be rising to, because those muse, that particular stuff is a component of the melanin that reacts to music. You see what I'm saying? But basically now they don't even have to do the technology, man. Most of the rap music with all the samples and shit is, you know, is just basically not music. You see what I'm saying? It's not music. So they also found out that even a good rapper that's got talent, his own voice could do some stuff. So they had to go and get you some crazy hollering shit. And even your talent stuff from the last, you know, from the late 80s, early 90s and stuff is being destroyed on that particular level also too. So this is, and also this has something to do with that low radio wave frequency and all this stuff they're dealing with at this particular time. Whereas in actuality it's a form of distortion. So it's about like Chinese water torture or something where you think you're hearing music, but you're hearing some shit that's really fucking you up spiritually.
Right.
You see, because they're able to, with the technology, to put one type of thing that you're listening to, but your subconscious is getting a distorted sound that's making you go crazy and shutting down everything in your body. So you just go to sleep all the time. Although you're awake and stuff, you still sleep.
Yeah.
So the conscious level, you go get the movie They Live. It was a frequency, a wave that they had that put everybody to sleep. Although you walking every day and you're a zombie state, you are still asleep. You see what I'm saying? You're awake, but you're asleep. And so the music puts you to sleep. While you're awake, it puts your consciousness to sleep. Meanwhile, you're getting this music, there's a surface music and your ears can hear that, but the other stuff is shutting your system down. So therefore, people are walking around like zombies and shit. You see, it's like the Pied Piper. If you cut off the radio, people will wake up. Because on the movie They Live, when they shut down the frequency, the people woke up. So they are able to do this with the CD technology. Put one song up, and under the other shit is making motherfuckers zombies. And making them zombies, and it's got something to do with black people, because I get on the train riding in Atlanta and every black person got on headphones. White people got books. I get on the motherfucking plane, like my man Cohen was riding. He said Cohen was riding on the plane, he looked and all the white people had books and all the black people had headphones on. You see what I'm saying? That shit is going straight to them and all, you see what I'm saying? And like down to the 5 schools in the AU Center, it's all you hear all day. It's just this music, this and I'm looking at one day, I said, this shit is crazy. But what had happened was in '94, it started, but because as you become more spiritual, you become more sensitive to things. So in 1994, this stuff started giving me a headache. You see what I'm saying? It started giving me a headache. Because it's distortion. So most people, and so basically also because most older people are not into that particular category of music, it gives them a headache. That's because they're not listening to it all the time. But even that, a woman in her 60s came up to me and she said, am I being programmed? I said, why? She said, because I listen to all the stuff that the young people listen to, and over a while I started liking it, and now I'm getting into it. She said, that ain't even music of my era. I said, yeah, they program your ass through the radio. That's right. And also too, it resembles sleep. So he says, you gotta go back and get the movie. He said, we are all being put under an artificial intelligence that resembles sleep. So what this music is actually doing is shutting you down. Because one day back in '93, see, sometimes I just spurt things out. I was in '93, I said, God damn it, when the music shut off, we'll all wake up. I said, what the hell you say that for? I said, damn, I said, well, you're right. If the music shuts off, we'll all wake up. Because it's not music, it's something putting people to sleep. Or artificial intelligence that resembles sleep. So therefore we walk around zombie. Because I'm looking at this, because based on the book, The Sign and the Serpent by Mark Balfour's book, where they talk about the conference where everybody was supposed to wake up by the 1990s, based on the Kundalini energy. Sign of the Serpent, his book, based on the Nostradamus things, based on even the Rosicrucian, the book, the Rosicrucian Cosmos Conception. Real old book, but they talk about how these pineal glands going to come online in the 70s, in the 90s. And they talk about, you know, even your boy Edgar Casey says, you know, it will be something that's going to incarnate an avatar called John Pineal. He was thinking it was a real person. John in Egypt is Tahuti, and Tahuti is the god of melanin. You see what I'm saying? And pineal is talking about the pineal gland coming on and will bring everybody to a new initiated or a new awareness. So if these things was all prophesied by the whole New Age movement, You see what I'm saying? All this type of stuff. And now niggas is walking around worse than they were in 1990 when we started waking up. All of a sudden we started waking up, and all of a sudden we became dead again. That means that it's coming through the music. And that resembles sleep. Now the reason why I know that it's a government conspiracy, they got 5 schools down there in Atlanta, right across the street from each other. If you've never been there before, you would think that they, like down the street, they're right across the street. You can walk from one campus to the other. And every day, the music companies come up there and give them free cassettes. And I said, wait a minute, I went to this school 10 years ago. I was up in these schools 10, 14 years ago. I was up here. And the music companies ain't never gave us shit. And they got posters. They'll come in and they'll put up these posters, and they have cassettes every day, giving them free cassettes. Free cassettes, passing the shit out.
Go to sleep.
Free CDs, passing it out. You see what I'm saying? The music companies down there, Warner Brothers, Church Song, free CDs, the radio stations, and they constantly, every day, giving them free music. And when you go down there now, all you hear is the music is playing, all in the cars, and all the people walking around sleep with skull caps on and shit. Same monolithic attitude, and all these people from different areas, but they all got the same mannerisms and everything. Yo, motherfucker from damn Boston, nigga from California, nigga from damn Seattle, white, I'm saying, man, this shit is crazy. You thinking that shit normal? That shit is crazy. You see what I'm saying? You know a motherfucker from South Carolina when he came up here. You know a nigga from New York when he come to damn South Carolina. Now all of a sudden, everybody the same now. Everybody the same as the shit on the TV. And they passing out these cassettes here. Take it, here. Well, on the white campus, like I think I told you, they're all into jazz appreciation. They're 19, little white girls, 19, walking around with Miles Davis. Hurt me to my heart. White girl got a stack of, I'm going to get some fucking Miles. I can't find the shit, because this bitch got the shit up in the car. She's 19. See, so on the white campuses, on the white college campuses, they done do jazz appreciation, blues, the funk, James Brown. You see?
They had Professor Mack here last year, and he was saying that, you know, the Encyclopedia of Jazz, I don't know how often it comes out.
Yeah.
It's a book that tells
Right.
you information. He said, I don't know, I can't remember verbatim, but he says the definition of jazz now is that jazz was created by blacks, but the whites have now taken it over.
Yeah. So now they teaching them jazz appreciation. Some other guy, this guy 18. He's 18 and stuff. He working at Starbucks up there. He said, no, put on this tape. He gonna put it on the tape, take this, put on the tape and all. And he was like, damn, he was playing some Herbie Hancock, Man-Child. I said, yeah, man. I said, you know, I was telling him about Secrets came out in I said that came out in 76. I say and Thrust came out in 75. And I was looking at, I said, wait a minute, I'm talking to an 18-year-old white boy. He got to get that. But yet you go on the damn yard, I went on there and said, fuck Master P and all the black people in the damn place up there up at the school where all the black schools want to kill me. Fussing and stuff. And I said, yeah, that's his mind control. They passing out these doggone CDs and all free music. I said, damn, they never gave nobody no free music before. They passing it out and stuff, but the music got that signal on it, putting niggas to sleep, and you should see them. Dead. No consciousness whatsoever.
That's right.
One guy that teach up there, he said, man, he said, it's no sense of even coming up here trying to speak. Meanwhile, up there, they got a hands-off policy. They told the professors and all, you don't even see them in at the school at all. They just go to class, teaching, go get in their car and go home. So you don't get the thing where you got these mentors and people walking around the college campus where the children have somebody grown to look up to. So basically the students are running the campus totally, and it's all based on hip-hop university. You see what I'm saying? And they're running the whole shit like that. Meanwhile, you go on the white campus and stuff, it's all about jazz appreciation. You see what I'm saying? And one of my boys, he teaches 2 white schools. He said, I'm telling you, the students are different. They got more intellect, they into more shit, and not only that, we can have this conference up there and it'll be all white. You see what I'm saying? Be all white. It was interesting because we went there, we went to and did an Egyptology seminar at a white school. And the place was full of white people. And a white woman in her 60s, she said, She said, this is sad. She said, ain't hardly no black people up in here. She said, yesterday we had a damn step show, and it was packed with black people, hundreds of them. And she said, now you all up in there talking about your knowledge that they need to know. This is what the white woman said. And she said, I don't see a damn black person up in here. You see what I'm saying? It was full of white people. That's the way things are going. Let's go on. You all right? Yeah. Okay. All right now, let's deal with some stuff here. I want to deal with some stuff. Like I said, they got this, be aware of the hair samples on the jobs. Because that's just more cloning techniques also too. Be aware of those particular things. Also too, like I told you yesterday about how the brother went into prison and he said they came and got him and he don't know what happened. But the brother and the sister says, that was telling me it's her first cousin. She said, she said, that ain't my first cousin. She said, I don't know who that is. He looked like my first cousin. He sounded like my first cousin. But she said, I can feel it. That's not the same guy that left and went to prison. So they cloned the brother. So it's the same thing happened with this other guy. I don't think I told you this last time. It's this other guy, this sister named Tabitha down there. She got a brother that she grew up with. They went to first grade together. They graduated high school together. He got in the cellular crack or whatever and went to jail. You know, went to jail in the late 80s and stuff. She's 32 now. He get out of jail about 2 years ago. She asked him, they the same age now. How old are you? I'm 22. This was when she was 30. This nigga didn't even know how old he was. How old are you? I'm 26. I'm 26. What the fuck up with you, nigga? You don't know how old you are. I mean, I can see if you damn 85 and don't know, but damn, a person 30 and don't know they 30? Right. And so she's like 30, she's like 33 now, and now he's 29. He's getting, well, I'm 29. You see what I'm saying? Clone the nigga. See what I'm saying? #1 cloning centers. See, this stuff is very key. You see what I'm saying? And so the sister, this sister is 39 now. She's 40, I think she's 42. And she's talked about how when she was a little girl, she had pneumonia. She said, this was in 1968. She had pneumonia. She was a little girl. They came in the room and they got her. Took her. They came in the room, she said about 4 or 5 doctors came in her room and got her. Told her mom and them, you can't be around. And she said all she remembered, she was laying on a table with 5 and 6 white doctors all around her, and they were sticking this thing up her spine. And she was hollering to the top of her voice. And they was experimenting on her, and they was taking this amniotic fluid. And I said, well, good thing. I said, basically, that was the experiment that was going on. I said, if you would have entered the hospital in 1975, they probably would have started cloning you behind. But they were doing all these experiments. She had remembered the experiments. And she said that she said in the late 70s, I think she was 18 or whatever, she got pregnant and had a child. And they came to her and they told her that the child had died. She said, and about 3 hours later, they came back and said, oh, we made a mistake, your child didn't die. And she said, but it was interesting. She said, she never got the feeling that the child was hers. She said, and not only that, the child, you know how certain children, they want to be around their mother when they're young, let's say, you know, their babies and stuff, the mother move out, go out of the room, they'll run behind them or something special, as company is there. She said the baby would never leave and come behind her or nothing. The baby could go to any other person and stuff, and wouldn't. She said there was no connection. She said they became close after he got in high school based on, you know, just basically that's his mother or whatever. But when the baby was young, she said that the baby, there was no connection between both of them. You see see what I'm saying? So in actuality, they must have gave her another baby or whatever type thing. You see what I'm saying? And must have gave her another baby as an experiment. There's a lot of shit go down, man. This damn devil boy, this cracker, man, a lot of stuff. What's that?
Take a break in 5 minutes. We have dinner and stuff.
Oh, you want to take a break in 5 minutes? How many hours is that so far?
About 2.
Oh shoot, it's going good. Shit, I ain't started the lecture yet. Anyway, let me explain something based on this doggone alien abduction. Because it's interesting how all these white people have all these alien abductions, and I got problems with that. Well, they do have it, but I'm saying, hell, why is it this is what I do for a living, and to this day, I don't know no damn alien abductions in no ghetto. This shit is alien to us. I'm yet to see some niggas say, yeah, they come and took me up on the ship, and none of this. But what it is what I found out based on some stuff is basically what they do is they're cloning a lot of, this America is a big experiment for black and white people because Europe, you know what I'm saying, that's what they're concerned with. This is an experiment. They call it the American experiment. So what is happening here is they were coming, they were cloning these white people. And when these white people start missing time, they will program in this alien abduction thing to cover up the fact that they was started mass cloning them too. You see what I'm saying? Now, like I mentioned yesterday, the reason why they're doing a lot of mass cloning down here also is because a lot of them are going to that damn space station up there that they had built since the 70s. You ever thought about it? No, my point is, what the hell are you taking the space shuttle up there every damn month for? Just to hunt for rocks and shit? Come on. You know what I'm saying? Spending billions of dollars up there if the space station is not up there. You understand what I'm saying? So they're building this space station up there. You see what I'm saying? And so basically they are cloning a lot of people and they are putting their duplicates down here. But that particular void in between cloning them where they can remember being cloned, even the clone, when they wake up, they can remember a bunch of people standing around it. So basically what they do is they're programming the alien thing. And in so many words, let me tell you one of the tricks is. One of the tricks is this. Go get the movie Fire in the Sky. And when he goes in there and he's laying on the table, which is supposed to be a true story that happened in 1973. They tell you at the beginning of the movie. So if it's a true story, because you can get sued for telling a lie, it's a true story that happened in 1973 or 75 or whenever. When he goes in there and he's on the table, he looks in a closet and he sees a closet full of the suits with the bug-eyed people you always see. Why is it they always see these people with these bug eyes? That's because that's the suit that the people who cloned them get into. So when they wake up, they can see that shit. You see them coming from? And these people legitimately, they got tons of books, thousands of books on this alien abduction. And then when they wake up, they will see that bug-eyed person. You see what I'm saying? And don't see the damn scientists that did the shit. Hell, it might be a nigga they know. You see what I'm saying? And that's the mystery behind this shit. But you see it in the movie Fire in the Sky. You see? So when they wake up, they see these men around them with these big old bug eyes, these big ass gray looking heads. You see what I'm saying? These big gray looking heads. And they say, I saw these people working on me. That's because they cloned them, and between the void of them waking up, they got to, for the time it was missing, they got to put something in there. You see, him and then you. What's that?
Yeah, we talked about this about 5 or 6 years ago. A friend of mine and I, before I retired, and we had thought that they were carrying a lot of eggs and sperm up there instead of people. It's more efficient. You get a whole lot more up there, and you can get births and everything in space.
Oh, with the space station?
Yeah.
Could very well be. All that is to be considered. What's that?
How long do you think it would take to grow a clone from beginning to end?
For what I know, no more than about 3 hours now, or about 3 hours now. It used to take longer. But let's put it this way: when the brother said that they came and got him that night in the prison, and he woke up the next morning, obviously we're talking about a short process. As a matter of fact, I will say, when you go get the movie Fifth Element, when you see that, when they put that woman together on the thing, they clone that body, we might be looking at a real cloning process. See, you have to think this way in this apocalyptic age. What you could be seeing is a legitimate cloning process that's going on that they showed you, but you programmed to think it's all about movies. Only thing they got to do is just throw in special effects and you'll think it's a movie. And whenever you speak out and say, I saw you clone somebody on the movies, they say, no, that's special effects. See? So for the mere fact that they introduce you to special effects, that they can do everything now in special effects, the mere fact they can show you the real shit. Just like, I'm going to show you another thing. Go get the movie Handmaid's Tale. Where they showed that at the beginning of the movie, they showed them shipping out these black people. And there was not no black people from no ghetto. These was niggas in suits and ties and all kind of shit. That was a real exodus where they was putting black people on trucks in the movie and shipping them out. But they showed it in the movie, and for the mere fact that you thinking it's Hollywood, you thinking it's some fake shit. You see what I'm saying? So what we get is we're talking about basically a matter of hours. If you get the movie Judge Dredd, he said we could replace our losses overnight. So we're talking about that kind of thing. That's how you clone up thousands of people. You clone them up and all because it don't take no time. You see what I'm saying? This is a reality. You see what I'm saying? They can grow that tissue that much, that fast. But my point is that these people have been doing this since 1945 with Nazi Germany. From 1945 to 1999 is how many years? About 54 years? 54 years, and they don't tell you about the technology, and you still don't know, and they got 54 years to work on something. Then that means they got the technology to do that, but the simple fact is old technology. But you just don't know about it. So you say, I can't perceive somebody doing that. That's because they got you in some other time zone thinking these motherfuckers are some doc on fucking gun smoke. Give him some lard in them. You know what I'm saying? You thinking doc on gun smoke, and this motherfucker someplace in the 2000 teens. That's what time it is. How much tape you got?
Well, I got a bunch of tape, but...
Okay, so, let me just get to this last little thing. Number one, this, they start, you know, they got this affirmative action thing going on all over the country. Number one, that whole thing is about, that whole thing is a form of mind control too. To get you arguing over affirmative action, to take your mind off of some other shit that they doing. You see what I'm saying? When basically you didn't, I mean, hell, the only people benefited from that shit was some elite niggas anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because you stupid to really think that the white boy got to hire you. Oh, I got to hire you. You know, that's some bullshit in the first place. But the whole thing of cutting something out is because they want you to be focused on something else and get all mad about that when you're supposed to be tapping into some other shit. You see what I'm saying? Tapping into some other stuff. So, what we're gonna do is I want you to go and get the book, The Other Bible. I think that guy name is Barnstone. I think it's Barnstone. Brownstone. I think it's Barnstone, The Other Bible. You got to get that book because all of those scriptures. So when you go see the movie Stigmata, remember that all the scriptures that they dug up in 1945, you're gonna get in the Other Bible. Because if you don't know, it's a blue book with a red stripe, a burgundy stripe. The Other Bible are Bentley Layton's Gnostic scriptures. Those two books are must-reads. And all right, but in that Gospel of Philip, I was reading this because this is something that we're supposed to be dealing with now, where it says this particular thing that struck me very key. And it said that a slave seeks only to be free, but does not hope to acquire the estate of his slave master. So they got us all on the wrong path. Our whole life is preoccupied with acquiring the estate of the slave master. You understand what I'm saying? Because to acquire a state and enslave you is to remain a goddamn slave. The institution itself is a slave quarters, and can nothing come out of it but slavery. Slavery. So to be included in any damn shit is to remain a damn slave. You see. And this is in the Gospel of Philip, which is one of the Gospels taken out of the Bible also too. Let me just get through this page here and we're going to quit. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. The actual Mary Shelley's Frankenstein was inspired by the same Hermetic text that I talk about, Hermetica. The literal text, she read this stuff that came out of the Library of Alexandria and inspired her to write this Frankenstein, and basically it bears witness to the whole Yakub theory. That she took the Hermetic text that says that some people don't have souls. But also the same Hermetic text says that our biggest problem is making another human, or making another man. That's what the Hermetic text says. So she was inspired by this, just as H.G. Wells was inspired to write the Island of Dr. Moreau, based on the whole Yakub thing, based on being good friends with Rudolf Steiner. So she was inspired by this particular information, and there's a book called The Gnostics by Tobias Shurton, C-H-U-R-T-O-N, Tobias Shurton. In his particular book, he documents basically her being inspired by this. But remember, it's interesting because the Asclepius Asclepius is a central character in the Hermetic text, and Asclepius is the Greek word for Imhotep. But then again, on the other hand, we've also got the brother Moomin that wrote the book The Secret Waters of the Pyramids, and he talked about that Imhotep had something to do with the whole Yakub thing. Now I said, why did he mention that? Well, first of all, he said Elijah Muhammad says he's a big head scientist.
Yeah.
And he might have drawn the parallel, but it was interesting because C. Freeman L. was talking to me one time. He's very psychic. And he mentioned, he said, that Imhotep thing was some Yakub stuff.
They talk a whole lot about him, how great Imhotep was.
You see, as worshiping him as a god.
Yeah.
And he ended up being worshipped even in late Greece, which was white Greece, as Asclepius, the father of their medicine.
Right. And they got him in the mummy.
Yeah, they got him in the mummy, yeah. As Asclepius, the father of medicine. And then we get this thing that Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is about the same thing. It's tied to Asclepius because the text, one of the main texts in the Hermetic material is Asclepius Imhotep. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about some Yakub stuff.
They celebrating him.
They do. You see what I'm saying? Whereas they might attribute him to the father of their race. You see what I'm saying? What's that?
Yes, in some of your earlier tapes that you made, like Scientific Philosophy and Thunderdog, I was wondering, why did you switch from being humble and humility to a whole different approach?
Me?
Yeah.
Because what happened was, and it's a good thing you asked that question. It's good. See, that's when you really get things spiritually going. It's a great question you asked because it has a lot to do with things. And I addressed this, I think, the last couple times I came. Total different. What happened is this. The more spiritual I came, although I was humble, and I'm still humble with the simple fact that that basically I'm not the type of person that you can't talk to. You know, you get a sense of air around certain people. You can't even ask no questions or whatever, and they'll come in and speak and they'll leave and all that kind of stuff. Like when I went to Hampton, brothers like, you know, so what you want to do? You want a hotel and stuff? I like, no, I stay here in the goddamn dormitory. So I stayed up in the dormitory with them. You know, slept in one of the niggas' beds and shit, you know what I'm saying? Whereas if I was some other kind of nigga, like, no, you gotta give me a hotel room.
Oh, yeah.
But my point is this here, the loudness and the cursing and all of that stuff, this wild-like type thing, the more spiritual I got, the more my behavior became that way because basically it's a certain energy that's being channeled. When I pour a libation, this is the actual energy that's actually coming. So in actuality, that's a good question, but I found out that the more spiritual I got, the more and more I became more in sync with myself. and the more and more I become in sync with myself, this is the way it's just a comfort and just another way of doing things. Whereas, remember now, shit, I'm in my first things, I'm coming from the university. I'm coming off that damn college level, so I gotta come up in there, you know, and try to be the scholar, you know, talk low and all kind of stuff like this and all that. I'm saying, and my mother gave me this question. She said, you know, you gotta stop being so loud. I said, well, goddamn, you loud as shit. We was born loud.
Right.
Well, and she made the question, this back in like 1974. She said, well, you know, maybe if we didn't lose our own civilization, I don't know why she's saying this, maybe if we didn't lose our own civilization, we might be loud. Well, even if you study the text of Rudra, he's the howler, he's loud, which is another form of Osiris. Dionysus, which is he's loud. So even that type of thing, that's that white man thing and all, because I remember Juju saying, he said, look, he said, they can't take your energy when you out there hollering like that because you hurt white people's ears. Remember they say about the melanin? The melanin is they're trying to tell you to be quiet because when you talk, you hurt their ears based on that melanin. They don't have melanin, so they can't take certain sounds. And they can't hear certain sounds. So it's just like a baby. You know, a baby, you can't holler around a baby and it'll scare the baby to death. Well, it's just like them. They never developed that melanin in the ear, so they can't hear certain sounds. We're loud and stuff like that because we can take it. And we're focusing and going inwardly. And also, basically, what you're dealing with here is not a political decision for you to get allowed. As I became more and more in tune, the more and more I became loud, rowdy, uncouth. And also symbols a person that's not necessarily trying to line up with the laws of this particular realm. Because this realm is fragile. So we're talking about a total reversal from what everybody's supposed to be all about. Ooh, ooh, that's some old Pope shit.
And you keep us focused.
Plus, you got the Pope shit. He's talking, ooh, be quiet. But you go to Africa, they got the drums and shit, motherfucker jumping up 4,000 feet in the air, doing all kind of shit, fire going and stuff like that. What's that?
Did you know a book, Jambalaya?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what after the Juju incident, someone sent me that book to read, and it
Yeah.
said that the reason that you had voodoo and all of that, I thought perhaps that's what I was going to. It was because they used that to keep the white people away while they went and worshiped back in the woods in Louisiana. They made noises and chicken. That's why you had chickens.
No, in actuality, that's one aspect. But the vodun with the chickens and all that kind of stuff, that's supposed to be done.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's the spiritual aspect and all. And that's why I recommend that book Dionysus, which is another form of Osiris, because what's it explaining is he's a mad god, he's a wild god, because it's trying to explain something about the essence of the energy and not just so be obedient, because that's a form of slavery. You see what I'm saying also too? So me doing this wild crazy stuff is no different than the Africans was doing some stuff on another level also too.
But really what you're saying is you have to act like melanin. What is melanin?
That's right.
Chaos.
It's chaos. Yeah. The chaos. What is chaos? Well, remember they say, well, what is this thing in phantoms? Say chaos, pure and simple. And we are chaos beings. The other shit is to shut down our energy. So what happened is I became that way, and I became that way because I became more spiritual. The other shit would be some fronting shit. I come up in here and all of the divine spirit like a goddamn preacher. You know, one damn preacher, his church burning down, he got so used to speaking this way, he said, I don't even know. My church. I said, motherfucker, your church burning down. And you still up here, and the Lord, and the Lord, and the Lord. So I said, bitch, your church burning down. Hello? Your ass from Mississippi, nigga, don't front with me like you from England and shit. Most niggas be like, oh shit, I'm back in that church. Lord. Fucking idiot. It's crazy. So, it's crazy. I want to get this one last piece in. Go back and get the Men in Black. We're gonna end right. Go get the movie Men in Black. The movie Men in Black, they talk about the bug. Now I told you that the bug is the bug was The scarab. Remember, did I tell you about the black people that went to? I didn't tell you about the black people that went to the bug represents the scarab, you know, and all that. But there were some black people that live up in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. They moved from Chicago. They used to be with Delbert Blair, and they moved to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I don't know, did I tell you about that? No. Anyway, they in the supermarket. They in the doggone supermarket. White people know their name. What the fuck? How these crackers know my name? They're like one of the only black families up there, and all the white people in the community know them, and they don't know none of the white people. So they got to talking to a white person one time and said, you know, we're into the metaphysical thing. And the woman said, oh yeah? She said, well, we got this ritual going on. Won't you want to come with us? And she said, she knew that this was dangerous because she get there and her ass the ritual. You know, she said, but the spirit said she just couldn't stop. She said, yeah. So they got in the car and they said they drove for 2 damn hours up in some mountains. And she saying to her, said, oh Lord, what the hell? You may never come back. And they got in the house, and the woman said, we're going up in here, and you can partake in the ritual, and you can just stand by and look. And she said, it was all white people. And she said, when they walked in the house, they said, oh, the scarabs are here. Oh. The scarabs are here. See what I'm saying? The scarabs are here. You see, so all the bugs and all the movies which I was bearing witness to is all based on you. Now look at this. In the movie Men in Black, when he's trying to explain to Will Smith about the thing. First of all, Will Smith said, well, if they got aliens, why don't they tell people are smart? He said, no, people are generally stupid and dumb. Individuals are smart. Right. Said that, and he says, the bug, he said, oh, they're the worst kind. He said, what? He said, look, this is what he said. Like, now look at who they talking about. He said, think of a cockroach. Number one, they brown. They've been around forever. They survived. Crawling through cracks and eating crumbs off other motherfuckers. That's us. Think of a cockroach with an enormous strength. That's us. Strong. A severe inferiority complex. That's us. And a short temper. That ain't the goddamn black man I don't know what I'm talking about. You gotta look at what they, as the way they perceive things. But the average nigga on the street now, he ain't talking about you. You see what I'm saying? Enormous strength, a severe inferiority complex, and a short temper. So they was telling you who the bug was in the movie. That's black people. Or the way they perceive us to be, and on our lowest level, how the niggas you know is that same way. See what I'm saying? Very key to you understand that. Also, in the book Quantum Psychology, I told you they said that some people, Robert Anton Wilson's book Quantum Psychology, which is talking about melanin, because they got two circles, a white circle on there and a black dot on there. Quantum Psychology, real intellectual book. But basically, he's an occultist and stuff. Quantum psychology. In the book, he said some people have one head, and some people have two heads. Yep. The second head is the pineal gland. Also, in the Book of the Dead, we was talking about this today. In the Book of the Dead, there's a ritual of not dying the second death. The second death is once you die, if you don't have a soul, which is the whole melanin pineal thing, you die again because that energy gets destroyed. The only thing that cannot die is the indestructible soul. You see what I'm saying? If we're the original people, the indestructible soul. You see what I'm saying? So the two-headed concept is also talking about the whole pineal thing. But in the movie, The Men in Black, when he goes to show Will Smith, the guy jumps and Will Smith is running this alien down. But he goes to try to find out who the alien is. They go to this store. The guy that played on Wings was playing. And he go up in the store and he got all these guns and stuff. And first thing Tommy Lee Jones does is shoot him in the head. And another head grows back. That represents the pineal. The two-head thing. That's what they're talking about. The inner self. You see what I'm saying? All this stuff is all that was in the actual movie. All that is in the actual movie. So let's take a break. When we come back, let's start back up.
When we come back, would you tell us what went on when this lady went to this ritual?
Yeah, Scarrow.
Yeah.
She said that basically they just stood by and they just watched and they didn't partake in it and nothing happened. I think they was protected, but on the other hand, I think that the white people secretively they wouldn't bother them because see they value them being in the town because they can draw off their energy. If you got a town where you only got 1 or 2 black people living in the whole town, then that is your energy source. You see, it's like one sister, the sister Uma down in where I started out at Black Media Speaking, the place used to call Black Media, it's called Cultural Communication. The sister Uma that ran the shop, she said that her father was in the Rosicrucians. And she said her mother resented the fact that when he died, the white Rosicrucians didn't help him when he was sick. She said, but what they used to do, she said that the white Rosicrucians, they would get all these black people up in there, and these black people be going through all the spiritual stuff, the psychic stuff, the spiritual, all the stuff, and they would use their energy to further their research in the thing. So that's why the Rosicrucians started accepting blacks. You see what I'm saying? On the lower ranks, and they use them as the battery. You see? So if you got 1 or 2 blacks in the town, they treasure that. It's just like when I was in high school, one of these teachers moved from South Dakota, and he said that where I'm from, there's no black people. So he said we had one black family move to town, and shit, the damn town like they went crazy because every night. They was fighting over who gonna cook dinner for the new niggas like a novel. I'm gonna have them over tonight. No, I'm gonna have them over tonight. You know, that was the shit, you know. You know, this is like the late 60s. You know, so they was debating on, the families was going in turmoil because the niggas was like, shit, man, we may never have to go to the supermarket. Every night, the white people, but see, it's a novelty to invite the new black person over because it ain't no 500,000 of them. You see what I'm saying? Like that. No. So they was, actually, so they said that we went crazy off this black family. You see what I'm saying? You know, that's what even Grace Jones said when she was over there in France. They would grab her and try to pull her skin off. Try to pull her damn skin off the stage and stuff. What's that?
Well, my grandmother, when she came from Michigan in 1917, she went to, I can't think of the place. She lived in a different part of Michigan. And she had 2 boys, and it was 3 boys actually. And she said all the white people knew that they were there. And she said some days she wouldn't want to leave home because when they would leave out, the white kids, the white people would come up and they would just be filling her kids, filling all of them.
Yeah.
They had to stay in the house until they moved to Detroit.
Right,
They would just all over.
So like the sister said, when they first got there, they was in the supermarket and every white person in the supermarket all knew their name.
Yeah.
She go, how you doing? Speak, how you doing? They go, hi, so-and-so. Hi. And be calling a damn name. How the motherfucker know my name? But it was the only blacks there. That was the energy source. So let's go to a break. You got some food that you want to deal with. And we'll come back and
Me too. Hey, I'm eating this.
And we'll still go. All right. Yeah.
Everybody, can you please return to your seat? So what? It's okay. Hello. I swear, if everybody turn your seat, chill out. So I'll be back on in a minute or two, soon as I get these quick announcements out the way. So, thank you for being quiet. As you know, I'm Atiba King, Tahuti Online, to bring Bobby and a few other folks. On October 16th, I'm putting together a Physician Heal Thyself Festival. It's going to be at the First Unitarian Church on Forest and Cass.
And it actually is a psychic and holistic health fair. You know, I've been talking with Queen Mother Oshindara and Dr. Blair in Chicago and Michael Frost in Cleveland. They'll be here, and some other folks, psychics from the community, plus vendors, you know. And it'll be from 10 a.m. to 5, you know, because I've gone to psychic fairs in the burbs, you know, vending and stuff. And I mean, white folks is doing it, you know, and we got psychics in the community that I don't see that much, and nobody's bringing them out doing it in the community. So I said, hey, it's time for that to happen here, you know.
How much is it?
And booths would be $30, you know, and admission at the door just be $2, you know.
So what was the psychic healing be doing?
The psychic healing,
what are you going to be doing?
well, some of them be reading tarot cards. Some of them, there's one lady who's a sand reader, you know. I mean, like whatever their talent is, you know.
Well, we got a picture of everybody there.
And you got to talk to them, man.
Right, because you need to.
Yeah, I ain't no psychic.
Now, when is this, October 16th?
October 16th.
That's what that was.
It's a Saturday. It's the anniversary of the Million Man March, you know.
Yeah.
The day of atonement.
Yeah. This is a Black Man Citizens Bill. Okay. You know, and I just had a wild idea today about possibly trying to hook up a New Year's celebration. Because every New Year's, you know, I look for some place to go party. But I don't want to be out there, yeah, you know, I want to be out there drinking and stuff with the unconscious people, you know. And, you know, so yeah, you know, I'm going to try to hook that up.
Go to church.
Not those churches either, you know. Like,
not with that shirt on.
Say what?
He said he's talking about some type of ritual to bring in the new year.
No. I wasn't talking about it. I just had the idea today, okay?
He wanted a party.
I'll be talking to y'all. I'm sure everybody has my number. You know, hit me up with some ideas, you know, and like, you know, I get an idea to do something, but I check with everybody to see how to do it, because what the hell do I know, you know? Right. So, you know, I mean, hey, we can do whatever, I don't really care as long as it's positive. You know, I'm down with it. You know? So I just want to let you know that. And let me see. I want to say thanks to Allison Jackson for opening up yesterday. She was excellent. She spoke on that's Allison back there, right there. Yeah, wait. She spoke on Lilith and the coming cosmic changes. And she actually inspired Bobby to speak on Lilith's son today. So, you know, pretty cool. And I'd like to thank Cheerios.Serious for the poetry today, you know, to open up, you know. That was a nice touch. He's given informal readings, you know, at different events. I said, well, let me have him here and say something, you know. Yeah. So, but I'm running out of stuff to say, so I'm shutting up. Bobby Hemmitt.
All right. I had to go change my shirt. Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, yeah, I had to go change my shirt. You know. Well, it's purple. You know, yeah. Which also is a symbol of melanin. When you mix the melanin and the blood together, you get purple. That's also a symbol also too. But I wanted to do something before I started back up. I wanted to, because I want to give the sister the ritual, give everybody the ritual for it while it's still on my mind. This is a ritual that'll cure AIDS, cancer. It'll cure any disease. It'll knock out any disease you want to knock out. As well as you could also use this ritual, I would say once every 2 or 3 months to enhance your aura, because by it being involved coconut, it enhances your aura and also for spiritual cleansing. But this can cure anything, AIDS, like I said, rheumatoid arthritis, anything in the world. This ritual can cure. So basically negative energy, and it's best. You could also go through this ritual, let's say once every 6 months, to clean your aura, to ward off any kind of. Also, it's good for getting all kind of stuff that people put on you, like the roots, negative energy, or any kind of shit like that also too. Or any kind of shit that the white boys throw on your ass and you don't know it. So this is good for this one too. So this ritual is also to Obatala. Obatala, which is also the same as a form of Heru, because of the white is basically the Christ, you know. So it's the same. So this would be the aspect of the Christ of the Yoruba Jesus, because it's also dealing with the crown chakra. Also dealing with the crown chakra too, also. So this is to Obatala. Yeah, it is the person. Now, you're gonna have to get you an egg, a coconut, you know, round coconut.
Okay.
A white plate. It's got to be all white.
Okay.
And no plastic, no paper plate shit. Don't be cheap if you want to be healed with some goddamn paper plates. Some more plastic shit. Some porcelain. Or something white. It don't have to be expensive, as long as that mug ain't no plastic or no paper.
Okay.
You see. A paper plate, white candle. One white candle. Some white cornmeal. How many people need some paper to write this down?
No.
Anybody need any paper to write this down with? Okay, y'all in the same. Okay, so I said egg, coconut, white cornmeal, white candle, white plate.
Right.
How much cornmeal?
Just, it don't cost about 60 cents. Just get you a little bag of white cornmeal. Not flour, not yellow cornmeal, white cornmeal. Just get you a bag. You know, it don't cost about 60 cents to go to get some white cornmeal. I'm going to tell you what to do in a minute. Just go buy, this is what you need to buy. You're going to dress your altar. Now, you can do one way to dress your altar. You could either spread out a white sheet on the floor, or you could put a white sheet, drape it over a table. Okay? All right? You're gonna need 8 pennies. You're gonna need to wear white. I don't give a damn if it's a white baseball suit. Long as the bitch is all white.
Wear white.
You're gonna wear all white.
Wear white.
White dress. You see what I'm saying? All white. White warm-up suit. I don't care what it is or what fashion it is, as long as it's all white.
Yeah, you can wrap a white sheet.
You take a shower. You need to take a shower. And you need to wash your head, because that is the crown chakra is going to be doing the healing, which is the pineal gland. Wash your head. We're all white. Do this ritual. Every day is Obatala's day. Although they say Friday, but mainly I think all days are Obatala day. Every day is Obatala's day. But I want you to do this ritual sometime after 11 o'clock at night. And the reason why I say that is because before then, people are up and they're busy and all these thoughts and negative energy is in the air. So you want to do it at a time when people are settling down. So after 11 o'clock at night, huh?
How about early morning?
Early in the morning, when they halfway in the days.
Yeah.
Early in the morning
Or late at night.
or late at night. Take your pick. If you're a morning person, that might be good. That means your best your energy. If you're a night person, boom. But as long as it's when most people are settling down. Okay? When most people are settling down. Let's see what else. Wash your hair, wear all white. Let's see what else we need to do. Then the ritual. Now, if you're gonna let's put it this way. I'm trying to think here. Would we do this with? Let me see. What I'm trying to say is whether two people can do it. Do they need two plates? No. Two people can do it with the same plate. But I'm trying to think here. I think it would be best to do it if each person needs his own plate. If you're going to do it together. But basically you could always do it by yourself. Yeah. Now, for people that's sick, that's Christian, and don't get into this shit, you can do the ritual for them, but you cannot tell them that you are doing the ritual for them for people who ain't down with this shit. It will cure them if you do the ritual for them. But if they are idiots, please do not tell them that you are doing the damn ritual so that they can doggone spoil the ritual by thinking of anything bad about the damn ritual.
Yeah.
If they are an idiot and dead, do not tell them that you are doing it. Now for yourself, it doesn't matter. For yourself, this ritual will work, but you have to believe in it and know just in case bullshit. You see what I'm saying? That's what you have to do. Now, what you're going to do is this. You're going to drape your table. Let's say you've got your table draped. Let me do this right. Cross back the table. I'm draping the table. This is how you're going to dress your table. Let me just put it out first, and I got to go and do some more things first. Let me just draw this out first, so you'll know. Candle, plate in the middle of the table. A plate in the middle of the table. Now let me do something. I got to draw this so I can tell you how to do this. So you'll know. Let me put this a little bigger so the camera can get it, because I have to explain exactly what to do. What you have to do, okay? Just bear with me 1 minute till I get this. Get you a little old wine glass, you know, or a little fancy cup. It can be straight or whatever. Okay. Now, put some books up here so you know this is some books. Books, cash, shelves, or whatever. You dress the table with. Now, let me explain what this thing is. You're going to take that cracker nut, excuse me, coconut. You're going to take that coconut and you're going to crack the coconut. When you crack that coconut, you know, you go outside, you get your hammer and you crack that coconut, or however you want to do it. You crack that coconut, make sure that that juice, they're going to have some juice going to pour out. I want you to take that juice and I want you to pour it in this glass. Okay? I want you to pour that juice in the glass. Then I want you to cut out 16 hunks of the meat. That's the white portion of the coconut. Make sure you get all that brown stuff off it. You're going to cut 16 hunks out, and you're going to put it around the edge of the plate like a clock and spread it out so they get a little even around the plate. Okay? But they do that. Come on. Oh. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. You're going to cut those chunks out and you're going to put them around the edge of the plate. Then you're going to take the white cornmeal and you're going to put a mound in the middle of the plate. A little mound of white cornmeal in the middle of the plate. Then you're going to crack the egg and you're going to pour on top of that mound. Make sure you get the yolk and the egg white. Mainly when you pour the egg on it, the egg slides out, basically the yolk slides off. Make sure you get some of that yellow yolk across the mound of that white cornmeal.
Can you make a pit there in the top?
You can put an indent, that's what I got here. You can put an indentation in it, and sometimes you can catch it. But sometimes if it rolls off, it doesn't matter. Just pick some off and make sure you put some yellow on top of the white cornmeal.
Just
okay?
the yolk, not the whole egg.
No, the whole egg. You're going to take the egg and you're going to pour it on the cornmeal. But make sure, sometimes it rolls off. Make sure that you get some white and some yellow on top of that cornmeal. Okay? On top of that cornmeal. Then, you put the plate on the table, you get a book, mainly something spiritual book, anything Egyptian, but I would suggest that you go out and buy you a book on Yoruba. Because this book is, so any book on Yoruba, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter, there's a good little books on Yoruba, any little book you can get on Yoruba, or Santeria, doesn't matter, same thing.
Santeria?
Santeria or Yoruba, but basically just get a little book on Yoruba. A book on Yoruba. And you put the book on the table. You can put the Book of the Dead up there, Book of Coming Forth by Dead, any spiritual book. You can even put the Bible up there because we know ultimately that.
Book of Codes.
You see what I'm saying? But any spiritual book, now and you can put anything else. Now how you dress your table is up to you. Whatever you think to come in your mind that you want to put on your altar, that's your spirit telling you to do it. See what I'm saying? So if you want to put some cowrie shells on there, you know what I'm saying, you can do that. Whatever you want to put on your altar, whatever other books you want to put on the altar, you might want to put on there. It might be jambalaya, you might like that. Well, since it's Yoruba, it would act as a good Yoruba book. You see what I'm saying? Or any other book you want to put. However you dress your table after 1, 2, 3, fine. It doesn't matter. After you get the candle, a holy book, and, the plate. Okay? Now, after you wash your head, you're going to take a little bit of this particular coconut juice and put in the top of your head. Just take a little bit. You can take your hand, or you can take the juice and take a little bit out and just make sure you get some on the top of your skull, which is called an epithesis gland. Okay. Then, after you get this all set up, now starts your ritual. First thing to start your ritual is you pour libations. You see what I'm saying? Now, the libations, only thing you got to do is just get any Egyptian book or whatever, and then write down some gods. You see what I'm saying? Pour your libations. With a bucket of water, a little bit of water. Pour your libations. Pour your libations. You see, now, but before you pour your libation, when you light this candle, this is when your ceremony starts. So don't light that candle until you got all this set up. Because when you light the candle, that is officially when your ceremony starts. Okay? And you pour your libations. Okay? Now, you need a piece of paper, and this is what you need to write after you pour your libations. First of all, this is what you need to do. You need to write out specifically what is wrong with you. Okay? On one separate sheet of paper. You write out what you want done. Either if you want a spiritual cleansing, if you want to get rid of AIDS, you want to get rid of crack, or whatever you want to do to heal yourself, you're going to write that on that piece of paper. Now, did I give you the money ritual with the parchment paper last time?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So now, you're going to write what you need. And you can also put down at the bottom that you need some prosperity. You know, and you
Prosperity always helps.
you see what I'm saying? Because some money will wipe clean some goddamn debts. It's all cleansing. You can put that at the bottom if you want to. You see. But that should be secondary. As long as you got your health, you got it all. Well, ask a person who's real fucked up, they'll tell you. So, you're going to write down on a piece of paper. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to take another piece of paper. And what I want you to do is after you pour your libations, what you want to do is you want you to go to a book. Let's say a Yoruba book. Or what you can do is you can go to the book of Psalms and pick out a passage. Now, whatever passage you want, read the passages. Whatever passage that you like, that's the one that your spirit is telling you the one you want. Or if you got Egyptian Book of the Dead, go to the hymn of Ra. And whatever passage that you like in there, that's the one you're going to pick. That's the one your spirit is telling you. And I want you to substitute either Ra, or I want you to substitute either whatever in Psalms, I want you to substitute the passage that has to be to Obatala. Or if you got a Yoruba book, do something to Obatala. Or otherwise you can write out something like an invocation on your own. You don't even have to have the books. You can write out what you want to have as your spiritual invocation to Obatala, which is personal. You can do that too. But you're going to write out your invocation to Obatala. So after you light this candle, hold on one minute, let me do something. After you light this candle, and after you light the candle, and after you pour your libations, then you're going to say that invocation. That is the opening of the ceremony. Y'all getting this? Okay. This is real serious shit. So, this is not, this can, it heal the baby heart. Heal my mama. And one sister, the sister in New York, Bert, this sister used to have me to come have shots to, for one of her nephews had cancer. And she remember she had me come to New York several times to speak. And she remembered on one of my tapes, I gave this out, and she went and got the tape and did it and cured him of cancer. So remember, this disease is only disease. There's no such thing as a disease or any type of ailment that can't be cured. Because the easiest thing to manipulate is the physical realm anyway. It's just because we lost that knowledge don't necessarily mean it's not unattainable. So now you got your libations, you got all this lit, and you got on your piece of paper for your ceremony that you're gonna say. Then after you open up with your benediction, your opening ceremony, the next thing you need to say is this: Obatala. Obatala. I am calling on the gods. Excuse me, in this case it would be the Orishas. I am calling on the Orishas. How do you spell Orisha? O-R-I-S-A. In this case, it's R-O-R-I-S-A'. I am calling on the Orishas on the behalf of the destiny. In this case, because I'm doing it for me, it'll be Bobby Hemmitt. If I'm doing it for my grandmama, it will be her, or whoever you're doing it. So I'm calling on the Orishas on the behalf of the destiny of quote-unquote Bobby Hemmitt. If I'm doing it for me. If I'm doing it for somebody else, it's whatever. Please wipe all impurities all ailments, all disease, all dysfunctions from my body, or in this case of somebody else, from their body. Got that? Yeah. Then you take the piece of paper that you have written what was specifically wrong with you or what you specifically want, and you write that out, and you say that. I want this done, and I want that done, and I want this done. You got it? On the piece of paper. You read that out. Piece of paper that has what you have wrong with you. Any questions?
Okay. If the healing is for me or for someone else, it will come after this.
Yeah, after you please wipe all the impurities, all ailments, all dysfunction, all disease, however you want to word it, from my body. And after that, you would literally say what is wrong with you and specifically what you want. What's that?
We got 3 pages here. 1 page.
Now, it doesn't matter about how... I'm just telling you, you can write on different things. You can write it all on 1 page as long as you get it done.
You said write specifically what is wrong on 1 page.
Yeah.
The next page you're writing a ceremony.
Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, it doesn't really matter. You can, I'm just making it easier. You can all write it all down and do it. Well, as long as you just get the shit done. You see what I'm saying? I don't care about the pages. It has nothing to do with the pages. I'm just saying it might be easier. No, it don't matter about the pages. This is all, because you got to read all this. So you got, you got to read all this.
As long as
you get it all done. I don't care how you do it. That's your own originality. Now, also, play some music in the background. Now, I don't want to hear no shit. I don't want to hear no shit about no goddamn spiritual music. Whatever is spiritual is what your ass likes. You understand what I'm saying? That's your goddamn spiritual music. So if it's James Brown, play fucking James Brown. But don't play no shit that you don't like. Don't play no shit that you don't like for somebody else. And it's your energy.
Right.
Get it? So I went out there, all that bullshit. Play the fuck what you like. This is for you. So I don't go and get no Kirk Franklin or no other bullshit. If your ass don't like that. As a matter of fact, I would suggest not to play no gospel at all. I don't give a shit. Not unless it's some Mahalia.
Right.
Or somebody that got us to the point and stuff, but this new shit. But if you so happen to like some gospel, make sure you like that shit. But whatever, some Duke Ellington, that's real excellent. Because that's real energy. Some Duke or some Ella Fitzgerald, like I said, she can break down glass with her voice when she lives. What the hell you think she can do when she's dead? So anybody, some Aretha Franklin, some Sam Cooke, or whatever, it don't matter. All that spiritual music.
Right.
Some fucking Parliament Funkadelic, I don't give a damn. What's that?
When you're pouring the libations, you have the bucket of water. What are you pouring the water into?
It right here. Pour this in the bucket.
Okay.
Whatever. It can be a pitcher or whatever. How many guys, it doesn't matter. What's that, sister? Huh? You can either be barefooted or use some white socks.
Okay.
Or if you want to get fancy, you can put you some white shoes on. That's up to you, but mainly, I usually do it barefoot, and if I want on something, I'll put on some white socks. Or some white footies or whatever, that's up to you. Okay. All right. So you got the ritual, you said the invocation, you said what was wrong with you. You called on the destiny of the gods, you said what was wrong with you. Now I want you to go back to either the Bible, I want you to go back to either the Book of the Dead or any spiritual book, and I want you to write a benediction. Now these invocations and benediction don't have, it can be a page long, it can be a sentence long, it can be a paragraph long. That's up to you. And I want you to write a benediction and close out. After you get what you did and said what you want, then you give him another passage. What's that?
What is the benediction?
It's just closing. It's a closing ceremony. You know, that's a closing ceremony. You write your closing piece. So you write your benediction or your closing ceremony, and then after you write your closing ceremony, after your ceremony is over, after you close out, you might get real personal and might want to say some shit. Get in the moment and say something. I don't know. It's up to you. However you do your ritual is up to you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You might want to dance a little bit. I don't give a damn.
Right.
However you do your ritual is you.
You mentioned something about 8 pennies, 6 pennies?
I'll get that in a minute.
Okay.
Whenever you ready to close out, you out lighting this candle, but don't blow that candle out. Either put some spit on your hand and knock it out like that, or smother it out, but please don't blow that candle out. That's supposed to be disrespect to not just to God, but to your own energy. So don't blow that candle out. Okay? Just put it out, however you want to do that. Okay. Then, you're going to get you a white plastic bag, just like, you know the bag they give you the NP or wherever, the grocery store, whatever, the plastic, the tie shit. I prefer that, because that's some good to double it. You're going to dump this contents of this plate in that bag. This plate in that bag. Okay? Then, you're going to put 8 pennies in that bag. If there's 2 of you doing the ceremony, 16 pennies. But you're going to put 8 pennies in that bag. You're going to tie that bag up, because you double it. You're going to tie that bag up. And then you're going to take that bag to a wooded area. Whatever, I don't care. It could be your backyard. And you're going to toss that bag and don't look back. And the shit will work. But don't think it's stupid and don't think it doesn't work. What's that? You need to cut?
No.
Oh, okay. And you're going to toss that bag and don't look back. That's an Obatala ritual.
Oh, you tossed it this way?
Just toss it and don't look back. Yeah, whatever. To a wooded area. What's that?
Did you say the contents of the plate,
No, the contents of the plate. You're going to take the contents of the plate and just dump it in the bag.
Not the plate.
Not the plate.
Okay.
Dump it in the bag. And I had one for he was getting rid of a plate every damn time. He said, damn, I'm running out of plates, man.
So yeah, you got 2 books up there.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Just as long as you, I would prefer you get a Yoruba book. But any spiritual book will do.
How often can you do this?
You can do this. You can do this whenever something happens. But it's good to do this sometime every 6 months just to clean yourself off. And to put some insurance just in case something wrong with your ass and you don't know it.
Right.
But also, it's good to do this for family members, but if they're idiots and they're dead, don't tell them. Just do the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bobby, spell Yoruba for me, will you?
I spell Yoruba.
Y-U-B-A.
Ask somebody.
Y-O-U-R.
What is it?
Y-O-U-R-B-A.
Y-O-R-U-B-A. And just do this. Now this thing will cure anything. You see what I'm saying? Now it's best once you do this to show that you're not just a nigga that want to just do some shit just to get something done for your ass. It's good to go out and learn about the God and the gods that you have done. The books don't, it's real simple stuff you can get on the actual ones. You see what I'm saying? There's a book called Myths and Legends of the Santeria by Majin Gonzalez Whippler, if it's still in print. But if you go to any Santeria store, it's good to go learn about it. You can even buy little small books on Obatala. Go get one of them and put it on there. But it's good to learn about these particular, and it shows your sincerity.
You said that's the book you can get to learn about Obatala?
Huh? All the books got Obatala in there. He's one of the chief deities.
Yeah.
You see, so there's separate Yoruba books. I leave that up to you. When you can go to Barnes and Nobles or Barnes and say, show me the Yoruba section of the Santeria, and then just get whatever books, and whatever one you like will be good enough. You see what I'm saying? But this is this particular ritual. If you do this particular ritual, it will cure what you want it to cure. You see what I'm saying? What's that?
Now, when on your piece of paper you write down something wrong with you, can you do it like for somebody else also, or should you just focus in on one thing?
You say that what now?
On your piece of paper, can you also like say something wrong with me I want to cure, and something?
Nah, you got to do this for yourself or the person you doing it.
You focus on
one person at a time. If you want to help that person, you do your separate ritual for that particular person.
Okay.
You can do
You can do it at the same time. Separate, you can do it.
No, I say, don't mess around and do it for you and do it, you do it separate. Do it separate. If you're going to do it for somebody else, do it separate. Now, the only way you can do it now, 2 of you Me and my mate basically take one plate and do the ritual together. We just basically, what we do, we take one plate and do the ritual together. It's just that I say what I want done for me, and she say what she want done for, or we both say what we want done together to us. You can do it that way if you got somebody in on it with you. But don't get nobody, see, don't fuck around and get nobody, and they just doing the shit because you want to do it. Make sure they want to do the shit, or otherwise fuck them.
Right.
Do it by themselves. Don't get nobody that is doing this shit because they know they like you and they want to go along with the shit and fucking up your shit. You ain't sure that they down with it, then don't do it for them. Do it by yourself while the asshole ain't around. Huh? You dump all that in the bag, dump 8 pennies, tie the bag up.
Now if I want to do that in my backyard.
Whatever. See, once you throw it away,
If you got
it don't matter if the damn trash man or the birds come and get it. You already done your deed. Once you toss it, just do it. You know, if you whatever.
Just come back and get it the next day.
No, you ain't gonna do it. If you feel that you worry about your trash, then go some damn place else and toss it. Let somebody else go and get it. See what I'm saying? You know, let them come and get it. You doing it and you leaving it. That's the gesture that you leaving it. Don't come back and get it. If you worried about your yard being cluttered up, then go to somebody else's area. Or go put it in a public place. Let's go to the highway and throw the shit.
Highway, that is.
Tell her loud. She got to speak up.
Hold on, what you say? The paper that you wrote on, you can either save it, but what you can do, the paper that you wrote on, you can put it in the bag if you want to. That's one reason why I said about the separate. It's not necessary, but in this case, I would say just write your personal. Do it this way to be on the safe side. Write your personal thing off and fold that paper up and put it in the paper bag, because I've done that before. But however you want to do it, you can. Whatever you want to put up in there is fine. So I would suggest go ahead and write what you want on a separate piece of paper and put it in the bag. You even put the invocations up in there.
So the person you're doing it for does not have to be present.
Don't have to be present.
They ain't got to know.
Absolutely think this is some voodoo shit?
They shouldn't know.
They shouldn't know. Only the conscious. You see what I'm saying? Don't let them know. Now you got some people, I say I'm gonna do this ritual. Some people go, okay, cool. But don't change that shit.
No, tell them.
Because the people I did that for, they say, okay, you're gonna do the ritual. My mama said, you're gonna do the ritual, fine. You know, because she bear witness because it could heal a damn child. But my point is, to be on the safe side, if they got ulterior motives, and you never really know what's on people's minds.
That's right. That's right.
So people who ain't in sync, be on the safe side, don't include them.
All right.
Huh? What? Coconut milk? You either drink it or you can throw it away. Doesn't matter. It's still a good question, because what I used to do also. See, when you said that, it must be the spirit telling me to say something. I used to just take a little bit and pour it in the bag. I used to just take, once I put the salt in there, I used to take a little bit and pour it in the bag. See, that's how the spirit worked. It must have wanted me to say that. Just like ask about the paper. I used to roll it up and put it in the bag too. So I used to take a little bit and pour it in the bag also too.
What does the cornmeal and the egg and the coconut milk symbolize?
See, a lot of this stuff was lost, but let me give you an example on what this thing is. These people used to be advanced scientists. And there's a book called The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real that's out of print. The damn white boy took this shit off the market because the guy was saying also how Peter Redgrave is his name. So you probably, if you can go to some library and get The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real by Peter Redgrave, you can at least try to get it Xerox or something. But he mentions how the Africans would observe nature and the white boy dissects it. And by him dissecting nature, he's only getting a mechanical way of fixing something, and that don't coincide with spirit. It might be logical this way, so it might take him down to 200 years to figure out something where the African, and also being spiritual, used to observe animals and observe nature, And therefore he would get all that he's supposed to get. You see this in the Kung Fu movies.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And the Africans used to do this. Now, basically what is going on here is the Africans used to understand that there's electromagnetic force fields in your body. And they understood that the only thing they had to do to cure something is to find something in nature that's close to the electromagnetic force field that is the same that's in your body, and they would line it up. And so therefore they could cure things in the body by taking something out in nature that represents something in the body with the same current. And that current would line up with the force fields in the body, and they can cure shit by basically doing it. So all these particular things basically is what basically in this particular case, what you're dealing with the white counter white cornmeal, this has something to do with aura. Aura electromagnetic force field, which your aura can, not only is it the extension that extends from your body, it's the life force that can also cure things. As well as this being with your crown chakra, because Obatala deals with the head. So therefore, this also has something to do with the pineal gland and how it can cure the entire body.
So does the pennies, because they're copper.
The pennies are copper, it's copper. You see what I'm saying? Because the original Yoruba offering was 5 cents and no more than $5. Now, some goddamn Nigerian, they come over here and shit, and come charging you $400,000 for some bullshit. You know that nigga is trying to get paid.
But the pennies are nowhere on the altar at no time. On the altar.
Well, you can put them on the altar. See, whatever comes to you is on you. I just take 8 pennies. It's like you go in your pocket. I used to take 8 pennies in the bag. But you probably, when you said that, because we are in a spiritual realm, that probably charges those pennies.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because, that probably charges those pennies. But when I say 8 pennies, I mean 8 pennies, not no nickel. Not no nickel and no 3 pennies. You see what I'm saying? And not no damn $8. I say 8 pennies. You see what I'm saying? And that will do it. But basically, this is an advanced science of the electromagnetic force fields that can cure anything that was lost. You see, so it's no kind of woo hocus pocus stuff. No, this was advanced stuff that was lost, and now you're thinking of being spook shit. And remember, the doctors is cutting on your ass because they really don't know what to do. They really can't cure nobody. They can only patch up.
That's right.
So this is curing stuff. The only way you can really be cured from some stuff like that. So that's
what could possibly be doing is in this some kind of way, and if you believed it, you raise your vibration.
Yeah, basically all that. Yeah, because you can also do this. Let me put it this way. I did this ritual the first time to raise my kundalini. To raise my kundalini. And sure enough, about a day later, my shit was about to bust out my head. You see what I'm saying? To raise my kundalini.
What is kundalini?
That's the kundalini is the life force or electromagnetic energy in you. It's a literal fire. It's the fire behind fire. It is the blue fire. It's 100 times hotter than fire.
That's right.
And it raises up, and that's my God is an all-consuming fire. That's what it is.
Raise the price.
You see what I'm saying? And that's inside of you. That is the real baptism of the Holy Ghost. And that shoots up your spine, and that itself literally can purify your whole body and cure anything. But I use this to raise my kundalini. Another way to raise your kundalini is get you some yohimbe.
Yeah.
African yohimbe. That shit is not for male, because the kundalini energy is the same sexual energy. So if it can make a pee-wee get hard, you see what I'm saying? You got other things. You got the pineal, which is the penis, and all of that, it can raise the Kundalini energy that way. And basically, that's what it does. The African Yohimbe, they're using it for men for stamina and all that, but in actuality, women are supposed to take it on the African thing. That raises your Kundalini energy, Yohimbe. Huh?
Someone said too that frankincense does that.
Yeah, frankincense, but the Yohimbe is literally made for that, and it's stronger. The African Yohimbe is much stronger, and see, so the problem is that some people take it right before sex, you know, whatever. I'm saying you can take this thing, you see what I'm saying? I was taking it daily, but I'm just saying you can take it, maybe 2-3 times a week, I don't know. And to raise that Kundalini energy.
Where can you get some?
GNC.
All health food stores. But that, your Hemmitt raises the Kundalini.
I used to work there. GNC.
See, the reason why I know it raises the Kundalini, the Spirit told me, take African Yohimbe, that raises the Kundalini. But see, Brother Dr. Andow was telling us about some stuff back in '94. But I didn't know that it was, but his stuff included, he called it the jungle lust, it included Yohimbe. So you take the Yohimbe and that raises the Kundalini also too. That raises the Kundalini. But drink a lot of water when you take it also too. When you take it too. You will literally feel, and it's interesting because you know, my girl took it and her Kundalini shot up. She could feel the burning. But then again, I've been raising it for a while. But take that African Yohimbe for the Kundalini energy also too. But drink a lot of water because you know that fire and all that up in there. One of the keys is the water. Because basically when the water hits that Kundalini energy, it gives you electromagnetic steam, and that steam is basically raises the spirit. Because that's basically the steam raises the actual spirit. You see what I'm saying?
It's sort of, for women, it's sort of like a hot flash.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
You're not hot. You know, if you touch, you're not hot, but it's hot.
Well, that has something to do with also the whole thing with the hot flash anyway, because what that is, that ain't nothing Kundalini energy anyway, because you know, as a woman gets older, she gets stronger.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? And the reason why you can live longer than men is because you got that extra added boost, because men basically, they expend a lot of their energy over the course of time and stuff like that, especially through sperm and all that too.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And all too. But so basically all that stuff is the woman is really getting, like they say, that's when she's at her best sexual peak. You see what I'm saying? At that type of, what you call it. Lord, I hope I'm dead before my goddamn, well, she's 10 years younger than me. I hope I'm fucking dead. We get to that goddamn point. Fuck around shit. But I mean, I got a lot of damn work to do. Now, I hope I'm off the goddamn planet. And hopefully, that's about 30. I don't know, she's 27 now, so I don't know how long that's going to be. But hopefully, I'm not around, I hope none of us around that time. We going to another dimension. But Lord, shoot. But anyway, nigga got to do some work, and I got it straight now. Whereas, whatever we do is cool. She's satisfied. But anything above that shit, no, I'm like,
Bobby, where does the term Yoruba come from? Is that kind of, what is that?
Yoruba is just the West African system. As a matter of fact, this system goes all the way back to Atlantis and Lemuria. They had two systems. Some people thought that the Yoruba came out of Egypt, but that's because they were similar. But the Yoruba and the Kemetic system, they were simultaneously on two different parts of the planet. But basically, they can trace the Yoruba thing all the way back to pre-physical times, and also too. Also too. As a matter of fact, in this particular book, if you can get your hands on it, it's out of print now. Well, I think they sell these, if you go to New York to the Magical Child, if it's still open, I don't know if it's still open, and they sell these in hardback for like $100. It's called the Vodun Gnostic Workbook by Michael Bertiaux. But it's interesting. My ex-girlfriend is got a master's in French, and she said it's pronounced Michael Bell too.
Ah.
So you know, but it's Bertiaux. And what happened was this magical child, the owner of the store, died, and the publishing kind of went out. But somebody's gonna publish this. But I think if you go on the internet, you might be able to pull down some of this, the exercises.
You said Bertiaux.
Bertiaux. Michael. I doubt it because it's out of print. But then again, Mayflower has a lot of out of print books.
Right. Yeah.
This was $29 in '93 when it was last time it was out, and so they might charge you. They can charge you 50 or whatever. The Vodun-Gnostic workbook. But it's interesting because in here they got a section in here on the white city of the central sun, and white city of the central sun. And they talk about how this mystical place that the Yoruba gods dwell. But the white boy was going over to Africa literally trying to find this place, but it's in another dimension. And so therefore, it's just like the guy that wrote the book My 25 Years in the CIA. And they said, well, what was the main thing that the CIA was trying to get or trying to be about? He said, well, look, I spent 25 years in Africa, and I'm telling you that the main thing that they were interested in out of anything was to try to find mystical secret societies to seek them out. So they was been trying to find this particular Yoruba land, but in actuality, White City of the Central Sun is inside of you. It's mainly down in the lower abdominal region, and that is who you are. The melanin is a spawn of that, which is your consciousness, but really the real essence of who you are is in the lower abdominal regions, around the root chakra. And that's who you are. That's where you are. It's a little white seed. And that's all you are. That is your soul. That is your soul. The white century, and so in here, they talk about that particular part. So the Yoruba thing goes all the way back to ancient. It's just as old as the Kemetic thing. It's just that one was on one side and one was on the other. And basically, it's basically the only difference would probably be the language.
Couldn't you say that would be similar to what God said about whole seed being white? Seed.
Yeah.
White dwarf seed.
White dwarf seed. All that stuff is coming from the same thing. As a matter of fact, the Vodun, the lower, is the same thing. Just the names change and all. But the Vodun, the lower, they said when the planet was being first seeded, those entities were the first ones here. So in actuality, it's all the same thing. The Nettas, the lower, the Yoruba, the Orishas, all that's the same thing. Just the language changed, but we're talking about getting back into that particular primal energy. Also too.
Is it necessary to do anything special, like fast or anything, before you do the ceremony?
No. Not really. I don't know, clean out. I might try to take a colon cleanser or something. Something like that. And basically probably right after or whatever, but it's a good question. I'm just saying, just probably clean out. Take something to clean out, take something, good bowel movement. What's that? Well, I'll put it this way. If you're going to put it in that bag, it better be white. That's the only thing I say. You can use whatever, just don't put it in the bag. You see, what's that?
In my notes from yesterday, going back to the pineal gland, I
Yeah.
have Lucifer and pineal gland and question marks all around that note right there. Could you?
Yeah. The light bringer is the pineal gland. The gods in the heaven is afraid of Lucifer. They're afraid of your own energy rising up. And I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go shake this vitamin C, so I don't get hoarse, and go pay the water bill. And when we come back, we're gonna get into that. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Make it white. You can, you go to place, tell them to double it. I don't care if they got writing on it. It don't matter. Make sure your plate don't have nothing on it. Make sure it's right. Yeah, make sure that's right. When we come back, we'll get, we got a lot of other stuff to come. Let's roll. Let me get into some of this this particular information. Like I said, a good book to learn more about Lilith is Barbara Black Cotube's book on Lilith. Is a good book, as well as Raphael Pate's book, The Hebrew Goddess, which is the basically probably the definitive text. Basically, Lilith is the great mother. The Hebrew thing is more a patriarchal religion. So in basically, because it's a patriarchal religion and the man has the reign supreme, basically in so many words, they have to, not only did they have to bring her down a peg, they have to make her evil. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily just the men on earth, it's also the gods in heaven. And so basically, another form of Lilith in ancient Kemet is also Sekhmet. So there's a good ritual you could also do too when you're on your menstrual cycle, or even if you don't have menstrual cycles anymore, you still got cycles. Because everybody got a damn cycle. Even men have fucking cycles. You know when them motherfucker act like an asshole. Everybody has cycles, but especially for women, basically, because some sisters say, well, I don't have cycles anymore. What does that mean? I said, no, it doesn't matter whether you have or not. You still have a cycle, you just don't necessarily bleed anymore. But basically what you do is you just basically wear all red. Red drawers, red bra, red dress. And basically you write what you want on a piece of paper in red ink and then burn it. You see what I'm saying? Also, you want to kill somebody, you do the same damn thing also too. You know, yeah, burn it with the red candle or whatever, but basically you wear all the red and stuff like that also too. But on the other hand also too, you could also do that as a form of ceremony to also do some things also. And so basically, if you're a man, you just get with the sister and tell her to put on all the red, and that be your opportunity to get some shit done when she's on her period, and let her do that stuff for you. So the whole Lilith thing is, she had to be relegated to a subpar position. This is an excellent book. This one, Return of the Goddess by Edward C. Whitemount. W-H-I-T-M-O-N-T. Edward C. Whitemount. This is an awesome book dealing with the goddess. Also, I want you to get a book called the, what's the name of this book? Let me see if this one here. There's also a book on Inanna. It's a red, just remember, there's a book called Return of Inanna. That's one of the more channeled books. No. You don't want that. That's just some old white people, just like the book Bringers of the whole Bringers of the Dawn thing. Yeah. That ain't nothing but some white people shit talking about going to the light and all that stuff, and talking about the basic, the DNA strands and all that shit. Your boy talked about that, Blair, but Blair read Bringers of the Dawn and believed that bullshit. We got all the stuff in the melanin with the DNA strands. That's for crackers. They don't have 2 DNA strands. Like most animals don't have 2 DNA strands. It's got something to do with that thing. Like 8 people. But that whole thing, anything you hear that Pleiades, that's the Pleiades. That ain't how, that's their shit. Basically, Pleiades. Our shit is Sirius. You know, you see, the Syrians, Orion, and all that, because Orion, Syrian and Orion, Pleiades not up there. One of the myths has it, because they got several creation myths, one of the myths has it is that a group of people broke away from the Orion, or broke away from the universe, and mainly I think it's the Pleiadians, and came and created the whole physical thing. That's just one aspect of it. There's several creation myths. There's a good book called Creation Myths by Marie Louise von Franz. Creation Myths by Marie Louise von Franz is one real good book, because the West Africans got this thing, whereas when our gods came down, there was some other gods that was already here, and already had created this thing, and our gods ain't got nothing to do with creating this evil realm or whatever. So I mean, the creation myths, a lot of them vary. The older you go back, the more they kind of come in sync. But still, it's to give you a basic idea on how the things actually went. So just pick one. But this particular book is an excellent book on the goddess, and I like anybody because he also uses geromancy, and most white people don't use no geromancy and all that. Don't use no geromancy. But he also goes in this particular part here, and he talks about. I wanted to read this particular part here. The creative abyss of the material ground, the feminine yin was split and rejected. And the violent ascetic urge to death and destruction that is important to the yin principle. So basically the yin principle is talking about the negative yin is the feminine, is violent and destructive only when it's split from the yang. But because the yang is supposedly positive, it makes it all evil if it doesn't have its counterpart. The principle is talking about the negative yin is the feminine, is violent and destructive only when it's split from the yang. But because the yang is supposedly positive, it makes it all evil if it doesn't have its counterpart. So we're talking about energies. We're not talking about good and bad. You see, we're not talking about good and bad. So in so many words, what this thing is actually saying is the dangerous urge that you have, everything that you have that is a dangerous urge, it is because you have split that particular part of the energy. You have suppressed that, so it always comes out violent if you suppress the violence. You see what I'm saying? And this particular violence, so if you suppress spiritual violence, which is a spiritual force that I was trying to get you to recognize yesterday, it comes out physical violence. You see what I'm saying? It's just like them priests, they were telling not to screw nobody, and then the next thing they done fucked all the nuns in the place.
Little boys and girls.
You see them screwing little boys and everything else. The Africans understood there was a balance, and we're not necessarily talking about physical violence, but you can offshoot that by actually dealing with a certain amount of even a thought or even a force. Now, first of all, let me get this thing straight about the whole animal sacrifice. First of all, we created them damn animals. They ain't nothing but an ecological electromagnetic force fields. You understand what I'm saying? So we used to sacrifice those animals based on that type of energy too. So they ain't no big deal. They just go back to the damn astral plane. It's just only because you separated from it, you can't see the other. We killed them, you know. We created those animals for certain purposes, and one of those was a sacrifice. Just depends on how you look at it. It ain't no big deal no way. If it's all a damn illusion, you just taking energy and tossing it where the hell you want it to go. That's science. You understand what I'm saying? The ecological imbalance was that we did not take it all, so it's gonna make something that go barren. You understand? We kept things in perspective. You understand what I'm saying? We kept things in perspective. Now, actually, the story of Lilith is also basically, Lilith was the great mother. Whenever they created so-called Adam, I'm just giving you Hebrew myth because that's what it's coming from. But actually, if you get the book Inanna, you will see the Lilu tree. You will see that Lilith is also in Inanna's book. It's a red book on Inanna. I can't think of the name of it right now. It's called, I think it's the Book of Inanna, I think, or whatever. But You'll find her in that particular book. You'll also find her in any Babylonian stuff also too. You'll also find her in the Babylonian, you'll find her in the Babylonian Genesis by Alexander Halo. Inanna is in actuality Tiamat. No, excuse me, Lilith is Tiamat. Lilith is also called Ereskagul in Inanna's descent. We'll get into that in a few minutes, the Inanna's descent. But anyway, basically what happened was that after the Great Mother was overthrown in heaven and they created man, the reason why Lilith rejected it was her rejection of, she was rejecting this particular false creation. And as a result, when she got back up and went to her particular realm and they could not retrieve her, by her coming in the story goes, she sleeps with these men and she puts this darkness in them. That darkness is also melanin. So in actuality, they said they made these people filthy. They said that Lilith sleeps with them and make them unclean and filthy. Anytime you hear the word unclean and filthy, that is not talking about dirty. That is talking about unclean. It's science. It's talking about an alien object that does not coincide with creation. Well, we're talking about something that is beyond creation. So basically, I talk about this world was built all out of several primal worlds. Or it came into being after several primal worlds, which is where we are from. So what Lilith was doing was like the hell spawn. She was, in each one of us, she was putting back several of that primal world inside of us in this alien creation. You get where I'm coming from? So in actuality, she put the virus, which is melanin, because melanin makes up those several primal worlds. You see, and she was putting that back in us as the link to get back home. That's also in the Osirian myth, or one of the Egyptians myth, where the children fell and Atum gave them all a tear. He gave them all some water from the tears of his eyes so that they can see their way back home. Basically transferred the third eye, gave them melanin, so they can see their way back home. And that was the key to seeing your way back home. You see what I'm saying? And so basically, Lilith came in and basically, she sleeps with man and gives man back this melanin so he can see his way back home before creation. What's that?
Lilith is female, but when we talk about balance, we would be saying male and female. Electromagnetic. You would have the two together, and that would generate a balance. So the question I would be asking is, what would make Lilith complete? What would make the female complete?
Well, if you're going to find out that Lilith's consort is Samuel. And Samuel is the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Which means venom of God. So Lilith would literally, in metaphysical purposes, Samuel the serpent would be the Kundalini energy. And Lilith would actually be the primal energy at the base of the pillar that rises up.
So you got four in the garden: Adam, Eve, Samuel, and Lilith.
Yeah, because you got four in the garden. And you would if you can see the good part, the thing about it's real funny about a lot of the Hebrew mythologies, like that book, Hebrew Myths by Raphael Paté and this guy that wrote Greek myths, Robert Graves. It's called Hebrew Myths by Robert Graves and Raphael Paté. The funny thing about that is the Jews make sure that book is out of print every so often because they want to claim that they didn't have a mythology. This was the Word of God. You see what I'm saying? And so everybody else that dealt with a basic mythology is inferior. Where they did have a damn mythology. You see what I'm saying? They did have a mythology. But you can also get that Samuel thing in Kotu's book. She talks about that. What's that?
Right now they have a concert tour that's going on.
The Lilith Fair, yeah.
Right, the Lilith Fair.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the woman, the Sarah McLaughlin, the person who put it together, she actually said that this was her last year doing it. She did it up to 99. I believe it started in 96, I think. But anyway, They say she kills babies in her sleep. That's also rebelling against incarnation, because incarnation, in Alvin Boyd Kuhn's book, the Egyptians said that in actuality, death was incarnation. So when you came into this physical realm, that's what they considered also death. Well, also the Osirian mummy, the mummy is not but your physical body. That's what the real mummy is, the coffin. And that's considered death. So what we call death is life, and what you call life is actually death. So in actuality, she was rebelling against incarnation with the aspect, the gesture to kill children. You see what I'm saying? That type of thing.
One last question. Now, to me, out of reading the Couture book about Lilith and the book, Pate's book, I got the impression that the danger to them is that when you have the male and female back together in a balance, that the whole physical realm disappears.
Well, first of all, there ain't no such thing as no male. It's just the masculine half of the feminine. It's all...
When they balance out, you don't really have a plus or minus. It's zero.
Yeah.
And then the physical
but all that's called feminine. In the beginning, there was the damn great mother. And in the end, there will be the great mother. And her son is only an extension of her. That's her clitoris, or what we call the pineal. See, even what they call, see, the thing about it is, it's like one sister was saying, well, I heard that before they had all these gods, they had a bunch of goddesses. Well, in actuality, that's one thing when you study the goddesses, you will find out that the goddesses are unlike the gods. They will have feminine characteristics, but then you will also have gods that kill and do the same thing that the males do. So it's also saying that ultimately we're just talking about this dark matter. And what you call creation is the masculine principle. Is the actual masculine principle. You see what I'm saying? There's a book in here. I don't know if I said this the last time. If you can get your hands on this book, let me see if I got it. Let's see if I can get this book for a minute. This particular book called Androgyny, The Opposites Within, by June Singer. If you notice, there's a, I don't know if I talked about this the last time, about this section. Isn't it interesting that the yin, because the funny part about it is before we even had the yang, in the beginning there was all one force. That's what the book with Ruja was saying, that the uncreate was full. It had everything. And the difference between the masculine energy is there's a son of the mother and a son of the father. The son of the father is solar, a solar deity, which means that motherfucker gonna burn out.
Right.
If it's a created light, which is usually your masculine deities. The son of the mother is a lunar deity, which the lunar represents the dark side, which means it is an energy that is forever. It is the energy of, but that is forever. This particular side in here, where you got the dark side, which is the yin side, but remember in the book, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, they talk about the La, Ma, Yin. Well, La is feminine, Ma is feminine, and Yin is feminine. But isn't it interesting that that's always called, they say, well, that this is the hell realm and the demonic realm, the La, Ma, Yin. So we're talking about darkness, but it's interesting because everything on this side is feminine. The black hole, death, darkness and night, dark night of the soul, the moon, lunar, electron, feminine. You see what I'm saying? The womb, the gates of hell. You see what I'm saying? So obviously, we have literally replace one world with the other world. But the other world has to burn out because it is the subordinate world. Now, going back to the Hermetic text, which is some of the oldest stuff in the world, because even Charles Finch said that basically when they got all this stuff out the Library of Alexandria, that's what became the Hermetic text. They got a lot of these books out of the Library of Alexandria. But in there it says that the God that rules the universe is a subordinate God, and although he gives the nourishment over this particular earth realm, he does not have the nourishment for everything there is, which means beyond the universe, or even for some of the people in the universe. It says it is always, the highest power is always with us in the ground, in the circle. That means hell, which is also dealing with feminine, because in the beginning there was Gaia. You see what I'm saying? To give you some more information, Jeremiah in ancient Egypt, light of the world, said that the goddess Sekhmet, although she was woven into a later pantheon, they say that this goddess is a form of the Great Mother that goes back. They say as long as they had Africa, they had a Sekhmet. And a Sekhmet. And later on becomes the god of evil. So to get a good glimpse of that, you need to get the Babylonian Genesis by Alexander Hale with the Mysteries of Tiamat. With the whole, it's called the Enuma Elish, where Tiamat, her son overthrew her, and in turn took her blood and made humans out of it. So it's the same Lilith thing. We have Tiamat's blood in us, which is melanin, which is a pre-creation blood that is inside of us. So all of this is, now, the key is this, about the feminine, because it does play in part. In so many words, and I talked about this yesterday, you can get it in the Gnostic scripture. In so many words, what happened is the energy to disrupt, the uncreate. Her son was able to harness some of her light, steal it from her, create this universe. But in the process of creating this universe and later on creating man, he ends up losing the light and we gain the damn light. So that particular light is still coming from the Great Mother.
So explain one thing here, I'll be quiet. You remember Lou Goss when he played as Drac?
Yeah, right.
And he got pregnant.
Right.
In the Earth Caucasian, he tells him, said, "You're a woman." He said, "No, I'm a man." So now here's a being, intact, complete within himself, a morphodite, I would say, who has ability in due season to give birth to a child.
Yeah.
See, the confusion I got, he says she, and we would tend to say he for a man, and yet we got the remnants as a male of the breast here. And here a woman has the remnants of a penis here.
But remember, all life, including male life, is only a male the last couple of months of the fetus, or whatever.
Well, I have a problem with none of that. The only thing I'm saying is when you bring the male and female back together, intact, male and female disappears, then you've got the whole being.
Yeah, but that's still an androgynous type.
Physical androgynous.
Yeah. But spiritually, it's still a form of the same androgyny. It's the whole.
So now what do you call that? What do you call that?
Well, based on world mythology, they still call that feminine. See, the masculine, they still call that feminine. There is just that, but see, the reason why, if you go back beyond the solar deities, they worship the World Great Mother. Because the World Great Mother is the only deity that comprises of both masculine and physical. Feminine.
Yeah.
And basically the masculine is nothing but an extension of her. It's her clitoris.
Well, I know when I went to Jamaica to try to find out about what I was going through, I would sit and listen to the family that I visited to talk, and the men would be sitting there talking, we'd all be sitting around and they would tell me stories, and they would say, well, she, and I would think they were talking about this woman, but they would be talking about a man, and then they would say, and then he, and then I would be very confused for a minute.
Okay.
But I understood, but I didn't understand what it was at that time, and it was like she, they could say the like she, or he, they could call the same person a he or a she.
But
And
the one good part about it is, one thing about it is, we don't get he only in the aspect of creation. Then you get the he aspect. And the creation is a light that's stolen from the mother. If it's a light stolen from the mother, that still would be feminine. The on the top of the Kabbalah, once you get past all of the spheres, it still says Ain, Ain, Sarda, Uda, Ain, Sarda, and these supposed to be the primal words, but all of those are represented as physical, feminine. The nothingness is still feminine, but the nothingness is something. Even if we talk about the primal light that was stolen, if something stolen from her, it's still hers. So I'm just saying the principles, masculine and feminine, do apply, but they're still all the holiness of the one create. And based on world mythology, they call that feminine. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you could call that feminine. It could be just be the nothingness of the uncreate, aim, sarda, uda, and just we got to play on words based on the English language.
It's poor.
You see what I'm saying? You see of the English language and stuff. But basically, we're still talking about two aspects of the same whole. And all the whole thing and all. And basically, the argument can be just as much argued that because she created, or because this particular part that we call light, or what we call masculine, isn't that not relevant? So the argument can be just as valid on what you're saying. But I'm just saying that the best research I do is you take it all the way back, and basically all world mythology talks about this world great mother, which is feminine. What's that?
What about the parthenogenesis, the woman being able to create without the man?
Well, she can.
Yeah.
She can. Through the energies. That's, so my point is then, it could very well be like Hilton Ho Timmer said, that man ain't nothing but a degenerative female. Either way you put the shit. That's why I prefer, because a woman can create a baby without the man, I prefer to say that in actuality that you talk about the masculine, feminine. What's that?
Well, I just finished reading The Cosmic Code by Zachariah Sitton.
Uh-huh.
And they got a chapter in there on dealing with that. Just about the DNA and how at the time of conception and the chromosome, so many from the male and the female come together. But that female has still 13 more chromosomes that does not enter into, say, this creation. And this is why there can't, a woman does not necessarily need a male to become fertile. Fertilized.
Right.
She can become fertilized.
Well, the sun ain't nothing but a reflection of a stolen light from her, and basically sperm is nothing but solar phatic energy. Right. And the solar phatic energy, women used to get themselves pregnant by the sun. You see, get themselves pregnant by the sun. In Tibet and different places like that, or you got instances about the Amazon and all that, getting themselves pregnant by the sun. You see what I'm saying and all. So my point is, my point is, somebody said, I ain't never heard of no woman ever getting pregnant without no man. Well, goddamn it, well, you a fucking nigga on the corner. What the fuck do you know? My point is, because she got that extra added shit, it must be proof that this shit is still feminine. Now, based on all the mythology, in the beginning, what you have is feminine. And because, especially if this is an illusion, I can't see it as valid. For the mere fact that it is not eternal. Now, the Hermetic material says that if this masculine state of creation, which they attributed to male energy, there's only one flaw in it. It's never forever and it's always changing. Now, although chaos always changes too, but it's always chaos though. This particular part here is always in a state of burning up. Everything burns up. When you shit rust, it burns up. Everything is always in a state of burning up. And in the Hermetic text, it says you'll know it's not real because that which is real is forever. You see what I'm saying? That what is real is forever. They say, well, is not the woman real? Is not the man real? They say, no, it's not the baby real. He said, no, the woman is not real, the man is not real, and the baby is not real. It's talking about the physical body. It says because they are mere appearances of what is real. Because if they were real, they would be around forever, but it was just talking about the physical realm, because the simple fact that it has to die means it's not real. The only thing that is permanent is death. But in the Upanishads, will tell you in the beginning there was death. And death is always associated with darkness, chaos, and all of that type of thing. But basically, based on the scripts, all there ever is and all there ever will be is chaos. But unfortunately, chaos is always feminine, based on the scripts. You see what I'm saying? But that's, you know, it's a play on words, it's an argument and all. As long as you understand it, in the Rig Veda, which is very old, it says that nothing is beyond nothingness. You see what I'm saying? Nothing is a non-nothingness. And that nothingness that we call zero in the Kabbalah is also, but it's also Ein Soda Uda, which is feminine, based on even the Kabbalistic text. You see what I'm saying? And I think that, but this is different than, basically, this has, I mean, yes, we are different, but basically, there was one thing that said that even when they look at the tissues on the inside of the male's body, the tissues, the cells in the tissues are made of the same vaginal tissues of the womb and the vagina.
That's the story.
You see what I'm saying?
That the feminine, I mean, they call them genitalia because they speak in body language, so to speak. The genitalia is first, it was first.
Right.
Then the male.
Yeah, these tissues, the tissues in man is the same vaginal tissues in the vagina and the womb, and also a man ain't nothing but a woman flipped inside out, which still makes it a woman. Whatever. But I'm just saying, this is a play on words and all. But my point is basically in the beginning there's the feminine aspect. In the Hebrew mythology, they cannot have the great mother being, or any female being even equal with the gods or even with the angels in that case, because all those angels, they archangels is male.
I thought they were feminine. I thought they had to be feminine.
But I'm talking about the Hebrew thing.
Oh, I thought they had to be feminine.
Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel, all of those are feminine.
Yeah, couldn't you just say it's like the feminine or the woman, the soul is on the inside, and because we are physical, and this is a physical representation, you just representing either a masculine or feminine in the physical, but your true essence, who we really are, is on the inner, is the soul, and that's exactly how it is explained in the mythology also too. Because like I said, the only masculine thing only comes in view is doing creation. Right. What they argue based on the fight with Egypt, this is a fight that's been going on for a couple of thousand years, that the original worship in Typhonian Kemet was the mother and her son. Her son only being an extension of her, which was supplanted with the father and son. You see what I'm saying? It's usually your solar deities, but you know your solar is only represented based on this solar system and this particular time cycle and based on this particular known universe. So when the guy that put the book out, Brother Philip, which is the other guys, George Hunt Williamson, makes the statement that God is only a pebble on a lonely beach compared to the Great Mother. Compared to the Great Mother. But I understand also too, that based on the mythology, because we must rely on mythology as being just as adequate as what the white boy is teaching you his science is, because
mythology is more advanced. If you think it's not advanced, try reading some of the motherfucker and you'll see how confusing this shit is. Whenever you get there and you can't understand that shit, you'll know that it's more advanced than 1 + 1 = 2. You can figure that shit out. Good calculator. You can't get through this now unless you're on another frequency. And on another frequency, I do say that the goddess, she's in the characteristics, it must speak for itself that even the Egyptian and all of them, why is it that the characteristic of the goddess is she's capable of doing everything that the male, but the male is never capable of having a baby in the mythology. You see what I'm saying? Even Zeus, when he had, when he treated Dionysus, he had to put him together in his thigh or something, or whatever, but he couldn't really have that particular baby and all, because basically, I think that also has something to do with the solar deities being jealous of us, because we have the aspect of the great mother in us, which means we have it all. You see, we have it all. That's why I'm also saying, you don't need to be praying to nobody if you got before creation in you. Damn all of them. You know what I'm saying? Look.
So that's what the Egyptians were occupied with, the primordial, which was, they called the time.
Primordial, which also later on means death. Primordial is before creation. That's what they was occupied. And Osiris, which is the later version, still represents that primordial entity, because he's the god of the underworld and always the god of the night. The only potential is that which is in night. Only potential is that which is in night. Now let me get into some other stuff. Let's see what we can deal with right now.
Is there any sign of a modern scientist trying to adjust me? Adjust men so that they'll have babies now, because they're doing everything else.
Well, the best they can do now is they basically got the cloning, so shoot, you know what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, that's not a real person because it doesn't have a soul. That's not a real person because it doesn't have a soul and stuff. So let me get into some other stuff while I'm here. We have to cover a few other things. Let me get this list of stuff I had right here before we took the break that I was going to get into. Just want to put some stuff on the tape. Also, too. In this book, he also talks about how this God is an egomaniac and a homosexual God also, too. You see what I'm saying also? But an egomaniac on page 84 in this particular book by Edward C. Whitemount, which is an excellent book, Return of the Goddess, also to get also. So on the other hand, the goddess is also called from Alpha Draconis. So all these books, like the David Icke book talking shit about the Draconians, that ain't nobody but us. The Reptilians, that's nobody but us. You see what I'm saying? The Draconians, the Reptilians, there's a good book called The Return of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom. Just remember, I don't know the name of the author, but that's the correct title. The Return of the Ancient Serpent of Wisdom. We are the Draconians, Typhonians, or the Ophidians. Also too now. So that's nothing but us. I want to see. Now the sister was, I was telling the sister to learn more about the spirit, you need to go see this movie called Stir of Echoes. It came out last week. I saw it in November, but they sneak preview. And I saw it in July in a sneak preview, but they just put it out last week, Stir of Echoes. And in there, basically, this Kevin Bacon is playing this guy that don't believe in him, one macho man. And he gets hypnotized, but just so happened to come to find out that he was very advanced psychic, and she opened up a door that she couldn't close because he was one of those ones that supposed to have been woke up anyway. And so all of a sudden he starts seeing dead people, but his little son was like, don't worry, Pop, it's all right, I see him all the time too. And so a whole lot of stuff going down in the movie, and basically one girl gets killed, and she wants him to find her murder. You see what I'm saying? It's similar to the Sixth Sense, but I think this one goes a little... The Sixth Sense was held because Bruce Willis played the whole movie and didn't realize his ass was dead. So that's a good thing and all, you know. He was in the whole movie and got killed at the beginning of the movie and didn't realize that at the end of the movie he'd been dead the whole damn movie. So that was a twist anyway, but that also shows you these motherfuckers up here ain't shit to play with our minds like that, where you can spend a couple of thousand years and don't know you're dead. Go get that movie Spirit Lost with that guy Leon and the sister Cinda Williams. She didn't know she was dead.
That's the other one, like the one with Mickey Rourke and that girl who played on Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
9.5 weeks.
Same kind of thing. He didn't know he was dead.
Yeah. Or also the movie Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah.
He didn't know he was dead also too. But the one Stir Up Echoes that just came out, he just got turned on and he went back to her, went back to the sister Ileana Douglas, not the sister, the white girl, and told her that I want you to turn this shit off. And she said, I can't turn it off because that's what you were supposed to get to any damn way. You know what I'm saying? He said, you open up a door and then he was seeing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But it also goes in, say that you can be down here for years and don't know you dead. I guess that's what happened with my grandmother. She didn't know she was dead and was trying to get back over there and do some stuff. Or either she knew she was dead and basically, in this case, she knew she had done some wrong. But she found out when my sister-in-law went and did some shit and got out of that damn house. The only way she could get back down here was she came back as the little girl. But it's interesting, his second daughter came back as I had a granddaddy on my father's side that died in 1985, and he came back as the second daughter. So he had one daughter that died, he had my grandmama again, and he had my granddaddy on the other side and another daughter. You see what I'm saying? And and another daughter, and also too.
I've seen that many times.
Huh?
I've seen the comeback many times.
Yeah. You see, so he had that type of thing also too. Now it's interesting because there was a guy that I met that was in theological school out in Texas, and he was real hooked up. He said he used to teach the Sunday school children, and that was a part of his training in the church. He had to go and teach the Sunday school children, and right after he graduated and stuff, or right before he graduated, and he said that the Spirit just would hit him, and he would go, "Y'all, you all are all gods." And they start, and so he was teaching them, and so they start running around and stuff saying, we are all gods. We are all gods. They said, where the hell you get this from? They said, it's a Sunday school teacher. But they didn't have no problems with it. They really registered with it.
A little boy told me about a month ago that he was God. And I understood exactly.
Understand? See?
He was about 3 years old.
And he said that part of his student thing is he had to go, because it was like a big university, and he had to speak in an audience to all these white people, and he said it was in there, he was speaking about Jesus and all this kind of stuff here and all, and he said it hit him in the church, and he was like, y'all all the damn devil and all y'all gonna die. Y'all gonna die. They're gonna kill your ass. Y'all all the devil and you gonna die. And then no, then the brother, he came down to Atlanta, and it was interesting because I was trying to tell him that there's this entity that sits over us that had stole these souls and snatched them and put them in this alternative world and made the souls believe that he was God. And he said, I went back in the church after hearing that what you were saying. He said, I see this entity that's over the church, and this motherfucker is evil. Horrible.
That's right.
And so it was interesting because I got another friend down in Florida. He said his father came up to him when he was in high school and said, one day you're going to find out that the God you worship is the devil, and the devil that you hate is God. It's turned around backwards. It's turned around backwards and all. Also, so let me go through some other stuff. And y'all all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go and get the movie Fifth Element again also too, because that black cloud that you were seeing, that was this big black ball that they shot in and it got stronger again, that is that black hole that is out there in the universe, which also represents the stuff that's inside of us, the gathering of our ancestors and that energy that we have now. Because it totally say this thing don't want no power and it don't want no money. It just want to kill your ass. Now, the little dog people, that every time he would shake it off, when it was hiding, it was a black man. And Gary Oldman in the movie told him, because that dog people look, it represents the dog star.
Yes, sir.
Or Anubis. Although it was a, you know, looked like probably like a Rottweiler or something. Those little dog people. And he would, you know, but mostly the head of it was this main black man. When he would put on the mask to be a human, when he was cloaking. Gary Oldman, he came up, the black man came up to Gary Oldman in the movie. Gary Oldman said, don't be ashamed to be who you are, because the federal government scattered your people to the wind. You hear what he was saying? He was trying to tell you that those were black people.
And he talked to him a little bit and was chastising him about it.
Yeah, he said that. So take off that mask. Don't be afraid to be who you really are, because the federal government scattered your people to the wind. Say, huh?
Pause a second, I got to change the tape.
Yeah, say, yeah, I got to go to the bathroom anyway. I was going to cut sodas and stuff. Be right back. Okay, all right. Now in the movie Fifth Element again, you hear at the beginning, he said when the three planets align or in eclipse, a black hole or a door opens and evil comes, and which equals terror or chaos, but it comes and he showed the form of a circle, a serpent. So he had this, because I drew it. It's like I own the tape. What I do is I go and I buy the tapes.
Oh, okay.
At Blockbuster, the previously viewed, when they put them on there and all, they go down to $4, but I go and buy all the tapes. And you'd be surprised what you miss just on cable or in the movies that when they come on, you gotta study the tapes and rewind it.
Yeah.
So this was the little diagram that they had. It said when the planets are in eclipse. And it showed this. And it showed two eyes of Heru. This is all on the wall when they first went to Hemmitt. And it had something like this, and 1, 2, 3 planets here, and it had this, and it had the snake right here. So when the planets are in eclipse, and they showed this symbol, it says evil comes, spreading terror and chaos. And the snake is the actual Kundalini, the ultimate evil. That's your force. The planets in eclipse, we know that this heaven is the pineal gland and the pituitary body, but also on the other hand, if you put a human head here, you have the pineal gland, and these would be the other two things also too. This is, all represents the same thing, you see. But basically, this thing that they were actually explaining, but also this is also the 3 spheres on the Kabbalah. You see what I'm saying? On the Kabbalah, the tree of life, but also these represents also the 3 pyramids at Giza. We talked about that before, the 3 people the 3 men at Calvary, but all that stuff is also the gates of Zion, but all that stuff is still talking about the Kundalini energy in your head, or the pineal pituitary body in your head, or whatever those glands are. We know that the main one is the pineal, or the final one is the pineal. They say pituitary body, so it must be more than one gland. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? But all we know is this pine thing, what they call pineal, is called thyros in Greek. Called thyros in Greek. And it also, the 5th element is the pineal gland. Melanin contains the 4 elements, and the pineal is the Christ. That is the synthesis that polarizes the 4 elements coming into one. You see, coming into one. The goal of the black hole or the Christ, which is also the melanin. And this is what the guy says: it's not for money, not for power, but to exterminate all forms of life as we know it. So this is the type of energy that we're supposed to be dealing with also too. Because in so many words, this is what the Matrix failed to realize, is how you actually break the Matrix. But on the other hand, your boy Neo, how did he really have to break the Matrix? Although he fought, that means he was coming into his own consciousness. When he fought the programs, just like when you come into consciousness, you go and you fight all that you thought was reality, you start fighting the lies. You fight it on your job, you start fighting dumbass Negroes, you get in trouble for fighting and all because your eyes are open. That's what was in the movie JFK. She said, you don't act like you used to. He said, of course I'm not like I used to. My eyes are open. You're supposed to change. You know? So he was fighting the programs, or what they call the agents. You see what I'm saying? He also fought the agents in the building. But what happened when he fought the agents in the building? She says, this never been done before. He said, that's exactly why it's going to work. Then, first of all, they had on all black, represented melanin. The only person, and Neil, all of them was black. The only one that was white was the one switch. She had on all white, and she was a mutant. So even Neil and them was all black. You see what I'm saying? Because was all black. When they went to get, he said, what do we need? He said, guns. Lots and lots of guns. But what did the guns do? They came in file cabinets or bookcases. It represented books and knowledge. Or the Akashic records, which is black melanin records. But they came in bookcases. It looked just like a library when they came, just like you in a library. You see what I'm saying? But there was an ultimate mystery. How was he able to see through the Matrix?
What would that have been?
Huh?
What would that have been? The ability to see through the Matrix.
When did he, what happened that made him see through the Matrix? He died. So he had to go to get the ultimate prize. He had to go to the other realm to get the ultimate prize. Death. Now, when you get the Anana book, just remember there's one called a gold book called The Return of Anana. Don't get that one. You need to get, there's another one, I think. There's another one. There's another one that you need to get. It's Anana's. It's a red book called Anana. And basically what happens is Anana descends. I think she descends because she's going to get her love. And she descends, she has to go to the underworld. And in each stage, she has to strip off all aspects of her previous life because she's royalty. So she's really got to work hard to come down until when she goes all the way down to the underworld, she meets up with a goddess called Ereskagul. That's Lilith, Sekhmet, Tiamat, Apep, and all of that. She meets up with Ereskagul, and ultimately she dies. But as soon as she dies, she gains a certain power. She gains a certain power. And then she's getting ready to go back to the regular world. She's getting ready to go back to the regular world. And Ereskagul says, you can't go back to the nobody goes back to the regular world not unless you either exchange somebody that got to come down here, or you got to bring something from this world back with you. So in so many words, they attach these two demons to her, called the God. And she ascends back to the regular world. And basically in the regular world, these Gullahs, if she wants to, these two demons that they're attached to her, she can kill whatever, because these demons will eat them up and suck them up. So she goes back to the regular world, and I got the text here somewhere. But anyway, in so many words, I think what happened was, I don't think that she didn't go down to get her husband. In so many words, she had to go down because he was either dethroned or something. You're going to have to get the book to find out, and try to find the actual part. But when she gets back, the husband becomes king. And when he becomes king, he has to provide for the royal state of things, and he starts looking on her like, I ain't got time for your ass. I'm doing more important things. But what he don't realize is she done went down and got the real deal juice.
Yeah.
So she gonna help him spiritually. But he ain't got time for her because he's doing all kinds, and he start treating her like a damn stepchild. Meanwhile, Rescagul already told her that somebody got to take the place of whoever you gonna find to do it. So she was like, this motherfucker tripping on me, and I done died for this motherfucker ass. And she treating me like a stepchild after I done went to hell for your ass. Because you done got a raw position, and you done got the head of state in this little bullshit empire. And now all of a sudden, I'm not important no fucking more. So she put the colors on his ass and took his ass to the damn underworld. And he's got to go through the same fall that she went through to get some power or whatever the deal is. Now, Rescagul in the actual, when they break it down, it's an excellent book. I brought like, I had found something for like $4 each, and I brought a bunch of them up to some sisters in Philadelphia. Some sisters called Sisters of Segment, and they say shit, they start getting sexually aroused by reading the book, because at the first part of the book, she's in this main love story with this brother. You see what I'm saying and stuff, you see. And they start getting sexually aroused based on the whole thing. But the Rescagul, which is the queen of the underworld, is nothing but the neglected half, or basic. When they say neglect, they're just talking about the suppressed half or the concealed half of the actual Anana herself. So Anana would be Aset or Isis in this particular one, in this particular mythology. And Rescagul, which is the queen of the underworld, either be Sekhmet, or it also in another mythology can be her sister Nephthys. You see what I'm saying? Which is unmanifest one also too. But it's a good story also to it's a good story also that you need to check out also.
It's a book I read, The Hand I Fan With.
Huh?
The Hand I Fan With. Do you know that? I read it.
Yeah. And what is it dealing with?
Tell them.
Her man.
Yeah, she. It's
the ghost. It was the ghost that was her lover.
It was.
Yeah.
He came back. She was living in a town somewhere in the south, and she was famous in this town. She was good to everybody. She was a real estate broker. She had built this gorgeous place out by some river that was some famous river.
Oh yeah,
in
she
the
just
south.
she was born with a veil.
She was born with this veil, and she was there in her house, and this man came to her, and he was a ghost, and he loved her. He made love to her. And he was just. Most perfect. Manifested. Yeah.
No, you know it's interesting.
That book has captured me, and I don't read it.
Now, did I tell you all about the sister from Philadelphia who used to work for Philly International Records that went to West Africa?
No.
I met a sister back in 1994. She had me to come up and speak in Philadelphia. Her and another sister. That was my second time going up there. I've been up there about 15 times since to speak. But this is like the second time going up there. This sister never got married. She worked for Philly International. She worked with Teddy Pendergrass. She was like one of the writing teams with Kenny Gamble and Leon Huff and them.
Yeah.
She was like one of the writing teams, working with the OJs and all. So she basically had a career, but she never really got married. But she was always a little hostile about it. I think it really, it really bothered her about that type of thing, and she was really hostile about that type of thing. I think she wanted to be married, and she never got married. She told me, I think it was like in 1992 or 91, she went over to West Africa. She got over to West Africa. This woman come running up to her. And she's talking in Africa or whatever, and the people were saying, you know, they all happy because you back home. So she thinking it's the rest of the damn people around. And this woman done gone and run through the whole village, and all the goddamn people in West Africa going crazy. Cause where's with Goree Island? That's where the
Yeah.
where's that, Ghana? Senegal. So they going all crazy. She didn't know that there's this legend about this girl that was taken from slavery. She didn't know that the damn people were celebrating. She think they celebrating for all the other people came back. They all celebrating for her ass. So she gets, so she says, she up in the doggone hotel room where they were staying, and this brother come knocks on the door, about 6 foot, built, you know, built, she said, fine as shit. She said, come in and start talking. She said, no, goddamn it, we gonna get this, we gonna get it on. Fuck the dumb shit. I ain't leaving Africa without giving you some of this ass right here. We gonna fuck tonight. She said, you know, about like the Armor-style nigga or something. You know, she said, no, fuck that, we got to get it on. So she said they made love and all this kind of thing. She said the next morning she woke up and she touched him and she said it was hard as stone. Then she said he woke up, he was regular, he said I got to go. The next day the Africans come and get her, they get on a boat and they're riding down this river or whatever, and all the people running off the side of the river just waving and shit. She don't know that, so they go to the Goree Island and she gets stuck. And can't go inside. She can't go inside. So she has to miss going inside of the dungeon. You know, when you go in there, got people that fall out crying and going crazy and stuff. Right. That's because they were at that particular part in a lifetime ago. In actuality, they go through all the stuff. So she got stuck, frozen, and they had to leave her outside. She could not go. And she didn't get unhooked until they came out and was getting ready to go, and she couldn't go inside. So they take her down to this high priest, and all, and he tells her the story about how she was in love with this guy. She was in love with this guy. He was in love with her. There was another woman that wanted him. And what the other woman did is she went to the slavers and tipped them off, and they came and got her. And took her into the Goree Island thing, and she later on went to America. Boom, she over here now in 1992. So the legend grows and everybody know, but anyway they say this man, the woman, he never did get with her because he was all in love with the sister that got taken to the slavers. And the legend is that basically he walked all over Africa looking for her. So, Locke walked all over Africa looking for her. And they tell her this particular story. And she gets sent to America and the whole 9 yards. So when she came back over there, because them people could see spiritually, because it's like some old mystical women, because a lot of the Africans couldn't do it, but they was telling the story about this guy walked all over Africa looking for her. The key is the damn nigga that came to the damn door to get it on with her was the same fucking nigga that came back through the damn dimension, and she was screwing this nigga, and that was the same brother. She said, not only that, she said when she got back to America, she was up in New York in a hotel, and he came again, and they got it on again. And the reason why she never got married, because she vowed she would never get married because of this man. She would always look for him. And the problem is when they were, I'm looking at this damn woman and she telling me all this shit. And I'm like, man, this is some amazing shit. The thing is, these Africans had a big ass celebration because she returned, and she didn't even know it, and the people around them didn't even know it was this big celebration about this woman had come home. But not only did she come home, this nigga came from another dimension.
Right. Yeah.
Made love to her. She said it was good. She telling me all this stuff. And then left the next morning. What's that?
No, I remember the author's name was Tina Marie Anser that wrote The Hannah Family. Because there's a guy, he came from another dimension. Anser, A-N-S-A.
You see.
And did she write Ugly Ways?
Yeah. That's why you go get the movie Somewhere in Time. Christopher Reeve.
Why was he so hard? Was he like dead or what?
He probably was dead or something. I don't know. Whatever the deal is. Anyway, he came back.
He came here from another dimension, and when he was asleep, he wasn't animating that body.
Right.
So, you know, the body became hard again.
Right.
And when he woke up, then it got soft. You know.
Yeah, and I guess that's how it happened. But it's an amazing story. But she said when she got back to New York, she was in a hotel up in New York, and she said she saw him again, and they got it up. But she said that she always was hostile about never getting married, and she never could understand why. That even to the point whereas when it came close, she never did make the, it never did get, never got married based on something always happened. She wanted him, but she said but they said the story was that she vowed that she would never get married. And basically, she ended up getting back with this particular person. I just said, it's an amazing ass story. You know what I'm saying? To her brother to come back, and she's telling me this stuff and all, and then not only that, she's riding around like a tourist, and she don't even know she's a part of a legend that they had over there. And all the damn Africans done whispered and at the damn shit, waving and all. They know the story and shit, and nobody else knows until the priest told her what was going down. You see, the priest told her what was going down. That's amazing. Now, see a few other things. Go get the movie Devil Rides Out. They just put it back out. It's a Hammer film. Hammer Production put out all them Dracula, Christopher Lee movies. They put a movie out called Devil Rides Out. It might not be in Blockbuster, but you can find it in most places like Sam Goody. They have those up here. Any place that sells videos. Like, these stores like Tower Records, Sam Goody, and any place also like you have some stores that sell videos. You can find it. It's a Hammer film. And it's got a lot of stuff based on ritual and esoteric stuff in the actual movie. Also, now go back and rent the movie Altered States. Now this movie came out in 1980. And this movie is, they're doing work on this decompression chamber or something. And when you get in this chamber with all this water and all, you can literally go into different states of consciousness. Deprivation. Sensory deprivation. So he had heard about these Indians in Mexico, these people in Mexico that actually go through this ritual and take this intoxicants and can get in touch with his higher self or get in touch with the other self. He said, I'm going. So he went over there and he said, well, what do you all experience? This is before they was going through the ritual. The guy said, well, basically we go to the nothingness and we experience, we go through all aspects of past lives until we reach the nothingness, which is our stuff. Yeah. So they go through the ritual and they give, and they cut his blood and give him some of this particular, put his blood in this elixir and stuff and tell him to drink it. And it literally starts opening him up and he starts seeing all of these particular different images and different things, and he goes through this. So he said, shit, I'm going to take some of this stuff back to New York, because he was in Chicago, but he's at another college, and he said, I'm going to go put some and get into this chamber that I get into for Altered States. So he go back to New York and get in the damn chamber. And what happens is he takes some of that stuff. And what happens is that he don't go to the nothingness. He goes to the damn ape man. Goes into the zoo. I think attacks a guard. Go to the damn zoo. Kill a damn deer. Blood everything. And he wakes up the next morning naked in the zoo. But he loved it. He said, I loved it. He said, I went back to my primal self. And I loved it. Next time he goes, gets in the tank again, and he got all the people with him filming this shit, he goes to the damn nothingness. That's our realm. He goes to the nothingness and almost go crazy. Then comes back and he said, look, I done went to the nothingness and I've concluded that ain't nothing for us there. The best thing for us is human. Talk about this white man. He said, as a matter of fact, this nothingness is coming to devour my ass. And he had to use her, so she had to talk him back into this reality because the nothing was coming to devour his ass. So that's our realm. But when he went to his realm, he went back to the ape man. He loved it. You see what I'm saying? He loved it. But it was interesting. He said, and that's that Ein Sof order that you see in the Kabbalah, that nothingness. From the nothing you get the absolute, the zero, the black dot. He said there's nothing for us out there, but basically in there. He said the best thing for us is the human state. He said, as I'm saying, this shit is coming to devour my ass. And basically that's the same concept on what we're talking about, this melanin realm. What's that?
So why is this fake Jew trying to claim that tree?
Good question you said that. Shit is falling in line. Now let me explain this because that's what I was going to get on next. Watch this. You got two trees in the Garden of Eden. One is the tree of life. You've seen the Kabbalah. We showed this before. You know, this and all. Dark is right there. This is it, also your cross, you know. You know, you've seen the tree of life before. You know, you've seen the whole deal. One is the tree of life. Dark is death. Or Darth, but it's D-A-A-T-H. Darth, T-H. Darth is right in the middle. That is the third eye. This is the tree of life. In the garden, he say, eat from the tree of life, or you can eat from all the trees, but you cannot eat from the tree of knowledge. This dark section, which is the third eye or the first eye, is the tree of knowledge. So don't eat from the tree. You can eat from the tree of life, or you can eat from the trees, which is the tree of life, which represents this dimension, but you can't eat from the tree of knowledge. Now, why is it that this God don't want you to know knowledge? Because they ate from the tree of knowledge and they saw it. Their eyes were open and they saw. Now, the tree of knowledge, you go up the tree of life and it's connected with dark, and you go in this tree, and what you don't realize is there's a tree behind this tree. If this is a hole, let's say this is a hole, you're going behind the tree. The tree of knowledge with the serpents, because the serpent come and tell them to eat from the tree, which is the black dot. Which is the black dot. What these damn Jews have done, which you know is the medical association and the whole 9-yard communism, what these Jews have done is they're only teaching the tree of life. This is an inferior tree because there's two aspects to it. The tree of life is the sephra, which is the physical body, and also has something to do with the physical brain. But the tree of knowledge is behind the tree of life, which is called the Kalipos. The Kalipos is also called Genea, and they don't teach this. As a matter of fact, you only get small versions of the Kalipos in most writing. They only mention what you call it all, but they don't teach it. They have separated this whole shit because this particular tree of life is trying to keep this damn realm going. This is the Osirian realm. This has to deal with alchemy. Now, so if they teach it from an inferior tree, it's just like they're saying, you know, turn to the light, don't go to the darkness, or stay away from the dark side. So George Lucas put this thing in 1999, tell people to turn from the dark side, a whole campaign. He even does worse than that, because the second movie, he don't explain nothing spiritual in the shit almost. But just don't go to the dark side, and the dark side is the realm, it is the true essence of who you are. It's the dark side. Because from the beginning there was darkness, and then came the light. So, what these Jews in Tel Aviv, they're teaching the tree of life, but they have already separated it. They don't teach the tree of knowledge. Now, Gershom Scholem, which is one of the Jews of Tel Aviv, one of the main Kabbalists, says that you got a choice. You can go by the tree of life and you submit to the laws of Yahweh and be obedient of the Torah, and be obedient and law-abiding and good and all of that. And this life will be sustained. Or you can decide to go to the tree of knowledge and tear this particular universe up. Now, you go get the book, the Tekana. It's called the Tanakh.
Tanakh.
Yeah, the Tanakh.
Yeah, I thought there was 39 books of the Old Testament.
Yeah, if you see, the thing about it is the Tanakh is this big.
Oh, it is?
And it's the Old Testament. And you got a damn Bible that's both Old and New Testament. There's something fucking wrong. How the hell you gonna have an Old Testament this big, and then you gonna have a Bible that's this big or whatever, with the Old and New Testament in it? But what you're gonna find out about the Tanakh is there's thousands of words that's deleted in the Old Testament in the Bible.
Is it circulating, this Tanakh?
Oh yeah, you can get it. You can get it right there at Barnes and Nobles. In the Judaica section, there's a blue one up there.
Yeah.
And anyway, but my point is, there's the word Horus is up in there. It's called Horus. Yeah. Osiris is up in there. Isis is up in there. A whole bunch of Egyptian terminology is up in there. Yeah. But what I figured out was this, and this is the key about this whole Satan thing. Why you must turn to Satan. We're going to break this shit down to you. I tried to figure out what was this whole thing about. Whereas, this stuff was almost, the concept of all this satanic stuff or whatever that we know was almost non-existent in the worlds prior to this Judaism and Christianity, or what we call the major world religions or organized religion. The ancients didn't even deal with that whole concept. You see what I'm saying? Hell, the only thing we got Satan like in Yoruba is Elegba, and he's a central god, god of the crossroads. And basically, when you even deal with the set type of thing, with Set and Osiris, what you find out is that is our interpretation coming from a biblical mind. We're taking a biblical thought, or we're taking a modern thought trying to think of how the ancient people thought. Well, if Set was such to Satan, why is it that you'll see pharaohs, they'll have Horus on one side and Set on the other side? Then you'll find out that it wasn't necessarily talking about this thing in the satanic way that we think. And it was talking about the powers of destruction and the powers of darkness, but we're talking about energy. See what I'm saying? Now, the key here is this. Like, I tried to figure this shit out, and I broke the key on this thing, what all this shit is talking about. And it's amazing. You got to go get that Tanakh. But you can also go in your Bible and get that in the book of Ezekiel. Number one, first of all, in the book of Isaiah, they say that Leviathan is the face that moves upon the water. By the time they get to Ezekiel, they say it's the Pharaoh that moves upon the water, face that moves upon the water. So this proves Blavatsky's secret doctrine is right, that Satan is man in the physical. Satan is God in the physical. But then they say the Pharaoh moves upon the water. And then they go in and they talking all this stuff on how Egypt is getting ready to get chastised, and how the Egyptian people will be drugged through the mud and they will be cast to the wind. And even when we bring them out of bondage, or bring them out of their pain and suffering, they will only be, while they're in this world, up under other nations. That's us. Because if you get the word Egypt, and it just means Cam, it's talking about black. And it's talking about melanin, huh? It's the unconscious realm, and Leviathan is also, you got to realize one thing that Jung figured out. That damn Leviathan is a symbol of the fish. Well, I thought Christ was the symbol of the fish. You see what I'm saying? The symbol of the fish.
They say it could be a whale.
It's the whale, but the fish is all, you know, it's the same thing. Now, the mystery is, he says that I pierced the heads of Leviathan, which means he's breaking the seals of Leviathan. He's opening up the seven seals. Now, because the Leviathan is also the great dragon. But the great mother is also known as a hippopotamus goddess. But also Leviathan in Hebraic iconology is a hippopotamus or a crocodile. And both of those, one is a symbol of the great mother, and the crocodile is also a symbol for the Egyptian Christ. Now what is this thing actually talking about here? And let me show you what this thing is all about. Number one, in Ezekiel they're talking about the Egyptians, and I'm like, God damn. What did the Camites or the Egyptians do that was so damn awful, when we know basically in history the Egyptians was the most spiritual people ever put on the planet? There ain't nobody matched the spirituality as the Africans or the Egyptians. Like they said, when they touched the damn pig, they would have to go run to the Nile and wash their hands in the Nile. They're praying 7 times, and all that shit came from us. So what was it? And then I figured it out, because they were talking about Egyptian, and they were also talking about sorcery. Sorcery. They did sorcery. But if you go and you study the origin of sorcery, the origin of sorcery is nothing but the mysteries of alchemy. And the Egyptians, or the Camites, was the ones to break the great mysteries of alchemy. As a matter of fact, the mystery system, any motherfucker talking about all that mystery system, they got one royal arch of ancient Kemet, and that's alchemy, which is the mysteries of melanin. Now you get the movie Excalibur, Merlin, which is nothing but Tahuti. Merlin is Tahuti. In the movie Excalibur, she said, the girl came, she said, I'm a seer like you. He said, do you know the royal art? And they start talking about what makes this, what kind of mercury, lead, and all this kind of stuff. It makes this type of thing. Lead, gold, mercury, silver, quicksilver, and all that. They talking about alchemy. In Ezekiel, what the whole book is talking about, what Satan is the Hebrew people, which starts with Akhenaten, is rebelling against the practice of alchemy and the practice of ultimately getting in touch with your soul on a higher level. And the gods are punishing the Egyptians because they came closer to tapping back into their true original essence. So anytime you hear that God is against sorcery, that's alchemy. So in actuality, the whole mystery of the whole organized religion from the Judeo-Christian perspective, when they talk about Satan, they're talking about alchemy, but they're only talking about what? Melanin.
So that would help explain the fall of the Egyptians when Akhenaten left as Moses. Then the Egyptians being real spiritual, they were the main country holding things together, so
exactly.
They just blew the whole thing.
They blew the whole damn thing, and they said that one thing Akhenaten hated the Osirian, he hated Osiris, but Osiris represents the ultimate practice of alchemy. He shut down the temples and stuff, and he was rebelling against the practice of alchemy, because from the time of Akhenaten, all the deities in all ancient worlds had to show some human form. Akhenaten was the first to present the deity without a human face. And that's all of a sudden God becomes unapproachable to us. this spook ass shit, and that's why Elijah Muhammad say to worship a God other than yourself is to worship a God inferior to yourself. Because man completes the process of the whole cosmos. Remember I said that in a couple of lectures before, whereas God is all supposed to be all this particular potential, it ain't shit not unless man, because man is the perfecting agent. But as Gershwin Schrolem says, well, you can't perfect this agent not unless you have some type of Neoplatonic formula. And Neoplatonic formula is alchemy. So what the Bible is talking about other than Satan, because what the fuck is Satan? This is an anti-alchemical book. So the Kabbalah, which comes out of Hemmitt at the Temple of Komombo, the Jews and basically this Mosaic king, a high priest of Amun-Ra, literally defected from the priesthood and split the Kabbalistic text and the Kabbalah, which is the tree of life. He told them to worship the tree of life, but not the tree of knowledge. Because the tree of knowledge, Doth, is the gate where the tree of knowledge is Doth, is also Thoth. And Thoth is Tahuti, which is the God of knowledge, and this is the staff of Tahuti. Moses gets the damn staff and parts the Red Sea. And the part of the Red Sea is not the part of the blood vessels with the Kundalini energy raising up, which is the serpent energy. Also, this is the double helical structure of the DNA. So the damn book bringers of the dawn talking about that we only got 2 DNA structures. Well, hell, that's because they don't have this black dot, which all the other DNA is up in here.
So this study of life
down here in this Kundalini area, which is the fire, the real Kundalini fire, which comprise of that.
So if they trap them into studying just the tree of life, which they don't have that doth there at all, so they can't get across the bridge anyway.
They can't cross the bridge anyway. And so basically what these doggone Jews do, they got all these ancient rituals that they do according to the tree of life to keep this particular shit afloat. But it says you can either, and it even says this particular God, Yahweh, said you can either worship this tree of life, and in that case, we will remain here, or you can worship the tree of knowledge, and this shit will be destroyed. This is the matrix. This is called the 10 Sepras, but the Sepras are 10 luminous emanations. You want to cut that off, you get cold?
Oh, that's all right. Like different dimensions that you can travel to, that's what they just...
But these dimensions of the astral planes is all in the tree of life.
And them are illusions.
Those are illusions ultimately. The tree of knowledge, which is here, and which is a part of the Great Mother, is the universe to come. Now, let me get this thing. You all right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You getting this thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get this thing here. See, in the Hermetic text, in the book, the Divine Commander, or the Version of the World, even in the Manly P. Hall's book, Secret Teachers of All Ages, Isis or Aset comes and says, I am Aset Isis, and no one has lifted my veil. Now, what does the veil mean? A veil is something that everybody in the world is taught to think is one thing, but it's another. So what is the veil? The veil is evil. But what is evil? See what I'm saying? You thinking because it's evil, your ass is starting to stay away from the shit. But remember, these are some assholes up in here that's got this matrix and got you trapped in this jailhouse. So fuck what they think is evil. What they think is evil has got to be the prize. But it is evil. It is literally evil. But it's evil like AC, DC, yin and yang, negative, positive. It's negative, and it is chaos and destructive, but it's only destructive to the matrix. You must ponder with this shit. You got this is illumination when you get on top of this evil thing.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're scared about. Everybody in your subconscious mind right now, you scared about being evil.
Right.
And that's the test. Once you get on top of this evil thing, you have made it. You see what I'm saying? You have made the cut on pondering what it is. We're just talking about chaos force. You see what I'm saying? And this is what the gods, or you must have to become your divine self again. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what melanin is. It's chaos. You see, it's chaos. Now look, I want to read something to you here. Look at this. Y'all bear with me. Let me get this thing. Because I got this out of the Zohar, which is the written Kabbalah. The written Kabbalah. Bear with me. Let me get this particular part. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let me get this for you. Let me get this thing right here. Shekinah, which is the lowest sphere of the Kabbalah, which is the earth. Now my point is this. The Shekinah, which is also a form of Lilith, is also a form of Shekinah, the fallen Shekinah, the daughter in exile. But it's also called a kingdom. The earth is also called a kingdom on the Kabbalah. Now, Shekinah is connected with the higher worlds of emanation and with the unholy forces of something called the Sitra Aura. The Sitra Aura is called the evil dark side, the demonic, unholy reality which becomes powerful in the wake of human sin. This is what's coming from the Kabbalah. Sin is an immortality breaks down the matrix. In so many words, the Israel sinned when they made the golden calf. The golden calf is dealing with alchemy. You got the red dragon, the green dragon, the golden calf. All that shit is dealing with alchemy. They sinned when they made the golden calf, tapping into melanin and alchemy. Then the Israelites was punished for the same thing, as in the aspect of the book of Enoch. Azazel comes down and he teaches man so-called sorcery, to work with stones and to cut roots. That's all based on alchemy. So in so many words, these gods up here, they say you can do anything but don't tap into the tree of life, or the tree of knowledge, which is alchemy. So they say they punished them when they made the golden calf. That's all dealing with alchemy. You see what I'm saying? Alchemy. The Sitra Horus is the demonic forces, and also is equal with the angel of death. God said, I got a problem with this. So how the hell you are the God of the living and not the God of the dead, when ultimately everything is supposed to go back to death? So I mean, in so many words, what we're talking about is we got some angelic force, as well as some priesthood, telling you to not to deal with death, not to deal with the dark side, and to stay away from some stuff. But when you break this thing down, they're talking about don't deal with alchemy. You see, the movie Matrix is explained that the first Matrix, you see in the movie, the first Matrix, it says, was destroyed because we could not do what? Man could not keep his primitive cerebral cortex down, which is your Kundalini energy. Remember he said that? You got to go back. He said the first Matrix was all perfect. It had everything you all needed, but man could not keep his primitive cerebral cortex down. That's talking about this particular Kundalini energy. You see. Now, I want to show you something here. Now, in the Zohar, they said Egypt. They said that Egypt, I want to get the particular part, yeah. In the Zohar, they say that the Sitra Hara, or the Sitra Aura, which is supposed to be the dark side of the tree, is known as Egypt, or Hemmitt. That's what the Sitra Hara is. But the guy in one of the Kabbalahs I got, he goes on and says, he goes on as much as to say that that the Sitra Hara in Egypt, they say, well, why is this thing connected with Egypt? He goes in and says that Egypt was messing with alchemy, and this was the alchemical practice of Hemmitt that we know of as sorcery. You see what I'm saying? So in so many words, they got this campaign that is going on for the last 2,000 years for you to turn against alchemy that they call sorcery, as well as they call that Satan. You turn against your own essence and your own self. You see what I'm saying? That's what this particular stuff is actually talking about. Now in the book, in the Rig Veda, the god Indra says that in actuality, I quoted this yesterday, it is not our contention or intention to raise man up. We will keep on fooling them as long as we can reign supreme up here. It goes on and says, look, that they say, well, how do you make reign supreme? In the Rig Veda it says, well, we reign supreme by fooling man to worship us, and when he worships us, he makes us live because we only live through his thoughts or through his being fooled to think that we are real. So whenever we worship them, we make them live. You see what I'm saying? We make them live. So everything that they do is to get us to do some ritual so that they can live, because they live through our minds thinking that they are real and thinking that they are gods. They say in the Rig Veda it says that these gods will literally come and give men disease and make men sick. Therefore, when man becomes sick and on his dying bed, or when he's afraid that he's going to die, he will bow down and start worshiping us. In turn, we get power from him worshiping us because his mind makes us live by appearing in his mind. So apparently the source of all this shit is our subconscious and the melanin, which makes everything appear anyway. Meanwhile, we will cure him and he will still worship us. Because anybody can manipulate the physical and he will still worship us. And that way we get to live. So it's a trick going on.
But isn't that what that Yoruba thing you just gave us to do? Isn't that what that is? How does that differ?
No, well that differs because what that is that's your see the thing about the Yoruba deities. The Yoruba deities are connected with the ancestors, and it's also connected with the melanin because it's the pineal gland. See, the pineal gland can cure also, and especially cures the ones that need to be around to get a certain amount of work done in the physical. Do you know that what we're finding out here, that the disease that we know is created and also started by, do you know that the melanin also starts disease too? Let's say, what we got here is some forces that's inside of our body. And these particular forces, whenever you are aligning up thought and practices to get to the manifestation of those forces becoming prominent, then they can also prolong life to keep you around because you have work to do. But on the other hand, when you're not working towards freeing them, which ultimately what this whole thing is about is to free ourselves from the physical chains, then they can also kill us by attacking the cells, the melanin. You see, because it's interesting because in the Kabbalah they say that dog in this particular tree of knowledge, which is all alchemy, is also the origin of all disease.
Well, the disease is if you remove one of those serpents. That's the symbol they give for sickness, is that you lose the balance.
That's it. You see what I'm saying? So it's got a lot to do with that also too. But we do know that your whole thing there with what you call it, with Avatala, he represents the crown chakra. And you know, if your crown chakra is well, it can also give you prolonged life in the body. You see what I'm saying? Prolonged life in the body through crown chakra as well. You see what I'm saying? So it's one way, but also too, the tree of life also represents the wiring in the brain too. And so these particular entities, the physical realm is so loaded, both entities can affect the physical realm. They have the power to heal too. You see what I'm saying? They have the power to heal too. And so they do this as a trick so you can still worship them. You see, so you can still worship them also too. Basically, they say that these entities that's got us trapped down here, their main focus in life is to keep us down, and they work night and day to try to keep us down. Now look at this. This is the book Hebrew Myths by Robert Graves and Raphael Paté. I want to read something to you right here on the fall of Lucifer. First of all, remember now, it's interesting because the Christ is called the philosopher's stone. The stone that the builders reject will become the cornerstone, which also in Revelation they say, I will give you the white stone or something. We'll see that about the white stone. It's in the book of Revelation. Well, the philosopher's stone is a combination of different minerals, stones, elements coming together to make the purified philosopher's stone, and that is our soul, and it comes together through the melanin being crystallized, and that's called the philosopher's stone. Now, it's interesting because I said that yesterday that Alvin Boyd Kuhn in his book said that one thing about the conference of Nicaea, to front this whole satanic thing, they had to take out, they had a bunch of stuff in because it was an alchemical text. The Bible is also alchemical. You find the Kundalini, chakras, all that shit is up in there. So the conference of Nicaea, they had to take out these different alchemical texts and all, as well as the book of genealogy, as Dr. Ben said, which also links this thing back to black. But they had to take out the amount of times the word Lucifer appeared. I think it only appears, what, once?
One time.
Twice? Once?
Once, Isaiah 14:12.
Yeah. Lucifer fell like the morning star. But they had so many things on Lucifer in the text because the texts didn't originate in the organized Christianity. They originated in Hemmitt and a consortium of different works around the ancient world, because we also got stuff from Greece up in there. So they had to take out the word Lucifer down to one time, because if you got Lucifer all through it, you would figure it out that Lucifer and Christ, the light bringer, is one and the damn same, because in Revelation he said, I am the morning star, Christ. Well, look in the tale of Lucifer. So basically these are the texts that they don't add to the Bible, which give you the main story, if you could get any real deal Hebrew myths. It says one day the creation, God's chief angel, the cherub, we are the cherub. The seraphim is the one for our enemy. Just like in India, we are the asuras. And the devas are the solar devas, those are our enemies. So the archangels is our fucking enemy. We are the cherubim that you know, they are the seraphim. So the cherub, named by the name of Lucifer, son of the dawn, which means night. Son of the morning, it means morning. The star, the morning star. They're trying to explain the Venus thing. His name is Heli ben Sheher. Walked in Eden amid blazing jewels. His body like fire, Kundalini, carnelian, topaz, emerald, diamond, beryl, onyx, jasper, sapphire, carbuncle, set in the purest gold. Let's talk about alchemy. Got your monkey ass now. We talking about alchemy, and we talking about when they line up all them stones, they talking about goddamn melanin.
Are those 10 be the 10 stones? 12 stones?
No, those are just some luminous emanation. Those are called wheels of light. This is the shit behind that. From the darkness comes the light.
Yeah.
Those stones is in melanin. Melanin is a composite of elements, is what this shit is. Everything in the universe and out of the universe.
So the 28th chapter of Ezekiel is speaking to that too.
He said, I will give you the powers of damn darkness in Isaiah.
Yeah, Ezekiel.
Isaiah 45.
Yeah.
They talk about Ezekiel, look. He walked in blazing jewels, his body fire, carnelian, topaz, emerald, diamond, beryl, onyx, jasper, sapphire, carbuncle, set in the purest gold. You see what I'm saying? And Lucifer was made the name, the angel of all nations. Well, I thought that these stones. Well, I thought that Jesus was the cornerstone that the builders rejected. See what I'm saying? The stone that the builders rejected will become the cornerstone, and the preacher upon this rock. Well, here's Lucifer is these elements. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then you get the point, but the whole deal is, why is it that Lucifer has something to do with alchemy? You get the gist?
Because it's a pioneer.
He's the light bringer. Bringing these stones and synthesizing them together to bring the Christ, which is it's a process that is going on in the alchemical process.
That's real light, you say?
That's the real deal light. You see what I'm saying? But since it fell, the Bible said it fell, so it can't be up there in heaven. That means it's coming from hell. So the best thing to do is to get your ass.
But Jesus went.
You see, not only that, to get you to turn against it. But even the rabbis, because they give people the Torah, but the Kabbalah, even they say, never curse Satan. They give themselves a way out, just in case Satan come back, who is the Christ. They say in the Kabbalah, in A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah, in the last, they ain't got Satan in there but a couple of times, but in A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah, there's a passage in it that the rabbis say, never curse Satan, because he too will be an angel of light. He too will be an angel of light. That means that you're talking about the same Christ. You see what I'm saying? But my point is, to resurrect, you have to fall. You see what I'm saying? To resurrect, you have to fall. You understand where I'm coming from? So what we're talking about here is when you break the seal on what all of this stuff is talking about, from the Pope on down to all of the whole so-called religions. It's talking about rebel against alchemy. Even Azazel, which when you trace it, it goes back to Tahuti. You see what I'm saying? All of that is talking about rebel against alchemy. Well, it also says it in the Garden of Eden, don't eat from the tree of life, or what is called melos. He said he bit from the apple. Well, in Greek, the word melos means black, and it also means apple. It means black, and it means apple. But in apple, doesn't apple, when you split an apple open, when it turns brown, didn't Richard King tell you that that's melanin? You see what I'm saying?
They had the Alice in Wonderland, they call it real Alice in Wonderland. It was a two-part, I think, last year. And in other words, they were talking about the Pioneer Land, and they showed this great big gigantic apple. So let you know it was all metaphysical stuff.
That's right. Yeah.
Fairy tale.
That's right.
In the old language, afo is in the old language it means thick darkness.
Yeah, you have
the word apple. Apple.
Exactly. What's that?
Would you consider the ego chaos?
Huh?
Would you consider the ego chaos?
No, the ego is a part of the matrix. It is the part that fool you into thinking that we are real when we are not real.
That's the window into the physical.
Yeah.
The ego.
See, the ego likes it here. It tells you that I am somebody. But it says I am somebody, physical body. But the ego makes you think that you are real when in actuality you are down inside of the body waiting to be born. You see what I'm saying?
I have a question. Is it possible to operate in the matrix without an ego?
Huh?
Is it possible for someone to exist inside the matrix without an ego?
Well, see, you gotta realize also about the ego.
It seems like to me they feel like a management of ego rather than eliminating, right?
Huh?
It seems like the whole deal.
You cannot live in the matrix without an ego.
Right. That means you have to properly manage it in order to get to the next.
See, the yogis basically is reducing it down to the point where, as like you say, they manage it. Because they tell you must get rid of the ego. You can't get rid of the ego if you're still in these in the physical appearances. You also, the ego also, even in basic psychology, they say is something that also, while you're in the physical, it protects you too. But the yogis is saying they understand that ultimately the only way to be free of it is death.
To be in the physical.
But and the ego is basically a guide to make sure you don't bump in it. But they're talking about managing it, like you're saying. Management, you can be poor management, or also, on the other hand, it can be a guide, which means in actuality, and you do that through, first of all, to get on top of it is to have knowledge of an ego. And understand when certain things go wrong, it is this ego that is the origin of it. You see what I'm saying? And ultimately, the white man is the ultimate ego. You see what I'm saying? And that ain't including just males, period, on that particular part. But that's also a part of, you know, but then again, the sister have an ego too, don't get me wrong. It just manifests at another level. Sometimes vanity is still an ego. You just, a lot of times when we think of ego, we just think of the male aspect because it's so dominant. And we live in a patriarchal society, but sisters have egos too. Otherwise, they would not hate other sisters.
What I'm saying is that that's why I can't include them because ego creates the physical. If you get rid of ego, you would die.
Huh?
If you get rid of ego, you
right.
would die.
Uh-huh.
You know, so you have to have ego.
Yeah.
It's a proper management of ego. Once you master ego, then you can go to the next level.
Well, basically, basically, in one book they say that most people that say that they have mastered ego has done nothing of the sort. They've actually inflated it. You see what I'm saying? They've actually inflated it. You see what I'm saying? But that's still just one level. It's not like once you get rid of the ego and you die that you are free. That's just one level. It's just like my grandmother. She died. She wasn't a part of the physical body. You see what I'm saying? She never had this around anymore, but she realized that she did something wrong or something, you know, and something that wasn't completed or wasn't completed. You see what I'm saying? But all of that is just still a process until the total illumination of the alchemical process, which is called the great works. You see what I'm saying? Which is called the great works. A part of mastering the ego in the physical body is to actually operate on a high level in the physical body. What the yogi master used to do is while he was in the physical body, they could do certain things that they could manipulate the physical bodies, could even take a damn bullet. And those are some things that you can also do also. You know, like the story in the book where the guy gives the yogi master the poison and the guy gets sick. One guy that was 300 years old and 300 pounds for every year, and you know, and sleep up under the ocean and shit like that.
Well, you mentioned the hemlock, and you said that yesterday you mentioned hemlock. Is it you?
About what?
To take the hemlock. You didn't say that.
I said, yo, Hemmitt. Maybe it was somebody else.
Oh.
Yeah.
You drink the hemlock like it's a poison.
No, I didn't say that.
Associated with what?
Suicide, if a person takes himself out by suicide, what happens? With the ego, is that egotistical? Is that?
No, the real ancient, we're talking about thousands of years ago, it wasn't nothing for them to take themselves off the planet. You see what I'm saying? Take themselves off the planet. They just didn't want to be in a physical body anymore. They wanted to free themselves up. The seraphim, the gods frown upon it because they want to keep you down here. You see what I'm saying? But then again, now that their asses is actually, they're really actually dead. These gods up here, they dead. The only thing that's holding shit back is we still think that they live. And we're not giving the proper acknowledgement to our own self, which is the ultimate power of the universe or omniverse or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the ego is like, it's relative to the level of consciousness you're at.
Yeah.
Because if you have the ego and you still of the physical consciousness, it represents like a veil which will block the divine energy of these two. If these are manifested real high, it'll block the third eye from coming in.
Right.
But then once you come to that consciousness, your ego, it's more so you have an ego because you're coming from the third eye consciousness. So the two physical consciousness is like it's diminished. So your ego is coming from a higher or the most high state of consciousness. But if you have an ego from on a physical plane, it's acting as a veil, and you can't get that divine energy because you still keeping the physical, the human mind, which is blocking your cosmic mind, which is the ultimate. So if you have the ego, then that's on a whole nother different level. Yeah. But the veil is the human mind, and as long as you have the ego from a physical perspective, it'll always be the veil that it blocks the
when you break the bond, that's what George James called the sua bond, or the greatest good.
Yeah, break it. And once you break that,
I always have a problem with ego. For some reason,
well, everybody does down here. Shit, that's the basis of us not even functioning on a certain level when that get out of hand. Everybody down here has a problem with egos, and basically that's what you have to deal with in this jungle. Is different people's egos. You see what I'm saying? You see, ego trips and all. The original gods had hundreds of DNA strands, as we saw in the movie Fifth Element. You saw the movie that had all those different DNA strands, but that's called junk DNA. And was reduced to two DNA strands during the flood of the physical into the spiritual. The extra DNA is known as junk DNA, which is now returning, as you say. I've got some about the amino acids that was popping up on the DNA when we was talking about that. Well, this is some other information which is now returning as the amino acids or star clusters, and there are 12 main chakras of the DNA. Later known as lights of the sephirot of the tree of life. So in so many words, this Deborah Blair said that we got two DNA strands. You know, also the bringers of the dawn. But he said two DNA strands. He said, but the other 12 was also on the Kabbalah. That's what he talked about. But in actuality, they are the 12 adverse cephers, which means behind each one of these wheels of light is the light of darkness, which is behind it. And in actuality, what this thing's saying in a nutshell is, in so many words, we have the 12 DNA strands, which in actuality, I don't want to get through some of this, which in actuality, we have the 12 DNA strands, which in actuality is within the melanin. But when you enter the sphere of Doth, this particular sphere, right here, when you enter the sphere of Doth, or death, you cross the abyss, you enter what is called the Kalipoth, or this tree of knowledge. on the backside of the tree of life. And there were millions, there are millions of legions or demons or daemons. So what I'm trying to say is this here. You remember I talked about in this book, the Goetia. And I told you that in the Goetia, they got these seals, 72 seals. 72 seals. And each seal has a legion of about 30 other demons. These demons or daemons, those are those amino acids. That's this process of this particular melanin that they're seeing the so-called amino acids popping up. That's these daemons are these demons. You know, Satan, Lucifer has demons, or legions. Hellspawn. Those legions, as Crowley even says in this book, is based on some shit called Siddakosh. And Siddakosh, he says, is some stuff that comes from the third eye. Siddakosh, Sid or soot, it means black, or kosh, which also means black. This is just another word for melanin. And within the melanin, you have these seals. Now they're saying that these DNA are they're saying about these DNA, these particular amino acids that they're seeing on the DNA strands is these particular seals opening up. Is these particular seals opening up. In so many words, that's what this melanin complex is coming back online.
You said they're popping up so fast and make your head spin.
Right.
They say every 30 days they've got like a half-inch pages full of new
amino acids. But you know, melanin is a form of amino acids. It's a form of amino acid. So, in so many words, let me explain what this thing is. Number one, this is the Typhonian bloodline, which is melanin bloodline, is what this stuff is. Now, I'm going to break the seal on what this shit is that the white boys is talking about, but they're talking about this, but on one hand, they're not making the connection. In the guy Thompson's book, Angels and Aliens, first of all, these are the damn spaceships they're talking about, these round seals. Your boy, these round seals. The guy George Hunt Williams said, can you imagine millions of these things showing up over Washington, D.C.? Well, he was getting visions of literally something that is going to go on the inside of our body. The extraterrestrial nation that they're talking about is those seals in the Goetia, which is the amino acids and which is the melanin coming online, and that's what the shit is. The celestial ship of the north, the mothership, which is the great mother, Typhonian, Typhon, Draconian. The Typhonian bloodline is the great mother. This is what this stuff is. The extraterrestrial nation is an extraterrestrial nation of Goetia, which is the name of this book is called the Goetia, which this black one is out of print, but the same book is in you can get $16 in most stores.
The Goetia book?
Yeah, that Goetia book by Aleister Crowley and McGregor Malthus. The extraterrestrial nation is those Goetia seals. The galactic intergalactic federation that they're talking about. All this galactic, you know, all these old, the New Age movement is talking about this alien shit and the Galactic Federation and all that shit. But ain't shit coming out there because that ain't nothing but a holographic universe. The Galactic Federation is these energies of these amino acids and this particular, which is the Philosopher's Stone and all this shit comprised of melanin coming on in your body. The real universe, the inner worlds. You see what I'm saying? Even the guy Gareth Knight got a book out called Experience the Inner Worlds.
That's the same thing they're talking about in Revelation.
Same thing in the book of Revelation. And it's the same thing that the UFO people is talking about. But the people who are behind this thing is putting out the UFO information. They're talking about our asses coming online. You see what I'm saying? So the Galactic Federation does not exist in outer space, the petty universe, but is in the inner space of the human body, of what is left over from the original great old ones, which is us, the black race. So to kill most blacks is to do, and somehow trying to stop the extraterrestrial invasion. You see what I'm saying? That is already here. But remember, I told you they're helping the extraterrestrial invasion because when they kill all the black people, we get more energy. You see what I'm saying?
So that's why that black hole has come online in the Milky Way.
In the Milky Way, see, but that's nothing but a reflection of what's come online inside of us. That's the amino acids and all that shit. They can look and see the black hole and how that shit is, or that Orion Nebula. And they can look and see that, and they can determine what's going on inside of our body by looking out there in the space, because out there in the space ain't nothing but a hologram. It ain't the real shit. That's just a reflection of what's going on the inside of our bodies.
And guess what they're saying? I heard a couple, matter of fact, I have the magazine. They say it's billions of stars being born.
Billions of stars, exactly. They say that Orion Nebula is billions of stars being born in the Orion Nebula. That's them same damn seals up in there, which the legions is like tens of thousands. It says that each seal has 30 legions or 40 legions of these Damians, Amians, Amens, same thing, hidden spirits, jinns, genies, genius, which is all a part of. Amen means hidden stuff, it goes back to alchemy. Each seal has, and I said before, has 30 legions, but a legion means 10,000. So these are all the goddamn ancestors that we talking about. But they're inside of us, and that's what the Star Trek movie called Chloramidians, these extraterrestrial nations. You see what I'm saying? There was never such a thing as space or outer space. It is a hologram perceived to be real, perceived to be real by the human brain. This brain is the matrix. Your human brain is what the matrix is. That's what the matrix is. It's your human brain. The Luciferian brain, which is the pineal brain, is up under. Isn't Satan up under the earth in hell? It's up under it. Osiris is lying in a mentor. The brain is the matrix, and that's what the movie is talking about. You see what I'm saying? In the Necronomicon mythos, it's also called the elder sign. The brain is the enemy to the original gods. The brain is the brain is really the ego, and that's what's making you perceive this. If there is no outer space, then space has to be inner space. And the extraterrestrial realm has to be the subconscious mind in the inner world called the dark side. So stay away from the dark side. You see, to try to stop the dark side is trying to stop the alien invasion. So the book, The Biggest Secret, and they were talking about the Draconians about to invade, or the reptilians. All that shit is the Draconians and the reptilians is nothing but the Kundalini energy and the pineal gland. Don't make the mistake, since the think that someone's outside of yourself. Don't make the mistake. I'm just reading what I was writing when I was in the spirit. It says to look for no one outside of yourself to save yourself. Now, in the X-Files, a couple of months ago, they had the Greys. Remember they talk about the Greys, and they talk about the Greys, and we all got to be the Greys of the enemy. They identified the Greys in the X-Files movie, which was a black baseball team called the what? The Greys. But they had one guy who they said was an alien. First of all, the word gray is basically two aspects. It is the black melanin, and this little particle of light that gives away to the white stone. When you put that together, it's the yin and the yang concept. It's called the grays. It's an extraterrestrial terminology. The grays is talking about the melanin, but inside that melanin is a little particle of light, I said the last time, called the Bendu seed. And that's who we are. And that is the grays. You see what I'm saying? That is the grays. You see what I'm saying? So the men in black is the grays. The black man is the grays. And all white UFO groups are calling their enemies the grays and the reptilians. You see what I'm saying? But reptilian just means the Kundalini energy, and they also call it the Draconians. Well, hell, the Draconian is also the cult of the dragon, which is the great mother or Alpha Draconis. So we talked about that before. The Draconians, the Typhonians, the snake people, the Uraeus crown, the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? So the rising or the invasion of the reptilian is the Kundalini energy of the serpent power and the invading the body. The fleet of ships is also the chakras of light seen in the Goetia. Inside of the melanin, there's 72 chakras. And 72 chakras have 72 smaller, has 30 legions of smaller chakras, but legions mean 10,000. So we're talking about 10 million or so, or 15 million, or maybe 20 million of this extraterrestrial invasions of the DNA, the DNA clusters and all that shit that's going on inside of our body. That's what this particular stuff is actually talking about here. Is what this particular thing is talking about. You can get a little glimpse of that in David Icke's book, The Truth Shall Set You Free. He talks about that. Look at the misery and the pain that, and the intergalactical ignorance that has been visited upon our planet in Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and all the rest of the religions. You see what I'm saying? The outer space is a backdrop or a screen and a reflection of the inner universe. The Orion Nebula is giving birth to millions and billions of new stars and worlds. The inner space, the Orion Nebula, is the DNA and has hundreds of amino acids forming daily on the same stars, are the same stars of the new worlds that's forming in outer space. So in so many words, the Orion Nebula, since this is a hologram, it's a movie screen to depict what's inside of your body. And so this Orion Nebula is giving birth to tons of stars, and inside of your body, the DNA or the melanin is giving birth to tons of amino acids, which is coming on lines, which is the legions or seals or spawns, hell spawns. You see what I'm saying, huh?
Something else, the word sept. Okay, when they
Sept.
talk about septet.
Yeah, that sept is serious also.
Okay, well, the hieroglyph for sept means three things. It means human, door, and sky.
Right.
They're all the same.
As well as sept also means seven.
The Great Mother.
Seven, and it also is also in seven also in the hieroglyphics is an axe. It's an axe, and it means to cleave away, to break down a certain door. So all of that stuff is what this particular stuff is also talking about. So let's go into what time is it?
I don't know.
10:15.
10:15. Let's go into a question and answer, because your questions are answers. Your questions are answers. So let's go into a question and answer period right now also too. Yeah. Okay? You and then you. What's that? Yeah.
So, in layman's terms, would I not be like a bad guy?
I wanted to clear that up. So first thing I did is I asked a couple of questions based on what happened, and basically he was trying to do good, but apparently whatever entity that was controlling him was using him as a vehicle also to put forth another realm of stuff. So in so many words, I think also too that we also can be manipulated from outside forces that want to put their agenda forward. You see what I'm saying also too? Huh?
I think he was manipulated.
I think he was manipulated. You see what I'm saying? I think he was manipulated.
Because you know they reveal or revere him a lot in a lot of the Rosicrucians.
Yeah, but it's interesting, and the guy Sinclair Drake, black folks here and there, said it's interesting how white people love Akhenaten.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You see how white people love Akhenaten. So he was manipulated because he did tear up the priesthood and got rid of the royal army, and that's how. And once he weakened the royal army, that's how they was able to be invaded. You see what I'm saying? So he marked the downfall. You see what I'm saying also too. Plus also you must understand that he did one thing also too with this one God concept. The Egyptians or the Canaanites understood that our mind was multi-dimensional or multi-layered based on these seals and these daemons, and you needed a many-God system to explain the oneness, and when he got rid of that, it shut us down to a dormant state. With the introduction of monotheism, shuts the melanin down to a dormant state. If melanin is something that never stops moving, then to get rid of a multiple deity system is to get rid of the scientific operation of the melanin state, and so therefore it shuts us down to a dormant state with monotheism, worshiping one God on a slave level. And this is another way for us not to manifest the alchemical process when they turn against alchemy, because alchemy needs to understand the multi-deity system. Then they go in and the red dragon, green dragon, and all the stuff that was in the scriptures, they turn it around and mean something else, but you can find that in the Bible also too. So by him coming with the monotheistic thing, he took it from the scientific terminology to a slave terminology, and we could not access that particular energy, which we did through the mythology and the religions.
So when you combine those two things with him breaking it down to monotheism and then breaking the army down to a local police force, right. that was the beginning of Christianity and also the nonviolent thing. So he was the Martin Luther King of his day.
That's
and
right.
That's why they worship Martin Luther King or project Martin Luther King as someone we should worship.
It probably got the science from Akhenaten that the British intelligence gave to Gandhi to do with India, and later on the British intelligence gave to America to give to Martin Luther King to do with our behind. We're talking about a counter-revolutionary move on the spiritual level and the physical level in historical proportions.
And it worked.
And it worked. You see what I'm saying? And it worked also too.
This is like we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities and powers and all of this.
Right. You see, exactly.
What locked out of minds.
You mentioned a book about 25 years in the CIA. Do you have an author for that?
The guy John Stockwell.
Okay. My next question is. There's going to be a Melanin conference next month in Detroit.
It is?
Yes. Yeah. Richard King is going to be here. What would you ask him if you were there? For all the answers that you need already.
That's a good question.
Well, see, the only thing.
Where's that? I'm not sure where it's going to be. You should have to check it. Who's Brian down at a bookstore.
He's bringing Richard King and Carol Barnes.
Oh, okay.
October 23rd.
Well, then we might not ever find out about it, so.
Well, my whole thing with the whole melanin thing is, my whole thing with which I was at the last melanin conference in '94, and my whole thing with the way he approached it, it was still that the way it was in '94 was that we always look at melanin from a physiological and a medical view, and melanin was a lot more than that. So my point is it's a lot more than that. It's more, the real mystery to open up with the whole melanin is on the spiritual process. And when I was there the last time, they had all these medical doctors, they can't tell you shit about it other than some diet. You see what I'm saying? Because they're talking about the physiological aspect. Whereas melanin is an occult science, which is a hidden science. The word occult itself means melanin, occultum, which means hidden arts. So my point is, now Richard King knows that particular aspect, and he's dealt with that particular aspect on it from the Kemetic perspective and all. It's just that my whole thing is at this particular point, not unless they have taken this thing further, and basically, that's what I've been doing, and I'm not trying to jack my own horn, but I see this particular thing. You see what I'm saying? Because I saw the last one, and it was basically a bunch of medical doctors and stuff, and the only thing that they could get is they couldn't get no further than the physiological body and diet. But as far as the spiritual aspect, those particular avenues, not unless it's manifested beyond that, no, I mean it's futile. You know what I'm saying, to even discuss that particular part now, because I mean, you know what I'm saying? We are at the stage where we're talking about this thing actually freeing us. Right. You see what I'm saying? And that has to be a spiritual address. So the question I would ask is to just ask, what is the spiritual aspect of that now, and see what the response would be also too. You see what I'm saying? I can say that I've done the last 4 years of what I call occult melanin, and basically that's what I'm bringing you, which is the study of alchemy. You see what I'm saying? And you got to realize the medical profession as well as the whole educational profession starts with a byproduct of something greater. And we are fooled into thinking that is the real essence behind it. So when we say we must do research, remember we're only researching the byproduct of greater ancient mysteries of Kemet, which the secret societies have synthesized and given the whole field of education a byproduct, the secondary level, in which we're calling advanced education. You see what I'm saying? Advanced education. So if it pretty much don't get off the physiological level, it's futile to me to talk about something that is more of a spiritual substance than it is a physiological substance. When we talk about it on the physiological level, we only talk about its byproduct level. Melanin is a byproduct of carbon, which is the basis of the entire backdrop of blackness of space and all, inner or outer. So and we talk about the spiritual aspect of it and all. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if it pretty much is going to stay in the physiological healthcare field of diet, it's futile. What, you got to healthy your body so the cracker can still tell your ass to go to work and chain whip your ass? You know? Yeah.
So what's the real deal legitimate activator of this melanin?
Two things. It's called Darth, but Darth is also called the sphere of knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So they say, but then again, on the other hand, we know it coincides with water. Because it's called Sama in India, and they say, but Sama has two sisters that he must have, and that's water. So it's called the water of life. But then again, there's something called the bread of life. What is the bread of life? It can't be food. Because we know what food does. The bread of life is knowledge. So it's knowledge to align it, water, water, and understanding of the actual knowledge also too, as well as some fire. You can put that up in there too, and you can get that by raising the kundalini. Take you some yohimbe. You see what I'm saying? Take you some yohimbe.
So there's water.
And the other thing would also be meditation.
So water is physical.
No, water is not physical. Water is the only substance outside of. If you go back and read the first chapter of the book, that Greek thing and all, you're going to find out in the beginning there was okeanos, water. water is the only thing outside that pre-existed the physical realm of the first substance of the universe. And basically what happened is you had melanin at one time, which is supposed to be this powder black substance of carbon. At one time before the creation of the physical universe, melanin and water together was a mercury substance called the mercurous spirit, which is not necessarily talking about the mercury. That's a part. Yeah. But this mercurous thing that they're talking about in alchemy is a combination of water and this dark matter mixed together. Something like an oil, what you call anointing oil. You see what I'm saying? And in the process of the creation, they split all of the process, and one part became the earth, which is a big stone, and all the compounds together makes element. Water makes a rock, a stone, and that's what basically dirt and everything is this crushed stone. Same element. And the other part became water, which is the ocean.
In the atmosphere?
Huh? Well, that's all illusion up there, you know.
I mean around the planet itself, immediately.
Well, that's fire.
That's fire?
You know what I'm saying? Don't they say that you burn up when you come into the atmosphere?
Oh yeah, sit on fire.
You see, so it's a combination of these particular things, but water is one of the only original substances. That's why it's throughout all spiritual material. You see what I'm saying?
So bread and water take care of all of it.
Yeah, that, and a combination of also too, because we're talking about a process of piercing the veil. So getting rid of your fears of those experiences that you actually come to experience.
Knowledge takes care of that though.
Well, the knowledge that evil ain't necessarily evil in what you think it is just power, or the destructive element that is vital for all things of change.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
They said that the Indians say that the elements, the water is the black man's element, and the water is the most humble and most powerful.
Well, and one of your four elements is earth, water, fire, air, and the melanin comprises of all of that. What's that, sister?
I was just thinking about a comparison. I think earlier you gave a demonstration of and speaking with authority. And I've always, and when you were speaking, something struck. You take a little small, I was in a doctor's office once, and there was a light expression mother and her little child, and he was crawling all over the couch and all over the wall, and she kept saying, "Now, Johnny, be quiet. Johnny, get down. Johnny, don't do this."
Right.
And then he was a little black mother and her child, and he began to do the same thing. So she began to try and talk to me, just softly. You just didn't pay any attention. Finally, she had to, bristle.
Yeah.
And say, "Sit down."
Right.
And the child obeyed.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, so that's that. And I guess the other shit was not going to happen.
No.
It's just like my mama used to curse, and I go, she say, "Shit." I curse because it feels better. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, that's one of the concepts also too. But don't the preacher holler to get your ass to holler at you, to get your behind to doggone fear the devil and
bring him his money
and lose your mind in the concept. Give me some questions. Yeah.
This thing you have up here. In the Bible, it says not to eat the tree that they ate the fruit of, the tree of knowledge, not the tree of life.
I said the tree of knowledge.
Yeah, that's the one they ate from.
Yeah, right.
They did eat from the tree of knowledge.
Yeah, they did eat from the tree of knowledge. I said that they said don't eat from. You can eat from all the trees, but you can't eat from the tree of knowledge. Right.
Yes, but what you were explaining to us, you say they give us the
the tree of life, but not the tree of knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
So what happens when they ate from the tree of knowledge, then they said, well, we better get them out of here before they eat the tree of life.
No.
They get, yeah, and then they get sent away.
You get all of it. You get the both ends of it.
Well, but the tree of knowledge was the one that he was trying for them not to get to. They ate from the right damn one though. They ate from the right one. So you are right in a way, because the tree of life would mean that if we didn't get them from here after eating from the tree of knowledge, they was going to eat from the tree of life, which in actuality was the physical world. And they didn't want that, because that's the only way that they exist. It's from the tree of life.
Assuming.
You see. In so many words, yeah. But I'm saying the tree of knowledge is the key.
So we already have the knowledge.
Yes.
We just aren't, we just
locked
can't
up.
use it.
Yeah, the word doth, which is also melanin, which is thoth, which is alchemy, is also known as knowledge. And in so many words, it means it's the Akashic records. These records are also inside of us. Edukare, educate, to bring out what is already on the inside. So when they say don't eat from the tree of knowledge, you eat from the tree of knowledge, the knowledge that ye are gods and the scriptures cannot be broken.
But we already did that, so we already know that.
No, we did it one time, and each time we do it, they knock us back down, so we have to start all over again. But we're talking about the enzyme cycle, and you're doing it again. But this time they are dead, so they can't damn do shit. You know, so you are remembering again. So when you saw in the myth of Osiris, they cut him up into 16 pieces, and they have to put his body back together. That's remember the body. You see what I'm saying? Because his body was dismembered. So we are remembering is all this stuff is also coming back together.
Remembering the knowledge.
Yeah, we are remembering the knowledge.
We have it, we're just putting it back.
Yeah, just putting it back together.
Like an old bundle when you said took the 16 pieces.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I have another quick question about the Great Mother being the dragon.
Yeah.
So does that mean the analogy about slaying the dragon is killing the Great Mother? Yes.
No, in that thing, what they're talking about is the dragon. The slaying of the dragon is the dissecting of the dragon, or something like ingesting the dragon. So it's the same as the Christ. The Christ slays the dragon, or he slays Satan when you are conquered. It's the same as conquering. And when you conquer something, you become it. You remember it. You see what I'm saying? You become it. It's untamed. So when you conquer something, you conquer mathematics, you become the mathematics. So it's like a synthesizing. So the slaying of the dragon is in actuality in alchemy. They say when the dragon slays the dragon thinks him. He's only slaying the veil of his own self. And when you slay the veil, or when you break through the veil, you synthesize the veil. You see what I'm saying? You synthesize the veil. And when you synthesize the veil, you see what I'm saying? It no longer has this mystery anymore. And you become it. So it's metaphor like that on what the dragon slayer is.
So it doesn't have anything to do with the Great Mother?
No, not in that particular aspect. Not in that particular aspect. And when they talk about the dragon slayer, that's a mythical tale on it's the same as Solomon. He comes and he goes with these particular demons or these latent energies, and he binds them into his signet ring, and then he uses those same energies to do whatever he wants. Well, the ring is the ring of consciousness, which is also the black god and all that, the pineal gland. So it's about like that ball in the movie The Arrival, where that ball spins and everything in it gets sucked into it. So you literally, not only are you slaying the dragon or whatever, you're literally collecting all of the scattered pieces of the dragon and synthesizing them in one force is what that means also. Yeah, what's that?
Can you elaborate some more on the 503 law? The reason I asked that question because the previous videos I watched, you said that any church or institution that's under the 503 law, they cannot say anything bad about the government. They have to teach things that are not threatening. And if they're under that,
Yeah.
it's possible to really teaching the truth. You know,
Is
the
it?
reason I bring up is because I've been to churches that so-called teach metaphysics.
Yeah.
They're under the 503 law.
Let's put it this way. This is how it goes. There's ways to get around it to the point where as the government might not know about it, or they might, or it might be to the point where as the government might, they might not be doing something that's effective enough. And what I'm saying by that is this: maybe this thing was put in for more political structures of trying to get us to rally. You see what I'm saying? Trying to get us to rally based on nation building, on the physical. That's what the government is mainly concerned with. You understand what I'm saying? It's mainly concerned with. They automatically know that basically the esoteric sciences and stuff like that, they know that the masses of the people are not going to really get that, so they don't really care. So it's a certain stipulations on the way they do things a certain way. You see what I'm saying? On the way they do it, they might not just not know about it or don't really care based on certain ways also too.
But under that 503, don't you have to keep a certain membership in order to have that, to keep that status? And if so, isn't it, you know, a lot of, if your church exists because of that, your sole purpose is to keep members, not necessarily teach people.
Yeah.
Is that true, or do I got it wrong, or is that?
Well, I'm not really sure. You say the church teaches metaphysical knowledge.
I'm not going to say what church it is because I'm kind of like against. I'm not going to tell you this. I don't want to start a mess, but from my point of view, it seems like this person who reads it is very negative. When I say negative, I mean they're very against anything new or anything that would enlighten people. They're always on the same agenda.
Well, that would be a good friend to the government, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I don't want to get into bring these, start because that's what I'm asking in the about the. I'm trying to be nice about the way I'm asking questions. So that's the reason why I'm asking. Because in the previous video, you did say that if someone's under this law, it's only so much stuff they can say.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what? I also found out too that they're really concerned of major churches and big churches. Because like I say, some of the clandestine things, they're really concerned of churches that will have a major influence on a wide body of people. You understand what I'm saying? On a wide body of people. So sometimes you can get around the law, sometimes the law might not exercise itself and all, because it's not, they can basically see that it's never going to be a thing that's going to get to a certain level. So it's, the government looks and sometimes they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So it varies. A lot of that is also the big churches also too that they're dealing with, and we're talking about like not little one church and stuff, but we're talking about like the AME is in every state. CME is in every state, United Methodist is in every state, Episcopalian, and your big churches also are the ones that really have to come under the scrutiny because they have such a mass following other than just what you call it and all, you see what I'm saying? Now maybe if this evangelism or whatever gets bigger and bigger and bigger, then he'll catch hell by it. So it's, they work on it on certain ways like that. What's that?
Hey, what if say it's a smaller church? And the smaller church is teaching things on a metaphysical level, but they're teaching it in the perspective to be a battery to this shit and keep it going. Now, Annie on the 501c3, now, I kind of know my own opinion, but in other words, if they on the 50C, the list, and they teaching metaphysical stuff, but teaching it in a perspective to keep this going. But if we deal with this on the true level, is to destroy it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
it could be the right hand, going back to the right hand path.
Right, so from that perspective, you could think that when you're dealing with this high stuff, and you still acting as a battery, you put two and two together.
Exactly.
It's obvious.
It's the same as Yogananda being a government agent. And he taught basically meditation and all this type of stuff here. You see what I'm saying? So they got their hands in everything. You know what I'm saying? They got their hands in everything. And I think ultimately that the law was to protect them against people who would have a gathering in a church to teach the people revolutionary type tactics. Because we also know that the Prince Hall Freemasons in the upper echelons, they have to sign a waiver every year that they don't bear arms against the government. You understand what I'm saying? And, you know, bear arms against the government. And it's just a social organization with no knowledge whatsoever.
My understanding is that the sole purpose they have to maintain a certain membership. If they don't maintain a certain membership, they have to close it down. So the main purpose not to teach people is to teach them morals and dogma just to keep them coming.
Probably so. I don't disagree. You see what I'm saying? I don't disagree. I don't know why the government didn't attack it or whatever and stuff like that, but obviously this is no major thing. But it probably does more to help the government than it does, you see what I'm saying, like that. And so maybe that has something to do with it. Give me some other questions.
Well, this is a little bit, you haven't touched on this, but it's about remote viewing.
Yeah.
Is it possible for a remote viewer to, say, contact previous civilizations, say Egypt, and find out how they did certain things if you could get past the language barrier?
There's possible ways, especially for black people, to time travel and do all that type of stuff in the psychic realm, because everything is recorded. First of all, it brought my attention that there's a movie that you need to go get on remote viewing that they did in 1978 with Kirk Douglas, called
The Fury.
The Fury. How they was taking these psychic people and using them for government purpose. So they did one. So they've been doing it. They say they started it in the 1940s. They've been doing it. I'm quite sure it's quite possible to get certain things, but there's only one problem though. Most of the civilization was done by high priests as far as the real deal knowledge, and that probably is a realm that they can't break. You see what I'm saying? Is a realm that they can't break. So that's one thing. They probably could go back or whatever, but then again, can they get into the priestess science? That's a whole nother realm. You see what I'm saying? What's that?
I just want to make one comment on what she said. There's a herb that grows in West Africa called ibogaine that is utilized for time travel that the priests use. Dr. Ando in Atlanta, he has access to the ibogaine. And the government has been trying to get him to teach them about the ibogaine and the chop or cotton. Was the Hemmitt plant they use. See, the thing is that what we don't understand is a lot of, because we live in the society that we're in that deals with drugs. The priests were using drugs and things also. You know,
you see that right in the Bible.
The mushrooms,
the wine was a
wine, also ergot, all that kind of stuff. But they scare us from that because they tell you, don't mess with drugs, you'll be a crack addict.
Right.
But the thing is that they use the ibogaine as it's a regressor, it's a time plant. And what it does is they utilize it now for to get people off of heroin and cocaine. And also deals with trauma, like women who were raped real young and stuff like that. They can go back in time.
So this is the real deal Prozac.
Yeah, they can
but
go
the
back in time.
The thing is the only difference, like you're saying, we used to use drugs like crazy. The Book of Law say drink strange wines and drugs. The only thing about the drugs that we got, the drugs that became so bad right after the 1940s and stuff is because shit became synthetic.
Yeah.
That's the difference. But we always used intoxicants to deal with all that types of stuff like that. So there's, but like I said, I time traveled by just drinking 3 gallons of water for 3 days and actually did the time travel.
Did you fast?
I just went, huh?
Did you fast?
that's the way to do it and all, but the 3 gallons of water, hell, after 3 gallons of water a day, shit, that's a hell of a fast too. Shit, everything done washed out, shit. But you're nuts. So basically, after 3 gallons a day, and I went back to 78, and I went back to 1980. I went back to 1980. For some reason, I was drawn back there. Like I said, I went back and all because and I knew the only thing about I guess I didn't have control over it and stuff because I wasn't really expecting to do it. It just happened. And basically, I knew I was time traveling because I smelled a smell in my house that I hadn't smelled since 1978, because whatever it was that I was smelling, we didn't have that smell or something. It was something that my mother was some spray that she was using or something and all, and I hadn't smelled that smell. So when I smelled the smell, I knew that I was back. It's one thing to have memory, but when I heard the sound, when I was hearing and smelling, then it was more than just thought. I was literally back on that particular plane. You see what I'm saying? And then to go back to my freshman year in college and remember thousands of faces of people, that was almost humanly impossible now that I was there looking at all the people. Looking at all the people. So I'm quite sure anything is actually possible, but as far as the real advanced secrets, I don't know if that might be guarded. You see what I'm saying? Also too, but I did that off the water. What you ready to say? Or I did that just off the water.
Was that through dreaming, or was it through just a vision, through meditation?
No, I was just laying in the damn bed thinking, and then the shit just came. And I was literally conscious of when I was doing it, and I was telling my mate that in actuality I'm back in 78. This was in 95, and I did it.
What's the name of that book? Lost Solomon Scrolls of Solomon?
Yeah.
In the back of that book, that author's Jewish fellow, he talks about, he had exercises, about 6 exercises. One of them is traveling through the north.
Yeah, right, yeah, okay.
And it lets you travel.
Yeah, it was interesting because in that same book, the enemy in that book is Lilith. Yeah. Ain't that something? And especially the chapter, The Demon Talks of Demons.
Yes.
Oh man, the enemy is Lilith.
Yeah, get that armament.
Yeah.
For that protection.
Huh?
They're selling them armament.
Selling for the protection and stuff like that of these negative forces, which so happen to be the feminine energy. And he goes and says in the book that we are against the feminine energy.
Yeah.
In the book.
Yeah.
Lost Scrolls of Solomon by Richard Barron. He goes and says that. He says that people of my race, he's talking about the main Jews of Tel Aviv and stuff. But it's still an excellent book. Yeah.
Let you see what they wait that.
Yeah, exactly. Also too.
If a woman prays at the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, and those Orthodox Jews, they'll throw a chair.
Yeah. Naturally and all, because it's a patriarchal faith based on homosexuality. Male, like all sports is organized homosexuality. So basically, it's the original thing based off the hatred of the woman anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, Bob, what are you saying is all homosexuality?
What?
The sports thing and all that?
When we talk about major sports, although you might take in it might not have nothing to do with you or whoever and stuff, you got to understand that these are the white boys' ultimately his rituals to continue shit. These rituals, because it's the ultimate mind control. Although it was reason to celebrate, I celebrated last Saturday with this Serena Williams thing.
Oh, I like that.
She won the damn and all, and the father had a prophecy. He told him that Venus Williams, although she was good, he said she's just occupying the time until Serena getting ready. He said because Serena is better than Venus. So Venus Williams went to the U.S. Open and got beat by the girl Hangers in '97. In '97. And Serena Williams beat her twice in a regular one, but in the Grand Slam, she beat the same girl that Venus beat. And Venus, and not only did she beat the girl that Venus got, she beat the same girl that beat Venus in '97. She beat the same girl that beat Venus the night before, and kicked ass. And the kicked ass, and it was such a wonderful event until even the white boy said, "This is an exciting time." He said, because just the historical implications of it. The last time a black one was 75, and the last time a black woman won was 58.
48.
48? No, 58. 58. Was 58, and she whipped ass and all, so that was good. But I'm just saying, based on that and all, you know, the ball between the legs and all kind of bullshit is almost, you know, it's a ritual going on with the football thing, and you know.
That reminds me of a book. I think it's by Browder or Crowder.
Oh,
he talks about
Anthony Browder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, what's the name said that the whole slave trade continues when you trade a person in football and basketball.
If you read Mandingo and Drums, I mean, it talks about the sports thing, leading from the slave thing. It's how, even today, how they select these players for each team. You know, in the shorts, and they're judging them according to the thighs and the physique.
Exactly. And do you know now it's gotten so bad to when they had the basketball draft, they have the dossiers on the TV, and they talk about whether he's difficult or not, and whether he has an attitude, and it just literally just,
This pro boy and beat that.
Yeah, that's pretty well. But they was, you know, they were just talking about just basically all of them. He has a bit of attitude and all this kind of thing, just like me. You see what I'm saying? But just like me, but you know also too that the whole sports thing had to be enacted. The Europeans fought from the time of Vikings up until the 1900s, and the only reason why they, up until the 20th century, and the only reason why they stopped is because they found another way to channel, although they still have their wars, but I'm talking about they used to fight daily.
Yeah.
Like France and Germany had a war for 100 years, and peacetime is abnormal, and war is normal. So in order for them killing off each other in battles that they've done, they found a way to do it with competition on the field. So that's what saved them from although they still have wars, and basically they channel the wars and focus the wars on the so-called third world countries or indigenous black countries. But basically, that's what saved them from having wars every day. They took the same aggression and put it in sports. You see what I'm saying?
Well, they gave it to Felix Trinidad last night.
It seems like the professional sports are so prevalent that there has to be some kind of ritual behind it.
Yeah, it's a ritual, and basically it is, this professional sports is what the society is. It is the society. When they tell you that when you're looking at baseball, you're looking at a part of America. You see what I'm saying? It is the society. Everything is based around it. It's a daily ritual. You remember when the first time they had this, not the one that they had the baseball strike in '94, but they had one in '81, and these people down there went crazy because they, you know, '94 they was used to it, but they had the O.J. Simpson trial to occupy him. You see what I'm saying? To occupy him. You see, and all that shit coincide. They had that to occupy them. That filled the void, but in '81 they had a strike and they damn near went crazy. Where they had to damn start showing high school baseball games and semi-pro and basically semi-pro and all types of JC, you know, old fat men league baseball just to occupy because it was damn near about to go crazy. So that's a part that soothed the savage beast. She had a hand up in you. What's that?
My brother he said that if they didn't have Monday night football, that's why they have sports on TV, because it stops the Europeans from beating their wives.
Yes, all of that.
That's another
So
reason why.
another thing,
God
instead of
had-
getting their ass whipped, let that motherfucker get that nigga a six pack and sit him in front of that damn. What's that?
In Star Wars, when the Jedi saw Anakin, they knew he was special because of his quick reflexes, you know. And Vishnu, one of my yoga instructors, has often said that the Egyptian priests picked people for the priesthood as children by watching the most athletic children, because they had all this great coordination, which means like, you know, the mind and the body and all was connected real good.
Right.
So when you look at the way athletes are chosen as little kids, the black gym school teachers in elementary school and high school got their connections to the fraternities and the colleges and stuff, and they know the white businessmen and stuff. And they pick out the black children with athletic ability and tell them don't, you know, they show them how to think to please white folks, and then they work at them constantly to train their bodies to please white folks. And so that's how we are losing our priesthood and our warrior class to these traitorous black athletic gym teachers.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so when we talk about black folks wouldn't hire black folks, this is how we doing.
And then by the time the coach, because you got a white mentor all your life and stuff like this and stuff, by the time the coach get through with them and all, you see what I'm saying and all, they are the perfect specimen to uphold this society, because a lot of black people who didn't make it in the sports thing, they also become police officers and, you know, different things like that, you know what I'm saying? Different people, law-abiding, upholding type thing, as well as, if you notice, there's a connection with sports and also politics. So all this stuff here has a lot to do with the reconditioning of the mind also too, because it's interesting that one of the best, and I often wondered why I was one of the best athletes in our school, when I was in my high school, became one of the greatest Uncle Tom police officers that would lock up anything black. He started locking up so many black people that it felt so good at locking up people till he locked up the damn his white boss daughter and got fired from the damn shit. And then the niggas laughed at him for days and all.
So, did he get the 60 runs yet?
Huh?
Did Sosa get those 60 runs yet?
Yeah, okay.
They was throwing the ball all over the stand when it hit.
Yeah, you see, exactly. What's that?
Just a comment about Table, the karate guy. I noticed that on some of the pictures, there is a very noticeable bulge in his genital area, and on others, it's eliminated completely.
Well, maybe,
some of these pictures that wouldn't say in family books and things, or papers, they've taken the bulge out.
Oh, well, they do that with, you know, airbrush and shit. It's probably so and all. But my girl had noticed also too that it's the reason why, although his shit works, that they was attacking him because some of the other stuff was not working, but his stuff really works. And they was attacking him on that level. But on the other hand, she noticed that one of the real things about him that's so popular is she noticed there was a whole lot of sexual things going on as far as the gestures and all, and the little white women behind him and all that shit too. You see, Tiger. Yeah. But I knew that when the news started attacking him, telling the people that this Tybo was dangerous, then you knew that they got something that worked also too. Because in actuality, all that other stuff, the people was buying them tapes and them shits was loading up on the wall ever since that Jane Fonda workout bullshit. So they finally got one that really did work, because in actuality, any fool know that the real exercise, no pain, no gain. You see what I'm saying? So I knew when they had this worldwide campaign and they started attacking him at one thing like that and all, I knew that in actuality that also too, that it was another faction of that whole workout video thing that was trying to squash his thing also too. So
they say he's a clone.
Well, I saw his damn daughter, and it's supposed to be his physical, his real biological daughter, and she was white, total white. I mean, she didn't even look like the nappy hair and all this kind of thing. He said, I want to know how that shit was. They said, this is my real biological daughter. But yet, she was milk toast white with white hair, nothing resembled black. And I'm saying for a black man as black as you, not to have no damn...
Right. Was she albino?
Huh?
Was she albino?
No, she wasn't that either. She was a regular white girl.
Yeah.
Figure that shit out.
Regular white girl.
What's that?
Yeah, what if they going around this country now talking about putting on violence for kids because they want black kids, especially in the ghetto? Is they that interested in educating black kids all over this country now?
Are you kidding?
No. They said, what about it now?
They want vouchers for all kids in the inner city especially now, so they want to educate and get better education. That's what they claim. So what's behind all this?
Same thing.
Well, it's no different than integration.
You don't pay taxes.
No different than integration. Basically, who can educate the child, educates the child, plus you got to realize it also goes to show you that we're not a threat anymore because the numbers are down. You understand? And they probably, whoever remained that they didn't kill, they're trying to bring in the fold and make this elite class that I was talking about yesterday also too. So it could be several things and all. That might be the Illuminati dream, and the Boule. Take everybody else and just have a race of Afrikaners, as they call them down in South Africa. You see?
I see what Bill Gates said. He want smart kids.
Well, see, not only that, he just gave $1 billion or something to the Clark Atlanta University. But then again, you got to realize all that shit is USC, all that shit is government.
Yeah.
They getting on top of all that type of thing here too. You see what I'm saying? They getting on top of all that too. It's just another thing to lull people back to sleep or whatever the deal is.
Did he give $1 billion or something to zero population growth, or was that Ted Turner?
I'm not sure.
No, it was him. He gave
him and Ted Turner
he gave it to the World Health Organization for their vaccination program.
Yeah, zero population.
So I'm just saying, whatever it is, you best believe everything is based on some form of imperialism and another form of slavery.
That's right.
You see, by putting your money in everything too, so it can't nothing good come out of it.
See, but now that Bill Gates is donating money, they dropped that antitrust suit against him.
So the government told him where to put the money. You see what I'm saying also too. Where to put the money also. So it's something behind it. It ain't manifested yet that you can put your hand on it. You best believe can't nothing good come out of it. You see what I'm saying?
I have one other question. Since you brought that up about Bill Gates, I was talking to someone in Florida last week, and I have a computer, but I don't have a new generation. So I haven't gotten one. So the person was saying, well, gee whiz, they're practically giving them away down here, and the only thing only condition is that you sign up for 3 years for the internet. So I know, but then I got the paper and I started looking, and I said, now what is it behind here? Here you can buy a computer the whole set. Well, but from the rebates, actually it's going to cost you something like $250.
Yeah, they got $159.
Yeah, what I'm saying, as you're looking, he's watching you.
Yeah, you can look, they can look.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
When you visit an internet site, most professional sites send what they call cookies to your computer, which enter your hard drive and tell them information about not only the type of computer you have, but everything you do. It goes through all your registration.
Well, look at the word online. Online.
And I also heard that someone removed, you call them donuts, right?
Cookies.
They had removed them out. And this man wound up dead.
Yeah, they get mad at
you can't get them out. They're always in there. So when the government comes and take your computer, all they got to do is type the right code, and all the stuff you did drops out the hard drive.
Just another way of being in the system. You see,
And they want everybody online.
Yeah.
You see, it's in the movie Batman Forever. Instead of a cable box in every house, it's one of those on every house in every house and stuff. You see what I'm saying? One of those in every house. You know, so yeah, you know, it's something to it. You know, just we'll know down the road they don't never give you shit. Good. You see what I'm saying? Give me some more questions.
Any comment on hepatitis A vaccine that they're making preschool children take?
All that shit is just some stuff to kill you up, shut you down and all. You know, all this hepatitis, all this kind of stuff here and all. You know, that's all that is the same control. You know what I'm saying? Genocide. Yeah, any vaccine. Yep.
Should we give our weapons up to the president?
No. My point is this. See the whole Colorline High shit. The whole Colorline High stuff was to get the weapons out of the people. They had this big summit that was supposed to happen in Denver. And this summit was going to free up all the gun laws. It was supposed to happen a few days after the shooting, so they slipped in and killed all the people outside of Denver. They didn't kill them in the inner city because that just be the same old shit that's been happening. So you go and you kill a bunch of white people who can do something outside of Denver. They killed them up, and immediately they had the NRA and all them had to put the meeting on hold. Meanwhile, it wasn't about the damn to make better gun laws, because basically they had already stripped the people of the gun laws, but basically the people buying guns had gotten around it by saying, fuck it, go to the gun shows.
Yeah, right.
So this was a way to destroy the gun show thing. You see what I'm saying? Now it was a multiple thing. See, it's not just for guns. They can pass several laws by killing children. So number one, the first thing they did is first of all, now how the hell you can't? Now anybody know that if you've been in a damn schoolhouse within the last 20 damn years, you know damn well you can't even sneak out your homeroom to get a drink of water without a motherfucker catching your ass. They got hall monitors, which is Uncle Tom shit for the younger kids. You a hall monitor to make you feel proud and all this shit here. Where the hell you going? They got, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This shit is a prison system. Now how the hell a motherfucker gonna plant 30-something damn bombs in this shit? 2 little old kids and all, they said they couldn't even lift the tanks and stuff. So it was about the gun thing. They attacked the gun shows. Number 2, they killed a little black guy. And he is only black guy in the school. He had the gall to have a fucking perm.
He was an athlete too.
Like, I mean, James Brown and damn 99 and shit, please. You know what I'm saying? You know, so they did that thing. That can do it. That's based on that hate crime bill. When they put that hate law in there, they can stop Afrocentric consciousness and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So that whole thing. Number 2, the first thing they start doing is hollering about we need to lock up the damn parents. Well, they've been trying to get that shit passed for the longest, where the child does do something and they lock the damn parents' ass up. You see what I'm saying? So this thing he can kill, this thing he can stop tons. They can pass about 5 or 6 different laws off of what they did in that schoolhouse. You see what I'm saying? What they did in that particular schoolhouse, as well as this was a thing to also put, because the result was to put prayer back in school. That crazy stuff. And see, the woman who fought against that, the woman who fought against that thing that really was instrumental in stopping prayer in school was that woman from the American Atheist Society. If it could be, if this mom been missing since 95, you tell you, huh?
She dead now.
Now see, that's the thing, they tell you that this guy, see, think about the government always can put one person, and your focus, your attention is focused on that. They basically, the government say, look, we're going to put this prayer back in school, but in order to do this thing, we got to kill this woman. Because this woman, just remember what she said, that when they, in 1969, when they went to the moon, the damn Pope said, get ready, priests, because if there any intelligent life up there, we got to get them, we got to teach them the teachings of Jesus Christ. Ain't this bitch an alien? You gonna tell him about some goddamn Jesus Christ? This is what the woman, you know. So she conveniently gets going, and now they talking about putting the prayers back up in school, or just post the 10 Commandments. So they can pass all these damn laws based on that one colorblind high thing. And a few weeks later, it's Atlanta shooting up the place. And this starts a whole chain of stuff like that. See, that's the thing about it. The shooting started, what, back in 97 or whatever. So you can tell when things are messed up. First of all, it's not like white people ain't been crazy for years. You know, and it was even crazier at the turn of the century than they are now. You can know when something it starts in a vacuum when it happens overnight. Otherwise, you could go back to the 70s and see this shit, the 40s, the 50s and all. So when you see something start overnight like that, that means they're trying to do something to create a response. And so that whole colorblind high thing, they can cast, they can pass about 10 different bills off that one shit. You see what I'm saying? And inconveniently, they wore the black trench coats 2 months after the movie, or a month after Matrix come out. Shit was all about that whole thing, you see what I'm saying? And then the hate law and all this foolishness and stuff. And they even let the white, they make sure that the black guy had his funeral after everybody else, so they can really focus in on the stuff. You see what I'm saying? And all kind of stuff like that. That's what that whole thing was about, huh?
But that can pay big money to the United States, and I think it's in 2 states. Well, Washington's not a state, but I think one was in Washington, one is in Sedona, Arizona.
Yeah, for what?
Where they built a gigantic observatory for the vacuum to look for UFOs.
Oh, yeah. You see, so yeah, it's, you know, that whole, like I said, is, you know, that whole thing is with the colorblind thing is just, it can pass just tons and tons of laws and stuff like that. What's that?
The beings in our unconscious or in our black dot or mental, are they aware that they are there in that?
They are. That's when, remember I was telling you on, when I was asking the question back in 94 when the sister got turned on, and I said, what the hell kept y'all so damn long? They said, we waiting on you. Or we were waiting on you all. And it was talking about this generation now, of this particular people now. So they are aware of it. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, they're so much aware of it into a lot of things that, well, let's put it, the Yoruba explained it. They call it the God of the crossroads, the Legba. And they say he chastises your ass to whip you in shape. That ain't nothing but the same entities inside of you. Before they understood that we had a certain cycle to do certain amount of things, but now the ones who awoke, if you try to double back, they will whip your ass. And C3 Manel used to say that a lot, because all part of your spirit, he said, if you try to double back on this shit, your own spirit will whip your ass. So it's just like this guy, he came up and he said, I went to jail for something I did not do. And the secret will say, you right, you went to jail for something you did not do. You were supposed to be doing some spiritual shit. And your ass didn't do it, and that's why you went to jail. But to him, he went to jail for something innocent. Because, you see what I'm saying? That's because the spirit did that shit, whipped his ass. You see what I'm saying also too. So yeah, they are aware of it. You got to, but they are polarized by you being aware of it. That's why I kept saying about the knowledge thing. You got to make the realization. When he said, in the Matrix, he said, I can take you to the door. You have to doggone cross over. And remember now, the techniques in all of martial arts movies, the techniques and everything was online, ready to go. It's just the guy had to believe that he was the master. You see what I'm saying? I self Lord and Master Islam. You see what I'm saying? And that's what that whole thing is. Allah, the arm, the leg, the head, the arm. You see, that's what it is.
Remember that scene in Indiana Jones where this fellow was on the edge of this cliff. There was nothing below him. He had to go across there. And he looked around, calculated everything, and he discovered this. The next step is this.
Right.
And he took the step.
Yeah.
That would break the whole thing. That's crossing over.
Yeah. That's a part of it, yeah.
That's crossing over.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he used to say
in that book, Lester Chicken,
okay. I hear you.
And they're talking about the Africans must,
Bridge.
yeah. Polarize, what is it?
Saturn and Jupiter.
Yeah. So what?
Well, you know, Saturn is also represented as melanin.
Right.
As melanin. Jupiter, although that, you know, you have Jupiter is also is Sagittarius. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, but if you look at Sagittarius has also got something to do with Sirius also too. So I think that Sagittarius, which is the bow, has something to do with the pineal gland too. Or has something to do with the
So
pineal.
you're saying that the physical thing where maybe Saturn.
That's the conjunction, but as above, so below. When that conjuncted, it's something that conjuncted inside of us. You see, what glands and whatever, but you best believe it's the yin and the yang, the dark and the light, or whatever the deal is. You see what I'm saying? Has something to do with that. You see.
So the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn,
Right.
okay, the energies come from Jupiter down to Earth, so to speak.
Yeah.
Into your.
Well, supposedly it's supposed to be Saturn is the dormant thing, which is the blackness. Jupiter takes the energy of Saturn because it's a light and shoots it down to the earth, something like that. Yeah, which is also got something to do inner-wise, you know.
Well, I think is your cell salts, silicon.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it talks about the cell salts, and see, people never talks about there's a cell salt for each sign. Each sign has a cell salt also too.
Seems like we just pawns in a big game.
Yeah, it is pawns in a big game to the gods that was ruling over us. If we don't recognize that we are our own source and our own energy and our own realm of existence also too.
And the fact that it seems like that is because of what was the things inside of you that you said you asked if they knew. Well, they're letting you know that you're a pawn in a big game. If they weren't trying to let you know that so you can get yourself together and wake up, you'd be like everybody else and just enjoying it.
That's the good part about it when it comes to us. You see what I'm saying? When you know something, you got one up. That's what the whole thing is about.
So in this, you know, I feel like if I know something, it's like I want everybody else to know it around me.
Yeah, that's the burden. That's called a suffering Messiah. Once you come in a certain amount of knowledge, you will find out that even although you want to give it to them,
they don't want it, right?
They don't want it.
That's different.
They'll fight tooth and nail. And you'll be ostracized. And that's just the suffering Messiah. That's what it means.
Well, I've already gone through that.
Yeah.
They'll say you crazy.
Yeah, you crazy. You see what I'm saying? They'll say you crazy. It's just like one time I was in a lecture one day and I was doing all this girls and bust. I started crying and shit. And I said, well, what's wrong with you crying about and stuff? And she was like, we had an aunt that she used to tell us all this stuff. You know, she was psychic, she would tell us all this stuff, and we used to say she was crazy. To the point, we realized so much about being crazy until she did go crazy. Because she didn't have no support. And she said, now come and find out all this shit was true and the woman was right.
That's what bothered me.
Yeah. Huh?
That's what bothered me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she broke out crying and all because she knew that they were the ones that sent this woman crazy. You see what I'm saying?
Don't a lot of people call you crazy?
Basically not behind, if it is, it's behind my back.
Oh, yeah.
Because most of the people I speak to is conscious. You know what I'm saying? I learned a while back and stuff. Not that I don't say nothing to the damn dead. I mean, yeah, God is good and Jesus is know what I'm saying? I learned a long time ago, you know. Since I've been in it a while, to either do that or I'd really be crazy trying to talk to a brick wall. So now the dead shoot. I let the dogs lie with it. What they say is it? Let the dead dogs lie with it.
Whatever.
You know, I let the dead lie with the dead. Don't cast pearls of swine.
But with the more knowledge and power that you get, you find out that's how much you don't know is so much that you don't know.
I used to think that and all, but you know, it's interesting. Every time I say, you know, I think I got it all, that's when a whole other door opens up. Because it might not necessarily be the data, it might be the whole new twist on something where you have been perceiving it. That's what makes it infinity. You can get all the data, you can stack the data and pile it all up and memorize it. But it's a whole new twist on things that you have, and that's what's amazing about what you call it, you know. You know, that's what's amazing about it. You see.
Have you ever had a sensation of having all the answers and having trouble finding questions for the answers? So I started getting that sensation about 5 years ago. Trouble finding questions for the answers.
You know.
It's just that it's like knowing, and whatever it pertains to, if you focus it, and it's something there to be able to address it thoroughly.
Well, what I'm doing now, what is really great about what I'm doing now is I'll come up with concepts, and it might be months later I'll find it in the damn book. You see what I'm saying? And that's what you just see people else say he did that. He said sitting out there in the sun one day and all this shit just started coming to him. He was breaking codes and stuff like that, you know. You know, all this stuff started coming to him and all. So, and then I'll look up and I'll find the same stuff in some books a month, maybe a year later. And all right, that lets you know that this is not, it's inside of you. And you just basically cleaving away and drawing it out. And that's what the dragon slaying thing is also too.
Do you still think the Y2K thing is much to do about nothing?
Well, I'll put it this way. One of it is to sell the new computers.
Yeah.
We do know that. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you this much. My lady, she literally, at her job, they went Y2K compatible in January. They ran the damn clock out in May, and that shit went smooth as hell. Now, so I think that, but I also think too, now knowing the white boy, you never can count him out. It's getting lax with him too. And basically, I also found out that basically he can use this as a new type of caste system for people who are not compliant. So it's not necessarily that all this shit gonna go down, you know, and he ain't damn running, shooting down his goddamn civilization based on no damn computers. When in action, see, this is the thing that's dumb about that. You know, in 1980, half the damn world was not about no computers. Now my point is how the hell you gonna damn tell everybody around 10 years ago to get computer efficient and put people on a damn collision course? That's bullshit. He ain't tearing up his society based on no damn computer. When hell, just 20 years ago, this shit was a new phenomenon, and you know, and shit, you know. So my point is that's some bullshit. That's some bull. I think basically he can use this as a weapon for third world countries and types of people that's not compliant and is not on that system. It's like, okay, you ain't on this system, so you fuck. So I believe that can be the catalyst for where he can take this technology and shut people out of it and use a new kind of form of slavery because of that. Or tell them if you don't get on the system, you through. Either you're going to be a part of this system or you ain't going to, you know. I think that the Y2K thing can be the catalyst of what he going to do for the 2000 by putting everybody in this world machine. I think that would be a part of it. Just like now, where they say if you don't consume, you ain't about nothing. You are looked on as nothing if you don't buy you some damn clothes and a new car and get in debt and then heart and stuff with a new house and all this other shit. You are looked on as damn nothing. So I do believe that I'm thinking what I get is if he's going to do something, it will be that type of thing. that type of thing. But I'm not a bit more worried about a damn computer than I'm out what you call it. You know what I'm saying? Who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Who gives a damn and all? And my point is, even if you put some fire to some of these niggas' asses out here, well, hell, you can't tell a nigga about nothing. So my point is, it's good. It's a blessing when the white boy kicks us in the ass. I just sit back and laugh. So anything to damn, if nothing please me more than to take every bourgeoisie nigga in the world and throw his ass out on the street and put him in a cardboard box as far as I'm concerned. You know what I'm saying? So they my enemy too, fuck them too. You see what I'm saying? I'm just sick of it all, because you can get up there and you can talk all this stuff, and you can get on conversations about the cars and the Mazda this and the Mercedes this and the 700 series this and all that old bullshit. As soon as you get on consciousness, you get real quiet. Well, they're educated. You see what I'm saying? So my point is it pleases me if for these niggas that think that you living in the past and the white man all right. I love it if the white man down put their ass on lockdown. Put them on lockdown. Now as far as I'm concerned, what I do know if my back is up against the wall, we'll be up against the wall. What I know about these things here, they're gonna have to shit to get off the pot. I'm talking about these damn demons, so this shit online. So I do know, they say there are devices in the body that will come online when the race is threatened with annihilation. So they have to sneak up on us and do things based on deception. So I wanted to jump, put up a shut up. Then it won't be no excuses for these entities in my body or in anybody in us. We would literally, we're gonna force their ass to come online. You see what I'm saying? And so, you know what I'm saying? So somebody gonna pay. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, so he, his reality or the way he rules people is to keep people thinking about the damn future. And the future is now. And he ain't gonna really push the envelope so much. So I ain't worried about him fucking with me. But I love nothing more than a bunch of damn niggas with all they Mercedes walking out here with no shoes on and shit. I'm throwing rocks in their ass. Niggas, we ridiculous.
Yeah.
We ain't shit. Fuck us. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
You see, Juju used to tell me that before. He said, the white man ain't your biggest problem. Is these goddamn no good ass niggas out here. We ain't become stink.
There you go. There you go.
You know what I'm saying? And we a buck dance in a minute for the cracker. Oh man, it don't take nothing for us to buck dance in a minute. You see what I'm saying? So the hell with them.
Don't talk about this.
The hell with them. Yeah.
I guess you could use the example of the book that I was reading, and he's talking about the time bomb.
Right.
Okay, and so the explosion of the atomic bomb is relative to the sun and the earth's surface. Okay, so all of it are elements.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
So if that be true, as within, so without, then it's the same. You can have that destructive power.
In so many words, that's what the Kundalini thing is.
Right.
This same Kundalini you'll see in the Grail mythology is a sword. It's Excalibur. And that's like splitting the atoms. Also the number 7, that Netta axe, is splitting the atoms. And basically that's what's also happening too. It's some of the same aspects. It's some of the same aspects of that particular science and all. You see.
In the atomic bomb, it's just going to destabilize.
Well, let's put it this way. In the book of Abrahadabra, the advanced teachings of the limb of magic, it says that the Haddon point, which is the black dot right there, they say, look of it, kind of think of it as a subatomic particle in a nuclear reactor. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the so-called Bendusi is. It's a small nuclear explosion, and that's what I know with the Christ. So that's why I'm saying that the Christ couldn't have come to the planet and been the manifested Christ, because we wouldn't have no planet. That's what the ancient Hebrews knew. That's what all the other ancient world knew. But Rome was trying to put this shit past.
Look, they brought it back in the book of Revelations, because they brought it back with the sword.
Yeah, they did, as well as when you look at the book of Revelation, what you do have, what I also found out was, what you do have in the unfolding, it's a poetic drama is a nuclear explosion in so many words. That's what the Christ is. You hit it on the head. That's exactly what the Christ is. It's a subatomic nuclear explosion. That's exactly what it is. That's why I argued that the Christ couldn't have been here, because when the Christ come, there would be no planet. Well, even in the point whereas even in the serious mystery, when they talk about Typhon in there, in the rising of the serpent too, and they talk about, Zeus and that particular Typhon in there, they talk about, they say, what is it? They say, well, it's got something to do with heat. So they're talking about like an explosion. And Typhon is also seen as the ass, the donkey. And the donkey is an abnormal something that goes against something, but then again goes against the normal order of things. But Christ rides into Jerusalem on an ass, and so who slew the Philistines with a jawbone of the ass? You see what I'm saying? So all of that stuff is, and see, it's really that's, and I wanted to get to that particular point too. And I was talking Charles today. Really,
Stone was known in the. Oh, you're talking about Philistines, David, right?
What that was David killed. David killed what's called with the pebble. The pebble was the philosopher's stone. Yeah, the pebble was the philosopher's stone. Which is also the pineal gland and all in the stone. That's what the Christ is. Our Christ is this. They call it the stone of water. Is our Lord Jesus Christ. That's in earlier Moorish mythology talking about Christ. It was something I was going to say about, I forgot my damn thought. It'll come back to me. Huh?
What seems amazing about me is that all this is deep, but it ain't deep.
It's simple.
To hide it, like the Bible's supposed to have all these hidden messages and codes and all of that. That is deep. But
you know what it is though? You were saying that right now as a person that is really functioning on the enlightened level. You see what I'm saying? On the enlightened level. To somebody to walk in off the damn street, shit, they won't know what they, you know what I'm saying?
They run out of here.
But it seems like it's amazing to me is that the shit worked that everybody is fooled. Even though I was fooled myself. It's just like, how did that work?
Psychological.
Yeah, but
even psychological. How did that work to be like that?
Most people couldn't read. Like especially the King James version.
Imagine somebody
don't read. And if you try
even then, how did that work?
Here's a scenario. Somebody, you come up here on a slave ship, they sell your mama that way, your daddy down that road, your sister down that road.
But you just talking about the whole world too.
Oh, yeah. But it's the same.
Yeah, also,
you get disconnected.
they call them the goyim. They call them the goyim. The Hebrews call them the goyim, the masses. Shit, if you having damn babies every fucking hour, shit, sooner or later this shit gets to just be out of hand. There's too many motherfuckers on the planet to comprehend anything on a greater magnitude also too. Then you gotta provide just fucking damn horse troughs for these motherfuckers down here, hog troughs. Just straight up survival. And you get caught in that shit. It's just a cesspool, man.
Right.
Yeah. Whereas also too, because I also want to, also, with us as black people, they can keep a people, just looking at us alone, because we are a microcosm of the macrocosm of all society. With us, if you can keep a people ignorant for so long, you can reverse the polarities where like I said yesterday, where common sense and great intellectual thought becomes abnormal. Right. Whereas ignorance could become a part of a cultural thing. Whereas ignorance can become so much until it becomes who you are as a cultural essence. They can reverse the polarities, whereas whenever you are ignorant, you are in a greater function. You know what I'm saying? So all these goddamn niggas with the rap talking about keeping it real, which means keeping it real damn dumb. Right. That's because the white boy done made ignorance so much of a fashion until it becomes a cultural essence of who the fuck we are. And whenever somebody comes with some good intellectual shit, he's stoned because he's throwing in something abnormal. That's a damn shock to the system. It's the same as a motherfucker when a person is sleeping, you get a good damn sleep and somebody wake your ass up, you be ready to kill some damn body.
You remember the chapter 5?
Huh?
The household 5. You mad enough to kill somebody.
Right, you ready to kill some damn body. They waking you up to tell you to get the fuck out the house and stuff. Waking you up to tell you that there's somebody getting ready to come here and shoot your ass. You ready to kill this person. So you can keep a people ignorant so long until also they have found out also too based on genetics. This shit goes all the way down to your genes. We know that based on the whole Willie Lynch thing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
So it can be conditioned into your genes.
It can be conditioned into your genes.
It has been. More than that too, because you got cycles, and these cycles have great energy.
Yeah, well, see, that's what wakes things up when we're talking about on this mass level.
But they also put things to sleep.
They block the
It
cycle.
does too. Yeah, that too. But there's also science and stuff. Whereas they said that they also Rodney, he was saying that he saw some special, or he saw something whereas they studied the worker bees called the drone bees, and all they do is just work and stuff like that and all. And they say they have literally isolated the genes of a human, the drone worker human genes, and they are making motherfucking humans so they can somehow isolate the genes and make a motherfucker a damn drone.
Yeah.
A worker drone.
I saw something like that.
You see what I'm saying? Like that? No. See, this is a lot of shit, man. See, this genetics, this motherfucker is goddamn the mad scientist. And they've been dealing with this stuff here, man, all the way from slavery on up. Whereas you got the people out here, man, I mean, that's why they say don't cast pearls to swine, man, because in actuality, this real deal knowledge is a shock to their system. They've been conditioned so long, man, until you see people, man, until the ignorance, man, is their every move. It's a culture now, man. This shit here.
That was just like you were talking about at these colleges. They walking around, and it is amazing. You see people, and you wonder, well, what's wrong with them? What is that?
And so what it is, they have come in with the youth under this whole thing. See, basically what they did was this here. Basically was this here. Your rap music was an expression from the streets like we've always had. But if you notice anything, it's just like a dessert. It's a flavor and a flair. You know how you go to the restaurant and you have your dessert, you have your main course, and then you have your dessert. Now they didn't reverse that shit. It's a side item. As a side item, it's extra added flair that actually makes it great. But if you take away the main course and put the side item, you go into a damn restaurant and eating a motherfucking damn chocolate mousse. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn banana split is your main course and stuff. You can reverse the polarity. So what they did was, if you notice, they took the rap, which was a side item, to all our other stuff that was based off of blues, jazz, gospel, and the mainstream stuff, which basically, you see what I'm saying, was the actual cultural expression, and they took this little side item and now it's mainstream. So now basically what they have done is they can take a person from the projects in Louisiana, and this brother from a middle class community in Connecticut can be hearing this shit, and he will take on not only the mentality, he can take on the whole essence of that person and all. So basically they reverse that shit, man. So and you thinking, oh, that's just a young shit. No, that shit is real dumb. You should see these assholes. In the age of enlightenment, that's real dumb, because we ain't never had that kind of shit. Even out of slavery, we had a certain sophistication and an air about us. So anytime a goddamn race becomes subpar than your grandparents in adverse conditions that we came out of and produced genius, you know that they done reversed this damn shit, man. And basically, man, you got this fucking savages.
Can we realistically compete with that?
No, you can't. That's why we talking about it in the world. You gotta get it. It's over. If you don't get shit, I told you last night, don't be fucking around coming up and talking, thinking of some improvement thing. This ain't no Les Brown. This ain't no goddamn Dionne Warwick psychic friend. We talking about ending the damn world.
Right.
It's over. You gotta get it. It's over. You can't compete with it. Because number one, they got the children 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
And even if you come to get them out of this, you ain't talking about a conversation for a couple of damn minutes compared to this shit. It's over. You see what I'm saying? It's over. You see what I'm saying? When Camelot was broken in the thing. See, first of all, the Camelot was talking about a place in a faraway land, a new nation of an older empire. That was talking about us. But in the movie Excalibur, he says, well, Camelot is finished, it's destroyed. The only thing left is to look for the Grail. That's talking about a spiritual icon to get us up out of this shit. This shit is over. You see what I'm saying? There ain't nothing you can do. We are through dealing on the physical. If we have to go on into the physical, we won't last 20 years because they have reduced us to a subpar savage level, and we cannot get that back because we don't even have a system. So you got to realize after slavery, they separated us. So we had a system to create this wealth of information, wealth of this stew that held us together, this glue. It held us together. The white boy understood we're going to have to break this system and scatter on amongst. You see what I'm saying?
So that means
the wilderness. Huh?
Twice times we've been separated when they took us from Africa to here.
Yeah, and then we developed our own Camelot, and they had to break what's called. We went back into slavery in 1965, but it was also a part of the. It was also a part of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry and the York Rite and all of them that one day they would have to put us back into slavery. You see what I'm saying? We would either have to put them back into slavery or we would have to exterminate them. That's what Thomas Jefferson said. So in 1965, after we built this thing from 1865 to 1965, we built this community that it said if they didn't stop this community, is that thing still on? Yeah. Which is good because I wanted to say this. They said if they didn't stop this community, if we would have gone into the 1980s, on into the 1990s segregated, we would have been an economical power that couldn't have been broken. Not only that, we were healthy back then. I saw the movie Carmen Jones the other night. I watched it every now and then because it got some energy to it. Number one, it's one of the first major all-black movies, and she went back home. She took him to her home, and it was just a little old shack. And I said, you know, we didn't have no money, but we had everything. We had everything.
Hit yourself.
We had the wholeness of everything. We just didn't have no money. You understand what I'm saying? Money is just consuming power, but we had everything. You understand what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So when they said that if they didn't break Camelot, they used Martin Luther King to do this shit. It was all a government conspiracy. It was all a government thing. They said if they didn't break Camelot, they didn't break this particular civilization that was prophesied that was supposed to rise up in the last days. If they didn't break it, then if we would have gone into the 1980s, just the 80s. It only took 10 years to destroy it. By the 80s, and Reaganomics came about the 90s, we was through. If we'd have gone into the 1980s, segregated, what would have happened was we'd have been an economic power that couldn't be destroyed. First of all, the regular segregation would have, the society was going to, based on the technological society, the regular segregation would have fallen anyway by itself. But the people forcing you out of your institutions, your school, your doctors, your lawyers, and throwing you into the wilderness, you understand what I'm saying? It broke that glue and the cohesiveness. So we can never get that back. That's why the Kerner report came and said, if you don't stop this bullshit by the 1980s, it will be irreparable, also based on mentally. So we are finished. That's what I've been trying. We are through. All this old bullshit, we are through on the physical realm, but that is prophesied. It's prophesied, well, when will the Christ come back? They said when the last temple of Jerusalem falls. Well, it's also talking about the falling of the physical body or the falling of the mind of the particular ones. Now, on one hand, that's positive too. On one hand, that's positive too. And what I mean by that is this, by that being positive. It's like the movie, it's like this girl, Kate Thomas, had a show in New York. It was called I think it was called the Kate Thomas Show. It was on LIB, BLS and all, and they had this conversation going on about, you know, how black people don't do for themselves and how black people don't support themselves, and they had just hours of people coming in how we fucked up and all. And then the Spirit entered into the station, and one guy said, well, hey, wait a minute, maybe we don't supposed to do those things. Maybe the things that we are looking at, that we are failing, and the stuff that we don't do, maybe we don't supposed to do. We don't supposed to do those things. And other people go, you know, you might be right. And for a split second, they hit into this particular realm that we are dealing with now, saying, fuck this shit. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the Christ is like. The Christ is supposed to be something that is abnormal. Something that is abnormal with the total structure of things. Now, when you really think about black people, when you study us on the earth, we have committed the Christ act with the help of the white man. We committed the Christ act. We are the only people that are truly masters at fucking up. But we talking physics and alchemy here now. On one level, at civilization, that sounds sad. But if you're talking about something greater than civilization, we are the only people that have gone to that particular element, providing, given everything, where we have actually crossed over through fucking up. Because if you deal with alchemy, alchemy is called illumination through putrefaction. In order to go to another state, you have to rot down into the core. That's what Anana did. She descended. She had to get off all her layers of royal training and royal this, because we used to be kings and queens, till she became nothing. And then she had everything. From the nothing, you get the absolute. So who is the most advanced? That person that has nothing has all the potential. You see what I'm saying? If you have everything, your cup runneth over. You have to pour that cup out if that cup is running over with bad shit. You see what I'm saying? So on one hand, this is also positive, because at least it produced a form of us. The reason why we're here, the first wake-up call is we start seeing contradictions, and it's like my mama said, you know, it's sad. She said, you know, it's sad. We really thought that we was doing a little bit better. All to look up in the late 80s and stuff and find out that we were worse than what we were before. She said, this is really sad. But that was the wake-up call for us to try to start searching for other alternative means, and as a result, we're now hitting on this type of shit. You see what I'm saying? The white man don't have no idea that we know this information. He has no idea. And if he's figured it out by now, he's scared as shit. You see what I'm saying? So in so much, we are doing the process as we talk. Because in the Kabbalah, it says that the Christ act that they're talking about is a process. And some folks are saying, you know, what do I have to do? They always come and say, what do I have to do? I believe in all this practice. They don't even understand. We're doing it as we speak. Just look at us and what we're discussing and what we are and what we come from. We're fucking goddamn slaves. Right up the street, they got some nigga around the goddamn corner begging you for a fucking quarter. You see what I'm saying? We are fucked up. You see what I'm saying? So we have become that spiritual rot, and so in every essence of the word and stuff like that and all. But then again, that, my friends, is what will take us to the next level. We are totally dead on this realm. So it's also like I said the last time, if your hearing leaves, your eyesight gets better. If your eyes leave, your hearing gets better. Well, if your brain dies, then something else comes in. It's called primal jelly. It's in the movie Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead. These dead people were walking around and shit. They was eating up the physical by eating up the bodies and all. He said, well, these motherfuckers dead. How they operate? He said, some kind of primal jelly. Fucking melanin. So the brain stops, the brain is what? The matrix. So although we have shut down, we have gotten rid of the matrix. Because you know, regular physical laws don't apply to us, goddamn nigga. That shit don't work on a nigga. Not only that too, whenever you think you've seen it all, a nigga done top that shit. Like one guy down there, they'll have a sign, we'll work for food or I need food. They don't say we'll work no more, they ain't gonna work. They just say need food. Then it's interesting. One guy gets some money, now guess this shit out, I swear to God. One guy will stand up there for like 3 hours and he will clock off, give the other damn nigga a sign, and the other nigga will come on shift. I swear to God. I say, these niggas done invented a new way of bumology. That's genius. This nigga will clock off and give the other nigga the sign, and the other nigga will come on shift. And one nigga, he found a way to really get him some money. He just had a sign. Not who will eat and I need money homeless. He said, fuck it. I'm working for beer. Fuck it. I'm working for beer. And motherfuckers like, at least you honest, nigga. I said, I got to give this nigga $1. Yeah. He said, fuck it, I'm working for beer.
I can't put down this little white man.
They got now they got a this guy comes up. They wait till these crackers get out of church. They come up in an old raggedy car and they ask for money. You know them crackers, you can get them because when they get out of church, they feeling all holy and sanctified. They give up all the money. See what I'm saying? They give up all the damn money. They said the next week, these niggas come, a new crew, in the same damn car. A whole new set of new damn niggas come. I'm just saying, this shit is amazing. So I'm saying, I mean literally, we invent new shit in fucked upness.
They all live together
every damn day. Every day.
Communal living, that's what they do.
I mean, especially down there, man. You think it's bad here? This still sophisticated. When you go down south, the shit gets worse. I mean, the shit gets worse. I mean, man, you should see. I can't even think of all this stuff and all. I mean, it's amazing, man. I mean, it is literally amazing.
They can stay out all the time, 24 hours, because it's warmer down there.
It is amazing.
Ain't this terminal totally terminal?
Oh yeah, this is gone.
Nobody do nothing, and if you keep going on the same course, it's totally terminal.
Oh, we will not. If look, see, we're gonna have to damn put this shit to work as far as soon. I tell you, if they allow us 15 years, there will be nothing left. I don't even think we got 5 as far as, I'm not talking, I know that this shit is over before then. I'm just saying if we did have 5 years, it would be nothing.
For nobody.
Because the white boy just basically got us on a thread that's almost popped, and he just ready to yank that shit.
But you know what I'm saying? His well-being. It ain't to his well-being.
No, but then again, on the other hand, he might just get scared and say, well, let's get it on. Either way, he's through. But I'm just saying, it is literally messed up. It is really messed up. You see how this, the level of the level that we are on is unbelievable. So give me some more questions.
Most of those rappers, they gonna get them out of jail and make them rappers and stuff like that.
They ain't gotta get them out of jail. They can go to damn fucking elementary school in a good neighborhood.
Good.
You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They ain't got a damn.
Tupac, I think he went out of jail.
Well, he was a rapper before then. He went to jail and all. But that was talent though. You see what I'm saying? Now, Biggie Smoke, when you listen to Biggie was that shit is talent. I'm not talking about the art of rap itself. I'm just talking about how they can manipulate, and not just the rappers, because they making money and shit, and they actually living a lifestyle compatible to the white man.
Tupac introduced me.
But I'm talking about these niggas down here. You should see these niggas that's going to school. These Negroes are through dealing, man. They go to school, like the guy said, they ain't hanging out, they loitering. And all the guys got on too much and all the girls got on nothing. You should see them, these girls act like they on Soul Train. I mean, this shit is got in their mind.
How old is it?
Oh, shit, 19, 20? College girl. Shit, you got something for it. Hoochie mama, shoot.
I had was watching a documentary and it never dawned on me, and I knew it all the time, but it just never registered, that all the prisoners are working in these major factories and things. They're making mattresses, they're making, it used to be licensed.
Nah, every industrial thing in the country is made in the prison. That is the labor now.
So that's the slave.
That is the slave labor. It is the slave labor.
It's not
yeah.
coming back, it's already.
No, it's every factory that was on top of the ground that closed down in the 90s, open in the 80s, opened back up in prison. Hell, in like I said, the Los Angeles juvenile prison, when you go to doing TWA ticketing. So when you go get your ticket from TWA, it's the niggas in the Los Angeles juvenile prison. So everything you can name is slave labor. Either slave labor of locking up black people in the prison, or slave labor by taking them down Mexicans and shit. No motherfuckers working for like 15 cents. My brother broke down, he said, I got to have some shit moved. And he knew damn well he wasn't going to get no black person to move nothing for him for that. He went out to the Mexicans. He said, I need somebody to move, and I got $100 to move some stuff in the office. And the guy that was open said, he put four men. He said, no, I ain't got but $100, man. He said, no, 4 men, $100 each for 4 men. $25 a damn piece. And these assholes will work for anything because it's back in Mexico living in some burnt out car. You know what I'm saying?
That's what a factory is.
That's a code word. They didn't go to Mexico, they went to the Mexicans. That's what that shit is, I'm telling you. That shit, they got them down there, man. They work for nothing.
They got them here.
Oh.
They marked everywhere now.
Yep, what's that?
So then, looking at the state of life, for those of us who are trying to get ourselves together, is to reach back and try to help those who aren't together. There's a greater chance of us getting dragged back into
That's romanticism,
right?
That's romanticism. Yeah.
So then
the Book of Law say, compassion is a vice for kings, pity not. Be ye against the people, O my chosen. That's what they told you in the Matrix. Those people that we trying to save, they are to be looked on as the enemy. Because they will fight, they are still a part of that system, and they will fight you tooth and nail.
That's on the Indians saying.
Damn them.
They say that, they call them thunders, and they say they said at the fourth thunder, things could still be turned around. But now, because they had the Hopi on it, no way, it's over now.
No,
it can't be turned around. It's nothing they can
this thing is through.
It's got to go its course.
The chances are slim and none. You see what I'm saying? It is over. And that, my friends, is the ultimate reality. Whereas they say, look, you know what I'm saying? But there ain't no more with the damn Bible I told you before. It's good old religion told you that shit years ago. You know what I'm saying? You know, but this is just the reality of it and stuff. I'm glad to be the generation of this shit, because even the Afrocentric thing said, if we want liberation, we know we might not see it in our lifetime. That's bullshit. For the mere fact that we get it now, we're the ones that's supposed to bring this thing about. What's that?
Maybe the kids can be saved, can't they? Young people.
The kids?
Yeah.
Are you crazy? Now wait a minute, first of all, let's analyze this. How the hell are you gonna put something off on somebody else to do what you can't do with the damn knowledge? Who the fuck gonna save them?
That's why I said maybe they more receptive. Young you are more receptive to this now.
That's why they're doing the charter school thing and the voucher thing.
That's why I said, see, you
No. They're doing that to stop the kids from getting the knowledge, so that they won't listen to us by going to these government-run schools and
Now, that too, these
schools run by
goddamn children now
corporations.
can lock your ass up. If you look at it the wrong way, your ass can go to jail. See what I'm saying? They can lock your fucking ass up. Plus, I'm gonna tell you, this shit is reversed. Really, in real civilization, we've been thinking so long in the white man's civilization. His thing is always save the children. If you go to the goddamn monuments in Egypt, count how many children you see on the monuments. You only see the child Horus, and that's talking about something else spiritual. But think about it. Count how many children you see on the monument. See, it's backwards. A child can only be saved through an adult. See what I'm saying? So the whole thing about saving the children is wrong. You're supposed to save the adults. If you goddamn train an adult to be healthy, it already falls in line. A healthy adult, you're going to have healthy children. You see what I'm saying? So they got it backwards. They tell you to throw the adults to the wind and save the damn children. You understand what I'm saying? You can't damn save a child unless you got some damn knowledge. How the hell you gonna save the children? You got dumbass adults walking around this shit here. See, it's backwards.
And that's why nobody could save Michael Jackson. He ran around trying to save the children, and when they came after him, he done dissed all the black adults a long time ago.
Look, you know right now, they tell you right now that most of your psychological problems is because of your parents or something that's just some fucked up shit. It's like my mama, they say, well, my mama, just like, somebody asked my mama, said, how you able to raise these boys where they didn't go out and do all the other shit? She said, well, I just figured it out when I was grown. I said, all I got to do is never do nothing to make them embarrassed about me. And that way they'll grow up healthy. If you ain't embarrassed about your mama, the daddy don't matter, he a hard head, you know what I'm saying? Who gives a fuck? That nigga, that's the pop. He just screw dealing, he a hard head. But if you ain't embarrassed about your mama, you healthy. Most mass murderers and shit that you notice, even in the white thing, is something with their mama. That's what Elijah Muhammad said also too. But we still talking about adults. How the hell you gonna have a damn program to save your damn children and your mama out there goddamn prostitute? And you know that shit. You know what I'm saying? And she might get broke one night, come up and ask you to get some. That's some crazy shit. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta look at it, it's backwards. They focus on the adults. You see what I'm saying? In the ancient world, you see all the literature and all this, all about grown-up people. You never hardly see children. You see what I'm saying? You never hardly see children because a children is basically retarded. Now what I mean by that? Retardation just means the energy is not fully developed. You understand what I'm saying? They said that you basically, you wasn't even considered a grown until you was down 30. And if you notice, everything started when you was, basically, you got out of the priesthood when you was 40. Even the spinal columns of the vertebrae and stuff don't even fully develop until you 30. You see what I'm saying? So my point is, it's backwards. We teaching the damn children, you understand what I'm saying? To forget by the time they're damn 18. You see what I'm saying? And all this type of thing. But now, believe me, see, that hope is a bunch of cancer. So you already done put it off someplace in the damn future. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the damn children. No, this shit is now. I wouldn't trust no goddamn child for my salvation. You see what I'm saying? Now these crazy ass motherfuckers out here know what's going on now. See, that box your ass in because you ain't got no hope. You see in the damn future. I've seen the enemy and it is us. Shit. You see what I'm saying? So this shit is going down now. You see what I'm saying? This shit is going down now. It's going. We are in the process of it going down as we talk. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, if it was supposed to be, we talking spirit. If it was supposed to be for the children to get it, it would come by the time they grown. When they can understand something.
You know what? Some of that is true, but some of it isn't. Some of the children are getting it. They get it now with us. But they're focusing on the ones who are not getting it. But they're not focused on the ones who are getting it.
Yeah, they are getting it, but they're getting it along with us. The process is going, it's all happening now though. But I'm not talking about some futuristic event on down the road.
I'm talking about right now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
That's why the cracker is fighting now.
because we're still getting it. In spite of all that he's still trying to do against us, there are some of us who are still getting it. And regardless, even if our mothers are on crack or what have you,
I understand that, but it's going. I hear what you're talking about. You're right.
And he's a boy, and his mama is a crackhead, and she goes over there and she acts a fool all the time. But as that boy turned 10 years old, he's still getting what he needs to get.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. But still yet, that's the individual. The masses, we're talking about the masses. The individual, there's different capacities. See, there's different capacities for different people. And it's always been the individual, the nucleus. I'm not saying that everything is one monolithic thing, but that's what we're focusing on now, the individual. But when we was talking about in retrospect to the masses, that's through. That's an individual that you know in your life, and I'm telling you, I'm talking about, I travel all over, and I'm telling you, this shit is finished. That's your hope. You see what I'm saying? Our hope does not lie. See, that's what children do. They say, when I grow up, and see, that's what the Willie Lynch thing says. The white man always tell you, motherfucker, you supposed to be doing this shit now. There is no such thing as the future. The future is now. You see what I'm saying? So that's an individual, but when we talk about the masses, you understand what I'm saying? You see, when we talk about the masses, man, this shit is out of it. Look, come on, man. We got people walking around with blonde hair to the point where as now that shit becomes fashionable. We have done did the blonde hair, which is something that's just quintessentially alien to us. But now we done the shit so much now until now the shit's starting to look good to some people. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying, we just talking about pathology, see what I'm saying, that this.
Even young man with blonde. Like,
I can't figure out how you look in the mirror and look like that. I don't understand.
You see what I'm saying? Plus you gotta realize this particular part too. Anytime you got people that damn systematically reject knowledge, okay, that's one thing to talk about pathology. We always had a form of pathology. But we have never produced the people that systematically reject knowledge. Right? I mean, how can you say you're gonna train somebody and we're gonna get it when we reject knowledge? Like what's the name say, you know, Chris Rock was saying, you know, don't come around with all reading and writing bullshit. We're talking about people that are trained, and I'm not talking about no ghetto people. I'm talking about motherfuckers, I'm sitting up in the office. These are the so-called, I'm sitting in the damn office, chilling with a brother, chilling with people. And the brother know I got all this information, and I'm not trying to jack myself, and I'll sit there for hours and he won't ask me no questions on no consciousness.
They don't want to know what they're
But he will talk about Bill Gates, he will talk about the computers, he will talk about this car, he will talk about thinking rich and how to make this money on the goddamn stock market, and he will talk about all that kind of shit. But then again, on the other hand, our people told us this shit thousands of years ago, and you don't have to go get no sophisticated booklet there. That shit is all in the goddamn Bible.
It's one up on that. What about the Afro-centered person? They're the same way.
They're the same way. And plus, we don't even have a solidarity with the Africans. They ain't got nothing on their mind. This shit is worldwide, unending. You see what I'm saying? So my point is see, even in basic psychology, you must face the fucked up problem to deal with it. You understand what I'm saying? There's one thing in the spirit of things and all, but if spiritually, I'm not going to give up on this bucket, but if the bucket got a goddamn hole in it, I mean, that's good in theory in romanticism, but this shit got a hole in it. Plus now, we just had a discussion on how fucked up we are by ourselves. And we didn't include the white man having a system, and he's basically working towards the demise every damn hour. You understand what I'm saying? Plus, my point is this here, when we say give up on it and the whole damn yard, now what we talking about so somebody can live better down here? See, my point is personally, I don't want to live in a civilization and have utopia with a motherfucker that done raped my grandmama. Goddamn it, I want some goddamn justice. No, fuck the $1 million. I'm saying if every black person in the world got set out tomorrow where they doing good, that's not good enough for me. I want some goddamn retribution.
Me too.
Or the world ain't fair.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? Like they say, God is black and he's on the side of the oppressed, or he's not God at all. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even want no motherfucking world where shit gets better. Call me crazy or not, I don't want the shit. I want what I want. I want this motherfucker to be over because we deserve this shit. We done went through too much damn hell and we tired of it. You understand what I'm saying? You see? So I don't want to let the cracker off the hook so much. You see what I'm saying? It's like Juju used to say, I ain't signed no peace treaty with no cracker. Fuck the dumb shit. You fought the Civil War and all that shit. I didn't sign no peace treaty with you. Ultimately, I have the decision on the motherfucker who fucked me up the ass on who gonna get, whether I'm gonna be his friend or not. You see what I'm saying? The jury's still out on that shit. You see what I'm saying? It's like Dr. Ben said, if I go to damn hell and if I see white people up there, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm getting the hell out. If I go to heaven and I see some damn white people, I'm leaving.
I am too.
Because I know sooner or later he gonna be running that shit. And I'm gonna be serving his damn coffee. Fuck the dumb shit.
What I'm learning tonight about the melanin, from how they raped the black, your grandmother, my grandmother, whatever.
Yeah.
Haven't that made me lose a little bit of my melanin?
No, we're talking about an inner thing. We're talking about an inner thing. We're talking about something. We're talking about, remember, we're the ones that's capable of white genetic annihilation, not them. You understand what I'm saying? We're the ones that's capable of that and all, you see what I'm saying? Not them, you see what I'm saying? I can see if we said the entire race remarried all white people. You see, even this is something new. So basically, it's energy can never be destroyed. It's just transferred or whatever, but it's still, you know. So yeah, we still maintained it because basically, remember now, just the whole thing where we just free to marry all these white people is new. You see what I'm saying? You know, the elite club, what we call our entertainers used to do it, but it was still an outcast up until recently. This is a new phenomenon. So I'm talking about, you know, a new phenomenon. And plus, you got to realize 98% of the black woman still prefer the black man.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Still prefer the damn black man. When you really look at the thing, still prefer the black man. You see what I'm saying? Even if she's crazy, you know, she goes a little crazy talking to the band beater and all this kind of thing, but she still prefer the damn black man. You see what I'm saying? You see, so that was kept intact. Now, it don't really make no difference, because, see, that's another thing we got to worry about now, because the nigga black man is abandoning the black woman in mass with these white, I don't know, like up here. Let me tell you, I done been to Milwaukee, everywhere I go, man, it's a damn epidemic. It's a goddamn epidemic, man, with this shit here. So even that, too, it's got to be over. Shit, anytime you goddamn reject your own species have, you need to be exterminated. So good riddance on that kind of shit, man. I'm talking about this shit is a fucking epidemic. They're rejecting her ass in masses and shit. You done been put out the pastor when it comes to the black man. I'm just calling it like it is. I'm telling you what I see. So I gotta call it like it is. I see this damn shit, and although you probably have more black women than you had 20 years ago. But my point is, when we talk about the mass on what's defective, man, it's these brothers, man. They even got groups, man, where they come together and all the black, they come together because they can't hang out in the black community that much. They all got groups where all these black guys got with these white women, they can go and hang around each other and shit. This shit is out of this damn world. You see what I'm saying?
Well, we're going to have to start winding it down.
Yep. What is it?
It's 12:15.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, what's that, huh?
Well, but the white man don't like that, do it, because like I said, he'll be annihilated in the next
White man
generation.
is the one that's doing it.
Well, in actuality, he's doing it. It's just like this here because what they're trying to do is, as a matter of fact, he said that I want to put this on the tape. Now, it's good you said that. See, that's how the spirit works. Because I wanted to put this on the tape, and I would have been mad if I would have left and didn't do it. That's a part of the plan. Let me show you something. That's a part of the plan. Look. Let me give it to you. Hold on 1 minute. Bear with me. Because I want to put this on the paper.
You see it on TV, I feel like it in all the
Bear with me.
Yeah, that's right. Like news, white girl, vice versa. You see it all the time. It's all over
Hold on 1 minute. So that's a part of the plan. USA Today. USA Today, Tuesday, September the 7th. The new face of America, and all of these are half-breeds.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So that's what they want. They want to try to. They understand that they can't go to the next paradigm phase. So basically, the new shit. The last resort is to try to breed themselves into black. So they are supporting this shit now. So what's really happening with the black man and the white woman is a government program. You see? You got it?
Yeah.
You see, New Face of America, they got Holly Berry, old Snigger Woods, Jennifer Beals, Franco Harris, I didn't know, you know, your boy, Roxy Robert's son, Lenny Kravitz, you see what I'm saying, Mariah Carey, you see, Dr. J daughter, that he just owned, you see, and if they not, you see, not only that, if they're not white and black, they're white with Indian, Keanu Reeves, that other nigga, Diamond Phillips, you see what I'm saying? The boy, the swimmer that got AIDS, what's that his name? You see, and they got a whole thing on the blended races making a true melting pot. So that's a part of this shit to try to say, this is Custer's last stand on your own. Yellow hair's last stand, huh? Custer turned into an Indian. You see, yeah, this is the last stand. So in a way, that's one of his missions. He know ultimately if it go down and he can't win and he's losing that war, that he's gonna be melting the pot and stuff. So the first thing you do is you also give them black entertainers this way also too. You see, and that's all a part of the whole deal. And the first thing they say is that I'm not a black American. The Dr. J daughters already said it. Jennifer Beals said it on here. Tyler Snigger Wood said it. You see what I'm saying? So this is a part of the shit. I'm glad you.
You're in Charles City in Virginia.
Huh?
Charles City in Virginia.
What about it?
It's a race of African and Indian, American Indian. And it has something to do when slaves ran away.
Yeah, okay.
And they went on
You like the Seminole thing too?
What is it? Where they have the powwows.
Okay, yeah, they ran on
reservation. And those people for the last so many years, they are still exactly like they were. They are the beautiful brown caramel color with the thick hair. And when you go on the reservations where they are, I've been there about 4 times. And it's like they're in another world. They treat you oh so nice. They're as sweet as they can be. You don't feel pushed out or anything, any prejudice whatsoever. But it's like you're looking into a time.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's
in outside of Richmond, Virginia. It's called Charles City.
Well, they better have uni because they ain't nothing but niggas compared to the white man.
They tell you how the white man did them and how they had to hide for so many years. Like those Indians down in Florida.
Florida, Seminole, yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that.
But they're dying. Those white people are dying. Dr. King says doubles up. That skin cancer doubles up every 10 years. They're saying like over 100 a day.
Oh, I didn't tell you.
They died from the sun.
You know that's it. You know what happened? Cause right after I left the last time, my girl was going on a trip down to the one of those islands down in Savannah. And she was going with this other girl, and they needed a cooler. So this other girl took us to this house to get this cooler. And it was this white woman who worked with her. And we went up there and the white woman came out and she said, yeah, and see, this is two things she was saying. She said, you know, I can't go outside at all no more. This motherfucker was hiding out in the house. And she said, my son, the little son was 11. She said, I put him on the strongest sunscreen and he still get burned. And she started looking at us and she kept saying, don't go out in the sun, be careful. And I'm like, well, damn, don't this woman know that we don't get this shit? And the woman was a very intellectual woman. I knew she knew better. But what they was trying to do also, too, she was trying to tell us to stay out of the sun, to keep us out of the damn sun.
Yeah.
No, we need some.
Well, what she telling you?
Because obviously it was based on the summer solstice. They didn't want us to get a certain amount of activity.
But they had it on all medication now.
And this woman, she said, right.
All that kind of stuff, stay out of the sun.
And she said that she could not go out at all.
In daytime.
They
In the
tell
damn
you,
daytime.
if you have, they say to the Caucasians, if you have a baby, you keep that baby in the house for at least until he's 3 years old. And then when you finally take him outside in the sun, make sure they said they don't care if it's 100 degrees, clothe him all the way down with the hat. Okay?
So this all over
They said that they are really in Australia, so they died like flies.
They shouldn't be there.
You see what I'm saying? So just that alone. But this woman said she said I can't go outside at all.
It's getting to the point where they're talking about ticketing people who go to the beach in scatty clothes now.
Yeah. Because they want to, like where I work, I tell them, I said, y'all better stay out of the sun. Oh, we're going out there in the sun. If it's warm today, I'll be right out there in the sun. We don't care.
That shit burning their ass as the kingdom come. Shit. Burning on the kingdom
Are there any more questions for Bobby?
Any more questions? Yeah, any more questions? You see?
I just had a comment, Bobby, about the article you were just showing us. There was an article, and I think it was Newsweek or Time, it's a regular news magazine. This has been several years ago, and they were talking about race and how there's no definite scientific definition of race.
Yeah, I remember that.
So what they're doing now is undermine the notion of
Right.
race. So you can be any color, you can be as black as whatever, but if you are indoctrinated with the concept that there is no race, which anthropologists have been saying for some time. However, the society has been acting on another level. But now they're making it mainstream, the concept of no race.
So that's all
to
we'll see out of the
incorporate, to incorporate all of this.
Well, that's why they brought that big, the black model.
But they will also they will also increase their numbers that way. Because they will be imbued with the
Oh, right. Break down this whole racial thing. Because they know their asses on the way out. Because you know they got this black model. You know this real this black woman, real black model. They showing out real African model and all. But she come, but guess what? But this motherfucker act like this bitch come from fucking damn Russia. Like she came right out of the snow. This motherfucker don't have no concept of race, and even the black guy that worked for Gold, this gay guy, he said this motherfucking hoe, he is the most naive damn person I ever met. Oh, everything is all beautiful. I don't know what you're talking about some race shit. And she blacker than 450 midnights with that. She's so goddamn black until she hit up on the house and close her eyes, running from the police, you'll never catch her ass.
She gonna bring all her white kids out in the sun.
Shoot. She's so black and then she running from the police at night and she closed her eyes and she got on some dark brown clothes. It's over. And stuff. And gonna sit up and tell me she don't know nothing about no race. Coming off the damn equator. 450 million degrees of heat in the sun talking that dumb shit.
But in Africa, what they do, the blacks are north of the Sahara. If you have culture and education, they want you to be classified as Caucasian.
Oh, you know they've been doing that stuff, man.
That come over here, they want to be classified as Caucasian.
Yeah, they've been doing that for years.
You know, the lawyer, you know, he's from Egypt, and he wants to be black, when he came here, they classified him as white. He's in the court, he's still going through this.
Two of them.
Oh, it's two now? Yeah.
So that's full precinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where they get it.
Well, I saw the books, man. They've been doing this since the 30s. I saw an encyclopedia where the Ethiopian was considered white.
They don't consider
You see, and what they can do is if they see what they do is how they get over is they classify you by hair. And most people on the earth hair is straight. The only one people that's got that nappy, now I'm talking about. It's got that nappy West African prototype, or just basically even, now we can't say it's East African too, because they got some Ethiopians that got nappy hair too. But my point is they by them classifying you with hair, you understand what I'm saying? They can do that. You see what I'm saying? So that's how they do it, and they get over it and stuff also too. So from India, they had them as Caucasian.
Japanese Caucasian.
Yeah.
So they consider Japanese as Caucasian?
Yeah, and you've even seen it in some books, the white Negroes. Of the Nile. The white Negroes of Ethiopia. Dumb stuff. So, is that all? Like I said, I still have a couple more of those books for, for the people that want them and stuff also too, but I'm just saying, if you already got them, but, well, I guess that's it. As you know, really the tapes is much more better. It's much better learning, or it's more detailed learning when you get the tape, because there's things that go on that none of us even hear tonight, even me, because there's a whole lot of talking and stuff, a whole lot of energy and spirit. So when you get the tapes, you can really get into the aspect of what's going on also too. So it's been live as usual.
When are you back? When are you coming back?
Well, it doesn't matter, like I said, whenever. Whenever.
Something jumps off.
Whenever something jumps off. Whenever you have me back, that's when I'm back.
You go all over the country doing this?
Yeah. 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 Basically.
I'm 101, so I need a good book to get me started.
Huh?
I'm 101.
Yeah, get it to you.
Well, it depends on what you want.
I got the letter to ship it in North.
Yeah.
I have everything.
Yeah.
I've been getting them all along.
Yeah. Depends on what your spirit really wants to know, and I can determine based on that.
Right now, everything.
Well, believe me, other than these, if you get some of my tapes, you can damn sure get enough bibliography and books that they help you out.
I have one of the tapes.
You see what I'm saying? So just start with some of the stuff on there too. Start with some of the stuff on there too, and that'll work out. So it's been nice. Any other questions?
Okay, what's the name of that book? My 20 years in the CIA.
John Stockwell. It might be out of print. You come out better trying to call down the Cultural Communications down in Atlanta, Georgia, and ask them to send you the actual videotapes. Cultural Communications in Atlanta, Georgia, on Cascade Road on Atlanta, Georgia. In Atlanta, Georgia. And ask them to send you the video. My 25 years in the CIA, John Stockwell, if they still have it. And that would be,
One more time, let's give Bobby a round of applause.
I enjoy it.
As soon as possible. I mean, each one was like 7 hours, so there's no high-speed taping on videotape.
Your spirit been in like the hospital. They still staff at hospital.
Oh yeah. The only people that get sick is the people that stay in the hospital. Yes, they out of the hospital. They out of the hospital. The only people that stay sick is the people who go to them hospitals. They in hospitals, different wards.